You are Daniel. What do you do?
Yeah. What's his stack? 3.4. He's committing all his
This
chips
is
here.
everything. It's Ace King, though,
I'm
right?
not. Personally, I'm not a player that falls in love with Ace King and will put my tournament line on the line because you don't have a hand yet. So you could be crushed against aces
Especially
or
calling
kings.
with it.
Huh?
You know,
Here?
Yeah.
I might not.
No, you're right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
If I'm Daniel, my read is I'm probably in a coin flip situation, right? That Mike, I mean, maybe Mike makes the overshove with one of those two big hands that has to be crushed, but probably not most of the time.
Yeah, he may have
tens. After 3 days,
tens or jacks, right? Yeah. You know, and so do I want to be in a coin flip?
Why did Michael shove there?
I don't know. I can't figure it out. That's the first thing I'm questioning of his.
And Daniel with the same look on his face that the three of us have.
yeah. A little odd. I mean, is he late for a date or something? Has he got something going on?
Well, I know all the other players are hoping that he calls. Because one of them's going to be crippled or out.
Yeah, and people probably aren't going to like this on the stream, are they? They're not going to like this if he folds.
Well, they're not going to like not knowing what Michael had. I don't like that.
Jerry?
I wish we knew.
Too.
But
could it be total air?
No, that would be crazy. Why do that? There would be no reason. That's just suicide poker if you do that.
Now one consideration is that Dan has been fairly snug, and we haven't seen him 3-bet a whole lot, and Mike has been fairly active. So, Daniel, what a fold. He might have the aces or the kings here. I don't know if we're ever going to know. But because he thinks Dan has a really big hand to play back at him from out of position like that.
What? Ace king, ace king. See, now there's a case where Michael's...
Is that what he said?
They just showed it.
They showed it.
Yeah, there's a case where Michael's one of those professional type players that will go to his death, you know, with ace king no matter what. If the guy calls, he's okay with it. You know, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. Would you ever play back like that with ace king for all the chips?
No, because what are you going to benefit? There were 400,000 chips in the middle, and you shoved 3.6. I think. Sure. What is the point? I mean, to pick up 400,000 easy, maybe. Yeah, but then
Nick
if the
will
guy
start
does,
this hand.
let's say the guy's a poor player, and he's not. But
our new
say
chip
the guy's a
leader
poor player, and he makes the call because he falls in
approximately
love with
5.2 million.
You've seen that on TV tables. Just
Action
because
over
everybody's
Mike.
there doesn't mean they're all that good. I mean, and then he hits the jack queen.
Still 40-80.
What was the point of that?
Mike raises to 185,000.
Yeah, aces or kings, and you're crushed.
Yeah.
I was at a table with you guys at the Windy City Poker Classic where one guy had aces, one guy had kings, I had queens, and another guy had ace king.
Whoa, sounds like a foul deck to me, Jason. Come on.
Jacob
we take all the sixes and all the fours out before
Daniel in the big blind.
I folded the queens pre-flop.
Use a pinochle deck.
Now listen to this, James. Listen to this. I folded the queens pre-flop.
Oh, what, really?
It was an incredible hand.
Yeah, if I had 5, 6 diamonds, I might have played it. But kings, queens, I had to get away.
Ace of
Look at
diamonds,
this,
queen of
guys.
diamonds,
Ace,
jack
queen,
of spades.
Jack, couple of diamonds. We're probably going to see some fireworks here.
Daniel checks to Mike, who checks.
Yeah.
Turn
The ace will
card.
make them
Turn
both
card is a
proceed
king of
kinda
clubs.
cautiously, though.
Oh, the turn
Action
card
to
is the
Daniel
king of
and
hearts.
Susie.
Oh, wow.
Michael hits.
Check, check.
Wow.
And the river.
Check, check. And now another
River
king.
card is a king of diamonds.
Wow.
So, kings and queens.
Nobody gets
Daniel
to be
makes a bet
comfortable.
of 200,000.
Michael made Broadway on the turn. They both checked it through. Now he's not real happy about the paired board.
Anytime you see all big cards up there with the board paired, there's a good chance somebody's got a full house.
Well, the third
Obviously.
diamond, too. The third diamond's out
well,
there.
that too, yeah, but
Mike makes the call.
He's going to make the call.
Daniel
Luck to
turns
him.
over queen of clubs, jack of clubs.
He's going to win the hand.
And Mike turns over jack of hearts, 10 of spades for the ace high straight.
And not a simple call for Mike, but really lucky to have gotten value off that made hand.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
oh yeah.
Michael's just 31 years old, born in St. Louis. 3,000 invested in this tournament. His plans for the cash. He's going to put the money in the bank. That's good. He's a farmer. Didn't know that. I didn't know that. I thought he was a professional poker player. Maybe farming cash is what he does.
Well, gentlemen, we've been watching him plant the seed for
we
the last 3
sure
hours.
have, yeah. Not a lot of talking at the final table tonight, Craig.
No, it doesn't look like it, but you know, the tables are all different. Sometimes you get them that are a lot of fun. It's usually one guy that gets everybody else going, like Jablonski. Generally
Mike
gets
makes a
Jablonski
call of
going.
80,000. Excuse me, makes a raise to 200,000.
I'm the guy that's always talking to the table. We had a fun little cash game in the hotel room last
Action
weekend. in
over
St.
to
Louis.
Jacob.
I'm
And
talking,
the
and I make a
button.
big bluff against Kenneth James, and I shut up. And I didn't say a word. And he snap called me. He says, "You're not talking. I don't." He had a good read on me, and yeah, I lost a huge pot. So that's why he's the poker professional, and I'm the guy with
To Joe,
the,
who
suit
folds
jacket
the
on.
big line. Mike will take the pot.
Sometimes it's a lot cheaper to be
can
sitting
be.
on this side of the
Yeah,
microphone.
but you know, Jay, it's you see these
17
big
minutes
prize
remaining
pools and
in this level of
190,000.
40,000,
That's what got me into
80,000.
poker. I remember it was the Chris Moneymaker, and watching these guys on TV, and it's like, wow,
End of
all
this
you got to
level,
do is
players
squeeze
will take
into
a
that
15-minute
top 10
break.
and, you know, win just one of these. And then I started playing, and I realized how hard it is, especially to do it on a consistent basis.
Daniel
You know
starting
what,
the
James? Maybe you're lucky you
two-seat
didn't hit
with
the
the
big
button.
one, because a lot of guys don't have the discipline. They win a lot of money. They think all of a sudden the game's easy, and the game is not easy. It just, and when you're doing it for a living,
Mike
there's
folds under
constant
the gun
pressure
over to
on
Nick.
it all the time. I mean, how are you going to pay all your
Lays
bills,
down
all
over
your
to
travel
Jacob
expenses,
in the
all
one
your
seat.
food, and still have money left over to play poker if you have a bad run for a year or two? Even
Yeah.
how many guys have you heard of that have won millions and within 3 years are broke? You know, it's
Yeah.
just. So I don't know. I think you're doing things right.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
Daniel
that.
folds on the button.
I've had a couple of players who've had a lot of success, names that you would know, who have been really willing to share. Some really diligent players who've shared their schedule with me and their budget
Joe
with me for
in the
year,
small blind
who have
pushes
had
all in.
huge cashes in January, who send me their budget for the year, and basically if they don't have another decent score for the rest
Over
of
to
the year,
Vin,
they can
who
have a
lays down
break-even year.
9-8 of
And if they don't have that
diamonds.
big score in January, then obviously they
Joe
stand
will
to
take
lose
the
an
pot.
awful lot of money.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, a good friend of mine, Darvin Moon, places second in the World Series poker main event, and you know, he collected his money, and he went home and he went back to work.
He did it right.
You know, he did do it right. And
I don't
love
want to say
those
it's
guys.
right. I'm just saying it's the better. I think it's a better way to go. But I'm an old conservative guy, so you know, that's what you would expect me to say.
Well, Craig, we know you're old, but I don't know.
Oh well, I mean in life I'm conservative. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily translate to the poker table.
We'll make our chip leader. We'll start on the gun.
In 2013, I was traveling. I was working for PwC as a consultant. We used to have a Wednesday night game at the hotel where we all stayed, and got to watch Chris Moneymaker win
He
on
folds
TV.
over to
and said,
Jacob,
wow,
who
this
makes a
guy was
raise
in
of
for
210,000.
$42 or whatever
Right,
it
yeah,
was,
I
and
know.
got to do. And then that really launched so much into enjoying the game, and so many
Action
of us
over to
into
Vin in
really
the small
enjoying the
blind,
game.
who
And that's
folds.
when I started playing more seriously. And then 10 years later, I don't know if it was to the day, but certainly to the week, Chris was on our
Mike
show.
lays down the big
won,
line, and
the
Jacob will
event
take
that we
the
were
pot.
televising, and I got to interview him
It's very
at the
cool.
final table, and I thought, wow, that's full circle. That's really
Yeah. And you know, they call it the moneymaker effect, and you know, people say, "Well, James, you guys probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Chris Moneymaker." But I disagree with that a little, because I think poker was moving in the right direction. We saw the numbers, the TV was in place. If Sammy Farha calls that hand with the deuces or whatever the heck it was, I still think poker would have probably gone on to do what it did.
Somebody would have had. There have been other people that have had great stories after Moneymaker that had that been the first story. Moneymakers was just
Jacob
primo
will start
because
under
of
the
his
gun.
name,
His
being
name.
Moneymaker, and his
the
story,
parlay,
and leading up to it. But
I was rooting for Sammy Farha. I love the gangster, the cigarette hanging up. That's why I always kind of cheer for the villain, and I wanted Sammy to win that. And you know, I was obviously jealous too. I was envious of Moneymaker.
Over
That
to
should have
Vin
been
on
me.
the
Why
button.
aren't I
Yeah,
up there for?
yeah.
I got $42. You
Well,
know?
why aren't you a pro quarterback for that?
Well, right, exactly, yeah. So, but it was fun to watch, you know, what poker did, and then to really have a behind-the-scenes look like we did.
Believe me, you've navigated your
You know, with the
stack better than
HPT
mine,
coming in right after that, it was pretty
wish I had-
special.
You tell me just stay with
What's in a
myself.
name, Craig Casino?
I guess there's one.
I don't
in a
know.
name?
Vin
That was
will
kind
make
of
a
cool.
raise
though.
to
That's the cool part about the
215,000.
HPT. Moneymaker's played several of our events.
Yeah.
And I loved meeting him, you know.
Nice guy.
I get introduced and he goes, "Your name's really Casino?" I go, "Yeah, your name's really Moneymaker." Like, you haven't been asked that a million times.
As the show kept, you know,
as it turns out,
growing,
it was flipping.
that was always the coolest part for us. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, that's Phil Hellmuth. He's at our event. Hey,
Yeah.
Lane Flack is at our Vegas event. You know, Jen Harmon, names like that. It was really cool to start being able
Mike
to,
makes a raise.
you know, talk to those
probably
kinds of players
the
and
best money
hang
I've
out with
spent, to be
them.
honest.
I'll tell you a quick Helmuth story.
Makes a raise to
I think I've told you before,
575,000.
James, but some of the folks at home maybe hadn't heard it. I had an opportunity to play with him also down in St. Louis, and in talking, I said, my son's with the
Action back over to Ben.
government.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He loves you, watching you play. I said, do you mind if I bring you his address tomorrow? Could you send him an autographed picture? I won't tell him it's coming.
Vin makes
He
the
goes,
call.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Well, 6 weeks later,
And we'll have a flop.
my son hasn't called, so I know. I thought, well, maybe he forgot. He gets asked for all kinds of things. All of a sudden, it shows up.
Flop is king of spades, ace of
Not only
hearts,
a
jack of
personal,
diamonds.
handwritten 2-page note.
Action
to him
starts
saying,
with
I was
Mike.
talking to your dad about your family.
Wow.
Sounds like you guys. It was so cool. And then he just signs another picture, and then he congratulated Dom on a cash that he had.
That's
I told him.
fantastic.
He remembered all that stuff.
Amazing.
So anytime, I don't like his antics sometimes at the table
Mike
anymore
makes a
than any of us
bet
do,
of
but he's good for the game.
420,000.
And he is fun, and he's nothing like that in real life.
He's not.
Vin
I got to
lays
know
down.
him through Mark
Mike will
Poker
scoop
Ho
the pot.
Kroon invited me up to Madison to play in Phil's charity event they do every year, and I played that thing 3 years in a row and really got to hang out with the real Phil Hellmuth. In the first year, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe we played golf. I remember that. It was Gavin Smith and Phil and about 6 other people, and we get to the golf course. And they said, I knew there'd be gambling involved. I got about $412 in my pocket, and Phil says it's $100 a hole per guy. I'm thinking, oh my God, I can lose $1,800 here playing. And I'm not a very good golfer. Ended up, we only lost, or no, we won. I think I won $100. We got to know Phil, and he was big with the charities.
Action will begin in the
Grew up
2 seat with
Madison.
Daniel.
Him and Mark grew up together playing at Mark's bar. And I like
folds
the guy a
over to
lot.
Joe?
He's been to a couple of our events. And, even a guy like Phil didn't call us up and say, will you buy me in? Will you give me this? The only thing he asked me for is,
Joe
"Hey,
is
James,
going to make
can
a
you guys
raise
give me
to
a hotel out there in California?"
$165,000.
Sure. And we talked to Ben, got him a hotel, and he was in. Didn't even ask us for a buy-in because we would have gave him one.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody would have gave him one.
Yeah, Ben's a
Back
great
over to
guy.
Jacob
I'm
in
sure
big blind.
California Thunder also. He's the consummate poker guy.
He
He's
really is.
He really takes care of his
Lays down.
players.
And Joe will scoop
Mike
this
Hahn
pot.
really opening up his game. The hand prior to this one, he was in the small blind. There was an open on the from Nick on the button, and in the small blind or in late position, got a call from the button, and in the small blind 3-bet with 7-5 suited, and got one caller. The board was all overs. He represented the big cards, and he took down the pot. He's really starting to open up his game now that we're 6-handed.
I'm glad one of us are paying attention to the game right in the
And I
last
just-
few hands, so thank you for that.
I want to know if you were paying attention earlier when I told you that was going to happen. That's all I care about.
Once again, if you got some questions,
Nick will
you can hit
start
us
this
up on
hand with
Twitter at
the
HPTJAYMZ.
Joe
Getting
under
a lot
the
of
gun.
folks on the side of the screen here talking up to 485 people watching the stream. And speaking of live video and
Folds
streams
the
on Twitch,
mic.
I really
Who
think this
opens
is obviously
for
where poker's going, is
175,000.
right where we're at now, just improving the look of the stream. 3 people in the booth instead of 1. A high-speed internet, a camera, on everybody. I mean, I think this is where poker's going.
We just need hair and makeup, James.
We need hair and makeup, and we have coffee. We have coffee. We have the most important.
It's obvious the players out there are going to like it, and the people that are trying to improve
Jacob-
their game and everything.
Nick and Jacob
the
both
only
fold.
thing I think it's going to miss
Daniel
out on is if
folds,
it's
and Mike will take the pot.
when it's not on TV is often the recreational person, who's just sitting home. Obviously, you're not going to get someone who doesn't play poker to tune in to watch 10 or 12 hours of a final table. So that there was an entertainment factor to
Absolutely.
that also. And I understand that that's going to, that gets cut back everywhere. I mean, there's very few televised tournaments out there anymore, really.
Yeah, and it really, it always bothered me when players would come up and say, man, you missed this hand and that hand, and all you showed was my bust-out hand. That's not fun for us, but it's the world we live in with TV. We got like 44 minutes, 2 episodes, 44 minutes. We're talking 9 hours we got to whittle down. I mean, that's all we really can do. So this is a
Button
good
starts in
way
seat 1 this
for people
hand.
to watch all of it, and you can really
Fold,
find
fold.
out
Over to Nick.
and really make your decision on who's the best player at the table, because there's
Nick
no
raises
hiding.
to
This is
230,000.
everything. And you also see our mistakes. When I'm in the studio and I say Jacob's got, the 8 of clubs, the 8 of hearts, somebody stops me and we hit record over. He's got the 8 of clubs and the 8 of spades. All right, so we got some action on this hand. Look at this, Daniel with king 10. Nick raised it up with his ace jack. This is one of those big hands that I think we've been waiting to see. What do you do with Jacob with the 8s?
I don't
Just call?
Well, you could. With the 8s, I don't know. I think I'd re-raise with the number that's at the table here, but it depends on the chip stacks. He knows that Nick could easily come over the top. So does he want to call and hope
Right.
to hit the set or not? He could shove also because he's you know, we saw him do that earlier.
And
He
hand
shoved.
range, he could really have his opponent on about what he has there.
Yeah.
Ace Jack
Yeah.
or Ace 10 or Ace Queen.
And 5-handed Ace Jack is like Ace King at 9-handed.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to give it a lot more credit.
You play the King 10, don't you, Greg?
Yeah, but not if he calls
No,
it
of
raises,
course.
obviously. But
But it's a
I
hand
might.
that you splash around.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Jacob
move variety?
folds. Daniel in the small blind.
And you know, early on in his thought process, he made a couple of facial expressions, and I don't mean to dwell on the physical stuff because that's not the end all and be all.
Yeah.
But that's one of those things where you get to that end of a
Daniel
minute
folds over
thinking
to Joe in
about
the
it,
big
or
blind,
even
who lays it
45
down.
seconds that feels like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And
And you
Nick.
go, now I've thought about it too long. Now the guy
We'll take this
probably
pot.
thinks I don't have that strong of a hand, and you
Right.
start to get nervous. At least I do.
Yep.
Are they higher?
Another thing with those 8s, he had 2 guys to act after him.
Yeah,
So you
that's-
never know how other guys are viewing their hand, what they're going to do with it.
Poker resumes here. We'll let you guys know about dinner break. Not even sure where we're at in the level, but as soon as we get that information, we'll let you know. Great camera shots by our crew out there. I want to thank Zach and Goose, and Doug, and Kirk.
Mike is under the
Kevin,
gun, who and
all
raises
the
to
hardworking men and women
175,000.
that work with us right here on the HPT.
I wanted to give some propers to your cameraman operating the boom
Yeah.
out there. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, you know, that was back when I was doing the calling of the
Action back
action
over to
out there.
Joe,
That was
who's
always the guy I
folds the
bonded
small
with the
blind.
most because we're out there on our feet. You know, these we used to do 10-hour final tables. I remember in New Mexico, it just we couldn't. It was 4-1, back and forth, 4-1 the other way, 4-1
Vin
this
lays down
way.
the big blind, and
All I
Mike will
remember
take
was
the pot.
we ran to the bar as soon as that hand was over. It was 1:59, and they said, "Sorry, we just called last call. You guys are out of luck." And we started at noon that day.
Down to the
That's why you
6-minute
carry. I
mark
notice you have a
in
whole
the
case
level.
of vodka here under the table.
Guys are still at 40,000 and 80,000.
I'm making it up, folks.
He is making it up. It's a half.
Button will start in seat number 3 with Joe.
Started up.
And that was Kirk Falla, who just walked in the background there from Windy City Poker. He does a great job. I love his tournaments, too.
I think he's the very best, and I only say that because he's my boss.
Yeah.
Folds to open.
All right, action
Jacob
continues
folds.
now.
Action over to Daniel in the
Ace
2-seat.
8. See what he decides to do here.
Daniel raises to 200,000.
Race to 200,000. Queen 10 now for Joe.
And he's on the button. He lost some chips in the last hand when he played, so he's not the big stack anymore.
Suited hand. He's gonna fold though. Vin
Joe
doesn't even think
folds.
about playing
Vin
his Queen Jack.
folds. Mike will make the call.
What? Yeah.
Flop
We
comes
get to call it Mike in the
10
big
of
blind.
diamonds,
We
3
haven't
of
seen Mike's
clubs,
cards yet.
ace of diamonds.
Club is Ace 10 tray.
Mike is first to act.
couple
He
of
checks
diamonds.
over to Daniel, who checks.
I don't
Turn
know what you
card.
do when you call it on your show, but I
Eight
go
of
from the
spades.
highest to the lowest is how I don't call it left to right or right to left, the flop. And
Sure.
that's just it's just the way I've
Mike
always.
checks.
I don't know what's right. You know,
No,
but
it's
that's-
too. If it's too discombobulated, it's like, why do you call it in that direction? So
Yeah,
yeah, I like it
yeah.
better that way too.
Makes me have to think for about a half a second before the cards come out. But
And Daniel's made 2 pair on the turn. It went check on the flop.
Daniel makes a
Daniel
bet
makes a
of
delayed continuation bet,
250,000.
of course, with a strong hand.
Mike folds.
and a fold.
And Daniel will take this
Praying
pot.
for Michael to have Ace King, Ace Queen.
Well, Danny.
But
So how frequently in that spot, Craig, Dan was in position, he bet pre-flop, made his ace, and then checked behind. How often there are you checking behind to control the pot size or to disguise the strength of your hand? Or you typically fire on that flop when you make it or when you don't?
I go both ways, but a lot depends on my stack, his stack, and just the dynamics of the table, maybe the situation.
Sure.
Is it day 1A? Is it day 1B? Is it day 1C? There's so many things to think about. But I'm re-raising.
Jacob will
most
be
times.
first to act in the 1 seat.
I'm starting to understand why I don't make the final table. I don't think about these things until the final table. Jacob
Well,
does
I'm sure
sevens
that's
again.
not true.
Jacob pushes
There's
all
those
in.
pocket sevens, and that is going to be enough for Jacob to go all in. We'll see if one of these players can pick up a hand. Boy, Vin doesn't even think about playing those tweener hands, and that's good. He's really,
Very disciplined.
Discipline, that's the word I'm looking for. Very disciplined player. Absolutely.
Fold, fold.
Because a lot of
Jacob will take this
amateurs
pot.
would splash around with a queen jack or jack 10, hands like that, you know, because any Broadway cards, you know, to all of us, it gets your attention.
For a 200,000.
Jacob will start this next hand in the big blind. 80,000.
Of course,
Something else,
yeah.
you know,
Of
but-
course, yeah.
But yeah, and that's a risky run though when you play hands. I don't like playing Jack Queen as much as I like playing 5-7 or 6-8 or 8-9 because
Words from the legend.
Let's
Taking notes.
Let's say you hit the queen.
Daniel's
How many
under the
times
gun.
have you seen you got Jack Queen, but someone's got Queen King or Ace Queen? You know, it's like that happens because guys play those hands all the time.
Cards are heating up a little bit here. Daniel now with queens. He's gonna
Daniel
draw a
open
raise.
raises to 200,000.
He makes it
200,000.
200. 2.5 times the big blind.
Folds around to Jacob in the big blind,
Weak ace.
who mucks, and Daniel will
And the
take the
cards are
pot.
heating up, but only for one person at a
Yeah,
time.
that's exactly one person at a time. I remember the first event I ever did, the second event I ever did. We were six-handed, got over an hour and 40 minutes. We tore everything down. I said, "This is going to be the best job
Yeah.
ever." I just made it. You know, whatever they paid me, I said, "This is going to be easy." Well, that didn't last.
And then you
long.
got to New Mexico a few years
Jeez,
ago with
unbelievable. That was Cruz Baca. Was at that table.
Roger Martin, me, Cruz
Yeah,
Baca,
yeah.
Roger and Cruz played
Action
at the
will
end.
begin with Joe.
Heads up, and they went on for hours. Heads up.
Yeah,
The
that was
stacks
the
kept
night I
going
was
up.
talking about.
It had to be a 14-hour day.
Sure. Well, yeah, because I know we got done right before 2 a.m. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Folds over to Vin.
We used to go to the Route 66 out there.
Fold to Nick on the button.
I have been there.
Never had the biggest fields though at that event. You know, it was just I think
Who
the
folds to
poker
Jacob in the small
hotbed was
blind?
down the street at the other property.
It was that place was kind of out in the open, you know, kind
Sure
of all
was.
by
Well,
itself.
that's
There
New
were- I don't know how
Mexico,
much,
you know.
how much residential there was
Jacob
to bring them
pushes
in.
all
anyway.
in.
Even if they had come from the other casino, how many
Daniel
are,
folds the big
could
blind, and
possibly
Jacob
get
will
there?
take
I
this
don't know.
pot.
Okay, Jacob all in and doesn't get a call.
Action had folded to the blinds, and so he just had to beat Dan. Had some one gapper cards and decided to pick up some chips.
The old one gapper cards. All right. James Larson, my name, alongside Jason from the Windy City Poker Tour, and Craig, the Legend Casino, broadcasting here from the Ameristar
Joe is
Casino
the
Hotel in
$80,000 big
Chicago.
blind.
Been here
Ben will
all
start
weekend
out
long, and
under
our
the
goal
gun.
is to crown a champion. Hopefully we do that before the end of, I hope we don't get into Tuesday, which we were just talking about some long events.
Fold over to Mike.
Yeah, I said a few minutes
Who
ago there were
folds to
5
Nick?
left. There's 6, so my mistake on that.
And to your point, James, about the benefit of the live stream and the Twitch stream of poker, as well as Craig, to your point about the casual fan being able to watch. The nice thing with this setup is you get to do both, and you guys obviously put on a world-class show and get to do a lot of the work afterwards as well for the TV broadcast.
Fold.
We've started a little bit more
Joe
to
will
use some of the
take
live
the
stream,
pot.
so all of the mistakes
We will
that I
take a
make, that's
15-minute
on the producer
intermission.
to make me not look like a total fool. And as good as he
Probably
is,
back
there's
there
only so much you can do to make
approximately
him not look like a total fool.
But there's something about that spontaneity. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I don't think
That's
that
the
is a
one,
word.
yeah. Spontaneity.
Spontaneity. I knew I was there close. But, you know, and just capturing, you know,
got
the
15
moment
minutes,
live.
though,
Because,
right?
you know, we do take this stuff back to the studio and we get that polished effect. And this is kind of fun to call it this way. And we don't have the whole cards. That also is a challenge, but then it really gets your mind going and it really gets you into the game. What do you think he has? You know, what does the opponent have? So either way, it's a lot of fun, and we're glad that you're with us today right here at hptpoker.com.
Clock's off. Clock.
I'm going to sneeze really loud into this.
All right, back for break here. In the 1 seat, Jake has 1,760,000 in chips. Daniel in the 2 seat has 3,135 chips. Joe in the 3 seat has 2,100,000. Ben has 1,595,000. Mike in the 6th seat has 4,325,000. And Nick, our chip leader, has 4,580,000. All right, back to the action here. New blind level is 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000 on the blind. Still 6 players remaining.
All right, welcome back to the HPT. James Larson alongside Craig Casino. And with us here is Jason from the Windy City Poker Tour. He'll be back to join us. 6 players remain. Up top, a huge 6-figure prize, almost $191,000. And the action will continue. It's about 4:34 or so, about 4 hours basically of poker we've seen with breaks, and got off to a little bit of a late start. So
Why don't we get the full hour?
Just got a message from Griff. Griff, he said today's Casey Carroll's birthday, and he's here rooting for his buddy Jacob. So happy birthday to Casey. He took this down last year.
23.
What happened?
23 is random break clock.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh,
Hold on, stop there. 100,000 big blind.
You said 2:30, right?
yeah. I mean, I said 23, but that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, so
Obviously.
230.
I don't care, whatever.
okay,
You say raise 23?
he said 23.
sounds like there's a discrepancy here.
25.
Can't make it 23,000.
I mean, it's clear what I was intending to do, but I don't care, whatever.
Clarify. So 230 was the bet. Okay, when that happens in that case, we stop the action. Clarify. 230,000.
Yeah.
Why would you throw
That's-
out at 125 chip? That's the real question.
Go ahead. 230,000 is the raise by
Like,
Mike.
what the fuck is that?
I just.
All right, so after all that, the raise is to
Let's just make it 23. We'll go back
230,000
to
by Mike.
24 tables.
Will you make it just a call?
230,000 is the current bet.
Not exactly sure what happened there, Craig, but
Yeah, I'm not either. I was trying to
First
figure it
time
out, but
back, gotta get back into it.
we're back in action now. So
Go to Daniel now. 230,000.
go to Daniel in the 2 seat. He's on the button. The raise was to 230, like I said. Daniel here with 5-4 of diamonds. Getting a little tricky here, isn't he, Craig?
there he goes. Gotta love that.
Make the call. You break that for me.
Makes
If
the
you're
call.
gonna play it, you might as well raise it.
230,000.
Joseph. Now, what does Vin do here with his king-queen?
I think he calls.
I don't think he will, though.
Not the way he's been playing, but
No, I think he's...
no, he's thinking.
Well, one got away there. I don't know if that's a call or not. Boy, he's just carefully, you know, everything, every hand. This guy is not loosey-goosey at all, but he's going to make this call.
He's going to make the call as well. 230,000.
To the flop.
To the flop we go, three-handed. Daniel, Vin, and Michael.
Going to be 3 players to the flop.
See, that's the nice thing about playing 4-5 here with that raise, because if you hit low cards, they're not going to put you on the low cards.
Sub is 4
There you go.
There you go, 9-4-9, the Craig Casino special there.
And he's got to figure he's good with his hand right now,
9-4-3.
the way the action went. Not necessarily, but probably.
Okay, over to Michael now.
390.
Continuation bet here.
390,000 is the bet.
390,000.
390.
Daniel with the best of it.
I was going to say it might be good to re-raise. No,
Yeah, and
he
he's
didn't.
thinking
not
what
re-raising.
my
Yeah,
opponent raised here, and the flop comes out 9-4 Trey.
yeah.
You know, I get a piece of it. Yeah, let's make this call. Go to the turn card now. That's a 6 of spades.
Now he's got an open end straight draw, so he's in better shape than he was. Not that he needs it.
Bet.
Daniel.
Mike's going to check. And Daniel's going to check.
Daniel's on the button there. The graphic says he's in the small blind.
And that is the 7 of clubs.
That's the straight, and he didn't need it.
Not going to see a whole lot more happen out of this hand here.
There's the birthday boy, Casey Carroll, on his phone in the background.
Happy birthday to Casey. Hey, there he is. Hey, he's waving.
Mike checks over to Daniel.
Daniel now try to get a little value. He's not going to probably get a call here, but we'll see what he decides to bet. First hand back from break. Glad you're with us. Ameristar Casino East Chicago.
Daniel's going to bet 525,000.
525,000.
Bet by Daniel. Actually, it's back to Mike. And Mike's going to fold it.
Mike's going to fold, so
Left him off.
Daniel wins the first hand back from the break.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yep.
All right. So, do you have chip? Anybody have updates on the chip counts there? Did you get some on the break? Try to
No,
get those.
I did not.
You were getting a coffee, is
Nah,
what you were doing.
I was.
Jason.
I
It was
was
good for you.
Getting a little nourishment.
You can't try.
We'll piece it together little by little here.
Like I said before, we've been playing poker for about 4 hours now. 4:10, 4:15, something like that.
Except when it does.
Started with 9, down to 6. It's been kind of nice when the players get eliminated, they stop in here and talk to us on the stream. So we hope to continue that as each player gets knocked out until we crown our newest HPT champion tonight. They get the bracelet, they get the cash, and they get the bragging rights.
And it'll be one of these 6 gentlemen, all of them guaranteed a minimum of $30,000. And the first prize, of course, just shy of, or just over $190,000 plus that $3,600 championship package.
If you're a guy like Craig Casino, you're not in it for the money. You trade the money for the title and the TV interview at the end.
No,
right, Craig?
I'm always in it for the money. I just don't try not to let it influence or make me play scared. That's all.
Joe's over into the 3 seat. Actually, it's back to Nick in the 8 seat.
Joe, we don't know his cards. He's all in.
Nick's going to fold it.
And Nick's going to fold his Jack 10.
That's such a pretty hand, Jack 10
Yeah,
suited. There's so many possibilities with it.
There's Kenny Lambert back there, our boss man. We talked to him on the break. Ken does so much for this HPT, and he's at the events early. You know, he gets out there early and stays for the length of it. Spends a lot of time on the road and in airports. So
He's
good guy to have
been a
around.
great addition since he came on board, that's for sure.
He goes way back to the Caesars and the Harris days, and spent a lot of time with Stewie the Kid Unger, and of course
He's a friend of Binion's.
he is a
Personal friend of Jack
of the
Binion.
Binion family,
That's
and
right.
I tell you what, those are good people to know. I'll tell you that much for sure.
It is now.
It's the burn card, yeah?
One card was exposed here. Happens every once in a while.
Yeah, Jacob not happy
burn
about
card.
it. He's,
We're fine.
I don't know, I think it was mine.
You want it?
What is it? There's a book.
Hey, give me this.
It happens. These dealers do such a great job, but they
If it
deal
was
so
yours,
many
you'd have
hands
fucking
every once in a while. So
Hey, it is what it
I'll
is.
tell you a quick story. I'm not going to tell you where it was, but we were heads up
You got 12
for the
days.
title. Jeff Madsen and Alex
Another ace in
Greenblatt.
here.
New dealer came in. I could tell he was a little nervous. Cut the deck.
I haven't looked at
Started
maybe it's
dealing.
another ace on these.
Raise, bet, raise, re-raise, flop. They were all clubs. Bet, raise, re-raise, call. 4th club.
7 deuce off.
Bet, raise, re-raise again. 5th club comes on the board. A lot of coordination up there too. Well, you know what happens at the end? They both table clubs. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. And I felt like the cop in Rounders. We caught a hanger, Sarge. And I said, let me see the deck. And we fanned that deck, and it had never been shuffled. Brand new
wow.
deck right out of the box.
Wow.
It was cut, but that was it.
Wow.
And I remember Alex. Alex would have won the hand. He's like, he was really cool about it. He's like, really, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said, and I knew right away. Not right away, but I kind of knew something was off. And it can happen. There's 13 of them in the deck. It just didn't feel right.
And so you had to roll back the whole hand.
So we, Matt Savage came out. Now I'm telling you where I was, and he awarded the pot, split it in half, and it was a foul deck. So that was it. The right thing to do.
Sure.
Well, he was upset he would have won it, but only because of his seat position.
Right.
The seats have been reversed.
Exactly.
He's not picking
There was
that
no
up.
straight flush though, because they're burning a card. I suppose to figure it out, I'll just buy it, put them all over, and try it. But, yeah, it was. And Jeff Madsen went on to win the event.
I don't want to see it. They keep showing me I'm not that.
That's why we have erasers on our pencils. We all make mistakes. All you got to do is hang around me for about 10 minutes. Just listen to this broadcast for the next 5.
It's pretty good. It's twice as long as it takes me.
Let's see the river card.
Well, we've got a bet and a call, check, bet and a call on the turn.
Wow, look at that. Any king.
Well, Daniel's either got to give it up here, or he's got to represent that he was waiting on that, and he's got a king, and hope the other gentleman, Nick, does not.
Nick's going to bet 400,000.
Nick bets
Yeah, he leads
400,000.
out.
Daniel.
Daniel with just 2 pair. Man, that's a pretty easy
Nick's
fold.
going to fold it, and Nick's going to take down the
Nick's
box.
going to take down the pot.
What'd you have, Nick?
You can tell us, Nick.
Yeah, did
We won't tell anyone.
either let out for value, or he let out just to let him think he was the one with the king.
Yeah. Yeah, Daniel certainly didn't look very comfortable there on the end.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us here on the Twitch stream at HPT Poker. James and Jason, and we got Craig Casino here, bringing you the action like we do at all the HPT events. 6 players still remain. Several hours of poker left to be had here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago. I remember the day we changed our structure and we brought in some of the best to do that, including Daniel Negreanu. He helped us design this, and boy, it's just so glad that we decided to make that change. The weekends are a little longer now, the days are a little longer, the nights are a little longer, but this is the way it's supposed to be played. It's for the players.
Players are happy.
And it's their game.
That's fine.
Well, I want to thank you both for having me here, James, and for
Yeah.
being with us, the legend, Craig Casino. At the
Who gave you that
Ameristar.
nickname?
Please, Jablonski.
At the Ameristar.
I don't
East
know why,
Chicago.
but he did.
We got to get him a nickname.
Yeah, I keep thinking of that.
Yeah, Jablani, that's what Casper. Connie Jablani, Jeff Casper calls his wife. Well, we've had a couple nicknames for him, but it's just
Yeah.
a family-oriented show, so can't say those over the air. All right, let's get to the flop. I hate not seeing all the cards. We're used to seeing them, and then we don't get to see them. Flop is king, 5, tray, couple of spades. Jacob's gonna check. I think Michael would be a tough read. I mean, it's a tough read for me when I do see his cards, what he's going to do, And he mixes it up, for sure.
Yeah, Mike's going to take down the box.
And right
And he
there,
likes
he
throwing that
had
button.
exactly any 2 cards.
Yeah. Stacking more chips. Anybody's game here on the HPT. So, Craig, I've had a few people ask, what's your favorite property to go to? If you could name us one out of all the stops on the HPT, what do you like the most?
I'm partial to Blackhawk.
Yeah,
so
I
just say
suppose,
it's a great drive. You fly in there, you drive an hour up through the mountains to get there. You're in a good mood when you show up, and it's a quaint little town in the middle of the mountains. You can go for walks in the morning. It's just nice.
I like it a lot too, but it just smells so funny. When I land, there's a smell in the air. I don't know.
Seriously?
What it is. Yeah, and then I kind of get a little goofy and I start laughing. I don't know what that is.
Well, that's
but
the thin air for you. It's like you need all the oxygen to your brain you can
right,
get.
You're exactly right. Exactly.
It smells a little funny.
It does smell a little funny. Greg's an old cop, so he knows what that smell exactly.
He just was
what
going to coast right through there.
Yeah. I missed that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he did. I know he missed it. But
Only because I'm not one of the ones buying it when I'm there, and I'm not saying you are because I don't think you do, but I'm just saying.
Well, Nick's going to take that one down.
No, now that you mention that, you get on a break out there from poker, and you walk inside,
I
and
know.
you can just smell it comes in on guys'
know,
clothes
I
and
know,
their
I
breath,
know.
and
Yeah.
if you're not into that, it's kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, for me, one of my favorite stops is definitely our Florida stop. Get to see Dom Nero, a good friend of ours down in Daytona Beach, Florida, and I sometimes selfishly, some of my favorite stops are the food, and there, there's a beach, and there it's usually sunny because it's Florida, and I live in the Midwest, so it's a good escape for me. But a lot of great properties out there that we deal with, but definitely going down there to see Dom and Amy and the gang, always one of my favorites.
My second favorite, only by a hair, behind Black Hawk, is Thunder Valley.
Thunder Valley.
I love
yeah.
going out there, and Ben's great, and that property's wonderful. It's brought my wife out there one time, got to go shopping in town, and just it's just a great place to be.
Yeah, we did an interview at the pool there last time.
Yeah. She was sitting in the background. She
Yeah.
said, "Don't you dare introduce me. I'll never talk to you again." She was scared to death.
Yeah, the California series always fun.
Yep.
And then all these Ameristar properties that we go to. And what I like most about these Ameristars is it seems like every hotel room is a suite. They're all like suite styles and plenty of room and too much room for just me. But it's fantastic. I thought about bringing my cat on this trip, but I left him.
What I like about this Ameristar property is that I get to sleep in my own bed at night.
All right. All right, so here we go. A little bit of a race, folks. You see the percentages. Joseph with the best of it now, but
one way.
those four is going up against the Ace King. You know
did?
how this can end.
And this is
Rebuttals
a
will be
huge
tough.
hand for the complexion of this final
that's the
table.
least way to weight the coin.
And Joseph
If
is
it
all
was
in for
the
his
other way.
tournament life. So he needs this to hold up.
Once the chip leader, if he wins this hand, he'll double to almost 5 million in chips.
What do you like here, Craig? What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I'm partial to Ace King
I
right
kind
now,
of am
so
too.
I
It just makes those fours look so much smaller.
Yeah.
And, it comes down to the flop here. This is the big part of this.
50-50's 50-50, no matter how you look at it. So, you can't really say you have a favorite, I guess.
All right, to the flop we go. What's in the window? It's the 10.
Good.
10's
Oh,
the
my
jack.
God.
So,
Queen, king, or ace.
Yeah, good flop.
Or
there
running
for
clubs.
Michael.
Sweaty boy.
Incredibly, his hand, the percentage improves.
Yeah, isn't that something? After the flop, missing it, he's got all those outs now.
And the paired board helps.
There's
Oh,
the king,
there
just
it
like
is.
that. It's just hard to beat that ace king.
Yep.
Joe needs that last four. There was one fold pre-flop.
Joe's going to need to see one of their main
Clubs.
Not Joe will be eliminated.
going to leave us in 6th place.
All right,
Let's see the river
let's go to the river card.
River
It's the
card is
queen
Wow.
of clubs, and that is going to do it for Joe. Going out in 6th place, $30,212. And talk about what this does to the complexion now of this final table as we are 5-handed.
Yeah, the table gets shorter, obviously. Joe, once our chip leader, instilled a little bit of fear, I think, in some of the other players. Mike is playing great. Just added 2.5 million chips to his stack. He's up above 6 million in chips. I think he's got an opportunity here to run away with this.
Yeah, he's going to be tough to beat the way he's playing, and he can make some mistakes, which I don't anticipate that he will, and he could sustain a bad beat or two, and still come back and win it.
Well, I'm hoping Joe can stop by here and chat with us, and we can talk about some of those hands. And he was butting heads out there, and it was quite the battle, up and down. But he does leave us going out in 6th place with $30,212. So we keep the action going back down in the felt here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago. I want to thank everybody for joining us here on the live stream. I'm James. This is Jason from Windy City, and then down there at the end, Craig Casino, a local grinder here in the
Local
Chicago
knucklehead.
area.
And a legend.
A legend.
Your Sean Connery impression's better than your Chicago impression, James. Just saying.
All right.
Well, then the game is on.
It's always interesting to see the next hand after an elimination like that, It's kind of like after dinner break. Everybody comes back a little lethargic. You can kind of maybe get away with a couple of freebies there because people are just, digesting that meal, and they get their cards in the muck a little quicker.
Jake thinking about it.
he's been thinking about it a lot. You know, he's been getting pretty frisky over there in the one seat.
And Daniel's going to make
He's,
the call.
he's just always thinking, how can I win this hand? You know, what do I know up to this point? Why, you know, can I get these guys off their hands?
It is all in out of the big blind. Actions back to Daniel on the button.
Okay, thank you. I'm just told by our producer, Zach, that Joe's going to go to the cage, and that's going to be it. So he's not going to join us on the web stream today. So we'll congratulate him now. Thanks for playing, Joseph.
But a great game, and as it often does, most of the finish for him came down to that one hand, where he lost a decent-sized pot and about half of his chips. And the blinds go up, and you find yourself in a spot where you've got one decision to make.
Yeah, and how do you feel about that, Craig, going in your tournament life with a hand like some pocket fours? Do you almost want to wait for a better opportunity for two overs?
Really, I would.
I mean,
because,
honestly,
again, we talked about that earlier. You're either already crushed or you're 50-50.
Yeah, what
and
really
so,
is a pair of fours or threes or twos against,
you're praying.
against
you're praying.
any two cards, you know, that are obviously going to be higher than that, you know.
Yeah, you're praying that it works out, but I don't know. You know, Stan mentioned Vin was playing really great poker yesterday, and it's an example today again. I mean, he hasn't had much to work with. He's on the short stack this whole final table. He's not panicking. He's keeping his head in the game. And, you know, you never know. He could come out of nowhere. If this gets down to heads up, anybody can win a heads up match. I mean, it's going to be hurt, you know, but, I mean, you just got to get some hands.
I really like Michael's chances. I really do. I just think momentum is going his way. He's catching some cards, and he's calm and he's cool. A couple of nines and a six, 2 diamonds. But, you know, we'll see. Anything can happen. You know?
Yep.
Bad beats can happen. Anything, you know.
I expect Michael to keep putting pressure on people now at this point.
Anything can happen is the reason we keep playing this game.
Yeah.
It is. It sure is.
Certainly the reason I keep playing this game.
It can be awfully frustrating at times.
Well, I told you the story about that bonehead who had 1/3 of a big blind earlier, and with the blinds at 30, 60,000, and it worked out okay. So, yeah, anybody can win.
Yeah, I think, it was Bernard Lee got you a police escort to come back in the building. Waved out. They shut the street down. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Craig's coming back.
Got you some of that brain water.
You know, actually, I think he carried you in on his shoulders, too. That's what it was. Because you're like, I don't want to walk to the table. So he picked you up, hoisted you over his back.
Nursed you back to health.
You have to.
With that cask he carries around his neck, St. Bernard. I do hope he gets a chance to listen to this.
I know. It's been a while since I've seen Bernie, though, so I hope somebody does reach out to him and tell him we were telling him good things about him. Okay, so here Jacob all in on his A6. A hand I just hate to play. That ace and the 6, I just want to throw the 6 and put it in my mouth.
Yeah, four-handed, that's pretty, you know, I mean, he's just deciding to go with it.
Yeah, he's got the ace.
Are those 5s or 6s?
Yes, it is 5.
Does Jacob look a little, I don't know, a little testy these last couple of hands? I mean, he's just trying to get something going here, you know?
To me, he looked like that on day 2. I mean, he just, I think he's pretty consistent in his,
that's just
just to me.
Nice guy. I told you I met him
this
this morning at the Sabaro. We both had a slice of pizza. Best way to start my morning off. I missed the gym. Take a phone call from Craig, and then I head over to Sabaro. But a lot of great dining options here. And last night I got to eat in the restaurant downstairs, the steakhouse, and we actually sat back and watched the Heartland Poker Tour when it came on TV. But just great dining options, and if you're ever in the Chicagoland area, do me a favor and stop by this beautiful property, the Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago, and it's conveniently located just 40 minutes from downtown Chicago. And we took an Uber last night and got around no problem. We got stuck behind a train. That's the only thing. It's kind of an industrial area over here, so we went all the way around to get stuck by the other train. So that's how we were running. We played poker last night too, and it was running just like the train. So now all in.
Yeah, Finn's really gotten short stacks.
He has. And, you know, sometimes hands like this, Craig, King 5 of clubs, I'd almost rather have that than a small pocket pair for my tournament life, you know?
Yeah,
Just seems like sometimes you got more options with something like that. Go out on your own terms.
The 2 clubs doesn't hurt too much.
No.
And Jake's going to fold it. And to be fair to Jake, because you guys were talking about that look he had on his face, he is a Lions fan, and that makes it that much harder.
So true, my friend. So true.
When I was a kid, I was at a basketball game. It was at the Detroit Pistons game, and I was sitting right next to Barry Sanders.
Oh,
And it was
wow.
Shortly after he had announced his retirement, and I was a kid, and I said, when are you going to come back to football? We need you. Please come back. And I ended that game crying after he told me that he was not coming back to play football.
I bet.
So that's when I was about done with the Detroit Lions. No offense to you Lions fans out there. A lot of great Lions fans. But you'll have more fun with the Steelers, trust me.
Yeah.
So you're headed out to Pittsburgh in a couple of months it's your first event at the Rivers Casino.
Sure is.
Right?
Yep. Yeah. Really excited about that. All the information on the webpage at hptpoker.com. Yeah, we're trying to get some new stops out there and meet some new friends. And, the East Coast, we haven't done a ton on the East Coast. Went to Turning Stone twice. Where else, Craig? Florida, I guess. Other than that, that's really about it for the East Coast, So going on this cruise, so we'll be off over there in a couple different countries, but yeah, not a whole lot on the East Coast, and we're trying to change that this year and get more events. So,
Well, I know Stan's happy. Stan Jablonski's happy it's going to be in Pittsburgh because it's a 30-minute drive from his house.
Oh, yeah,
he has to
sure.
fly everywhere else. We have these, so he's looking forward to it being so close.
That's great. I might have to come out and join you guys for that one.
yeah,
That'd be
it's gonna
great.
Be fun.
Pittsburgh's an excellent little big city.
Yeah, no,
A
it
lot of
sure
great
is.
people.
Sure is. Yeah.
My son told me that. He works for the government, and they had him there for a couple weeks for some training, and he said, God, I never knew Pittsburgh was so beautiful.
Yeah.
He just loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some friends out there, and
My in-laws are there.
very cool. All right, over to Daniel. Now looks down at King Jack. Not a bad hand, as we're four-handed. Four-handed, or are we five-handed? Five-handed. Daniel's going to raise it up.
Blind versus blind. King Jack, a pretty darn good hand.
And Vin's got to know that Daniel realizes that he's going to be shoving with a lot of hands, so he must have something to be leading into the pot here.
Vin's just going to make the call.
250,000 and a call.
Vin's going to see a flop. Okay, it's Queen 10, 6,
Queen,
couple
king.
of diamonds, so
They're both open-ended.
Yep.
I'm all in.
Vin's going to move all in.
and Vin's going to go all in, and I think we're going to see a call.
Daniel's going to need a count.
He's going to ask for a
Daniel
count.
has asked for a count.
Is that right? About 1.2 million for him to call, Craig. What's
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
what's the decision here? What's the
I don't know. What's let's see. I'm looking at the 2.8. I don't know. Your hand's not made yet, so I would probably fold the open under here personally.
He'll be getting 3-2 on a call.
Yeah.
He's got to figure probably his king is good as
I was going to say
Yeah.
you got a king in your
But
hand.
he's got to
That's-
figure the jack is not. So I mean,
Right.
so he's going to have to hit. So
was an ace or a 9.
It's looking like he's going to make this call.
Over there.
I think it's really close.
yeah, it's like 40% of his stack.
Yeah.
It's quite a bit to put out there on an open ender.
He made the call. I actually was doubting myself there.
Wow. Good luck, guys.
He's going to make the call.
And he's thrilled, of course, to see he's sharing a card. He's ahead.
Yeah, he was hoping that maybe Vin had a lower pair or something, and he had more of a chance than he does.
Vin's had this alligator blood, and we'll see if he can continue this, catching cards on the end. He won't do it on the turn. He'll wait for the river.
That's
We
right.
know
Of
that
course.
much for sure.
All right, Daniel does have King of Hearts, Jack of Diamonds. Vin has
Daniel
Jack
looks
of
like the
Hearts.
guy who's all in for his tournament life, doesn't he? He doesn't look real happy about the
Currently in the
situation.
lead with his King High. Vin's tournament life
This is as good as it gets in
is
this
at
one.
risk. Let's see the turn card.
Everybody on their feet here at the Ameristar. Go to that turn card.
Turn card is
It's the 7 of hearts. So
And I'll almost guarantee you the next card's like the deuce of clubs.
With King High.
Daniel needs to avoid a king
Vin's
or
gonna
an
need to
8
see a king.
in order to eliminate Vin.
Or an 8.
let's go to that river card. A 3 million chip
Vin's going to need to see
pot.
a king or an 8, where he's going to leave us in 5th place. Let's see the river card. River card is the
Ace
ace
of
of diamonds. Dan's going to make an ace side straight. Let's get Vin around
So
of
that
applause.
is Broadway for
Good luck, guys.
Daniel, and that is going to do it
If
for
I
Vin.
shove,
He
I get
has
the blinds, but I don't get the
eliminated, and I
knockout.
can't wait to get Vin back here and talk to him about his play. But a nice payday for him, $38,928. Wow, he got out of here really fast. And now, I don't have to ask you this, now we are down to our final 4 players. So as Vin exits, guys, what's the strategy now for these final 4 players? What do they got to do for our next champion to be that champion?
You want to take this one, Craig? Okay. Well, obviously, it's a short-handed table. They're four-handed. A couple of them have been fairly aggressive. A couple of them have been waiting for their spots. But there's going to be a lot more action. With fewer players at the table, hand strength improves dramatically with only 4 players at the table. So as you said before, an ace-jack is like an ace-king when you're 5- or 6-handed. An ace-9 starts to look really good when you're 4-handed.
No question, and you just have to keep ramping up the aggression because the guys that play on their heels are the ones that are going to have a real tough time. Those are the guys that they're waiting for hands. And if you're just always waiting for hands, you're just never going to get there. I mean, you might.
Believe me, I understand that. In the meantime,
they just pick up more chips along the way.
Right now, every player guaranteed 4th place money, $53,369. 3rd place is $77,095. 2nd place, $117,600.
Got you another barrel back.
1st place, $190,417. We talk about it a lot here on the HPT. It's truly life-changing cash.
A lot of money.
All right, let's get back to the action.
This could get awkward.
Yes, it could get awkward. I want to thank my guests here, Jason from Windy City, as well as Greg Casino. Great to have everybody with us. It's been a fun week. We had a lot of side events. It wasn't just the main event, a ton of side events. Do you ever get into side events at these, Craig? I don't see you playing a lot of them.
Because at my age, I just don't want to play too many hours. And it's
what are you, like 70? I mean, come on, you're at my age. You're not that old.
I just can't. I know that the grind of the HPT itself could be like consecutive days of 12, 13 hours.
for sure.
And it could be 3 days in a row, could be 4 if you don't get through on 1A or 1B. So it's just a lot. And I've got things to do at home, so like I get here like last minute or as close to the main event as I can, and I play it then.
Did you get a chance to play with Greg Fossilman Raymer at all on this trip? He was here.
Not this trip, no. Okay. No, we both made it through on different days, and we
you guys
played.
are good friends, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we made 2 final tables together, and he knocked me out of 1, and I knocked him out of 1. So we're hoping to get back there another day to see who gets the bragging rights.
And Jason, I was when I talk about those when Greg won those 4 HPT events in 1 year. I tell you what, it was amazing. Just watching it, I'm like, how is this happening? And there was a couple of times where he was all in for his tournament life, caught a card, bam, he all of a sudden takes down the whole tournament. Does it 4 times in 1 year. Yeah. It's just something that it just doesn't happen. And the media didn't pick up on it as much as I thought they should have, because it was an awesome thing that he did. Just to get through that many people.
I heard one player one time at the table, 2 of them actually conversing. They said, "Yeah, well, the fields weren't that big," and I stopped them right there. I said, "Hey, wait a minute." I said, "You could play 4 10-man tables. Never mind 150 players and 90 players and 200 players, and not win all 4 of them. And chances are you won't. So to overcome an HPT main event with 4 fields, it was an amazing. It'll never be duplicated. It'll never be duplicated.
I don't think so. And I've had other players say, well, how many times did he buy in? And I was like, yeah, maybe there was a couple that he did buy in 3 or 4 times, but you could give me unlimited buy-ins, and I don't think I could do that. I could try that event after event, and it's going to be really hard for me to do what he did. It was awesome. And he's obviously a good poker player. We know that. He's a World Series, a poker main event champion. He came back the next year and I think finished like 13th or something crazy like that. But you know how this works, Craig. Everything's got to be clicking. Everything's working.
Exactly. And he played with so much confidence. I was one of the ones he knocked out on his way to the 4.
Oh, wow.
In Iowa at Prairie Meadows. And he was playing well. He just saw everything that was happening, and his math was working, and just everything was working out for him.
He's such an intelligent guy, too. Yeah. I mean, he's a patent attorney, by trade. That's what he did for years. And, again, you talk about these stories about these individuals that we get to meet. He's one of them that I've got to spend a lot of time with. But, when I go back to, I got an email about this the other day. What's my favorite HPT memory? And I'd have to say one of them was for surely when we were out at Doyle Brunson's house in Las Vegas for an interview that we were there for a better part of 6 or 7 hours. And I just sat with Doyle and interviewed him. and his wife came over, and his daughter, and we just
That had to be amazing
It
for
was
you.
amazing. It was. I read the book on the flight out, and then we interviewed him one afternoon, and something I'll always remember.
That whole year with his when you inserted his,
Yeah, it was
it
fun.
was just great.
Yeah, we called it a poker life with Doyle Brunson, and want to thank our friends at Ace Play that helped sponsor that event. So we've got an all-in here by Dan Jacob.
And Mike on the button with 2 Broadway cards. He's got King 10. Our graphics are just catching up with us, but he's got King 10 offsuit. And a little bit of a decision based on how big of a bet this is.
Oh, so Michael, who went all in here? Daniel.
Oh.
Jacob did, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
Jacob.
confused by the...
1.610.
Yeah, Jacob is all in. Right? Yeah.
1.610.
And it's 1.610 million in chips. So 16 big blinds, give or take. I love round numbers.
Right.
And the decision is on Mike right now. We can see Mike's cards now.
Because you can see that all-in button in front of Jacob.
And Mike has 225,000.
He made the call. Okay, so he's ahead. It's King 10 for Michael. Makes the call. Tournament life at risk is Jacob. And I believe it was Queen 10.
That makes one of us.
Hey, a little bit of smile. A little bit of a smile out of our guy.
Let me know what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Kurt was doing back here. Isn't he running the live stream?
Well, that might explain a few things.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. That might explain everything. Wow,
There
look
we
at
go.
this. Michael is out. He's hitting the vape zig out in the hallway. All right, so King 10, Queen 10, the flop
3
is
for a
ace,
sweat.
deuce, 5. So there's cards there. Running cards could be a chop. Great shot. Look, he's hiding. He's hiding back there. Michael's having a good
Jake
time.
looking for a queen. Not on the turn.
So now Jacob, the only card that can help him is a queen.
That's right. He's about 7% on the river.
Or a 6 of spades will work too.
6 of spades. He
Put
said.
another 6 of spades
6 of
out there.
spades will foul the
Next
deck.
hand.
And we'll have to
Right.
unroll it and start
Yeah,
over.
we talked about this before.
Did you? That's my favorite joke.
See the river card?
Let's go to that river. It's the ace of hearts, and that is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the hand is Michael. We give Jacob a round of applause as he exits stage left. 4th place money.
I ripped the hand earlier and
Nothing
flopped it
wrong
straight.
with that.
7-8 against that one.
$53,569. You could put a nice down payment down on a new Tesla.
That's right. He could take an Uber all the way to Ford Field.
He could take an Uber all the way to Ford Field. Try to think what that Uber would cost.
It would be a lot, but nowhere near the $53,000.
Yeah, and it'd be like $700. It'd be like
Yeah.
$700, $800. I mean, that's nothing.
He
Or
played.
You go ahead. I was just
I was
going to
say he played
another
really well. He
car
just didn't have a
comment.
lot of cards to work with throughout the
did.
day here.
He played
Okay.
great.
Dead small blind in his hand.
So a dead small, you hear a tournament director, Jeremy Smith. We're down to our final 3 now, guys. And
All right.
we see
Gotta
this
give them their goods
sometimes in the
back,
HPT where things just all of a sudden start, speeding up, especially after players, lose some chips and the blinds continue to go up.
All right.
That's right. We'll have no small blind. Dan is in the big blind. Mike folds.
There just hasn't been a weak spot at this table. This has been a really talented group of players.
All right, so 3rd place money, they're all guaranteed just over $77,000, and then 2nd place, 6 figures, 117 and change, and just over $190,000 for 1st place. So we made it. We started with 9 here, and we've been playing for about 5 hours because we started at noon, and now we are down to our final 3. So predictions aren't going to change for me. I still like Michael. I just think the way things are going for him and the way he's playing, anything short of a disaster for him. And I think he's right now. It's his tournament to lose.
I agree with you. It's hard for me to pick another player. If I'm forced to, I'll take Nick. But I've said from the beginning I thought Mike has played great, and he had a couple of things go his way.
No, that makes him sick.
It certainly favors Michael, but again, just somebody gets on a run of cards, boy, it just changes that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He's going to get a walk.
Walk with the old 9-7.
That's right, the Destroyer.
The Destroyer.
And he's up above 8 million chips. That lead's getting pretty big there. Twice as many chips as Daniel has.
So now, you know, when you're the other, all these players, Craig, are talking about the money here, 77,000 up to 117,000. Okay, just that jump right there. What are we talking? 83, 90? Yeah, I mean, that right there is a new Prius.
It
and
is.
A trip to Florida.
It is, but you know, you get down to the final three, you just want.
You
you want to win this thing, and you know, you just don't want to make any mistakes. The cards will be what the cards are, and as long as you play as your best, you'll be able to deal with it internally. It's when you make a mistake and you get yourself knocked out that you want to kick yourself.
When you've made it this far, you don't want to do something stupid now. You know, 590 entries and you're down to the final three. How many times are you gonna have a chance to win a tournament? You know, you're down to the final three. This is go time. You know, you can't afford to. You just got to continue to play your game.
No, you really have to relish the moment if you make a final table like this in an event like this, because you know it may never happen again. You know,
Right.
it just may not.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We had the dealer in my home game a few years back, and you guys may know him. I'm not sure if I'll say his name or not, but he was the dealer in our home game every Wednesday night. Dealt the game, young guy. We found out on his birthday one year that he had turned 21. We thought, oh, you weren't 21. We didn't realize that. That summer went out and played in the Monster Stack at the World Series. Finished in 12th for about 100 grand. I followed him into the cage and I said, you know, this guy, he won all this money last year. He didn't make all the right decisions with it. This other guy, don't assume you're going to be back here. Went on this insane tear.
Wow.
Final tables, won an event, second place in another event, won a bunch of money. But even then, it's really tough to stay on top, and he's gone a year and a half without a significant cash.
Yeah, it is. It's tough. You know, it's.
And I love telling the story, especially when he's around, because he never took a single hand of poker in our game. He was the dealer.
You know, we've seen dealers make the transition to player. We've even seen a couple dealers win the HPT here, and there's something to be said about being around poker that much and watching it in and out and watching the players, you know. Just like us here, I hope that this is helping our game. Turn card is the 5 of clubs. I think with anything, it might make Craig a little more loosey-goosey. He's seen all these other guys.
No, if anything, I'm tightening up.
And my game only has one direction to go, so I know it's helping.
You know what would be fun, Craig, is to take one of your old episodes, 3 of spades here. Look at that. The wheel comes in for Nick. But it would be fun to have you commentate one of your old episodes where we could ask you, what the hell were you thinking here, guy?
Well, you could do that on Colorado. I mean, I made some aggressive moves, and they worked out. I don't think I did anything really stupid, but you know, I had a little more the luxury of having the chip lead go to the final table, so that, you know, that takes some of the pressure off.
I don't think Dan can call here.
That's 1 million.
Yeah, Nick made a full pot-size bet basically on the river after making his hand, and they had both checked the turn. Nick was the aggressor on the flop as well, and Dan called with second pair.
Guys love making hero calls, though. They just love it. Some people get addicted to it.
You speaking from experience there, Hero?
Yeah. Once you make a couple really good calls.
He made the call. I kind of thought he was going to, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it out loud in case I was wrong, but I kind of thought he was going to make that call.
There's nothing wrong with making that call. I mean, you look at that board, it's like, boy, really? Is he going to have ace deuce, or is he going to have, I don't know, 6-7? Anything's possible, but
whenever I'm in Dan's spot there, and I said I don't think Dan's going to make the call, only because Dan's a better poker player than I am, not because I think that it was a mistake for him not having seen the hole cards. Whenever I'm in his spot and I make that call, my opponent always has at least 2 pair.
Yeah, it's funny how, I mean, they do have it most of the time. 90% of the time they're going to have a hand that's going to beat you that they're representing. But like in this situation with 3 players left, they know each other is going to be aggressive and take shots at things, and you have to weigh that into this. And so, again, if you're going to play scared, I mean, I respect the fact that he made that call there, and I'm sure I would have, but I just, I would have been wrong.
All right, guys, our next event is Boomtown, New Orleans. It starts Thursday with a $350 no-limit event, $100,000 guarantee on that one as well. And then next weekend with the $1,100 main event. It's just a 15-minute drive from the French Quarter, but it's really cool that we're starting it off with that Thursday $350 no-limit event, $100K guarantee on that. So all the information on the website. at hptpoker.com. And it's really a good weekend for people. It's Super Bowl weekend. Why not hop on a plane, get yourself a nice hotel room, and you can hang out in the French Quarter when you're not playing cards. And it sounds like a good time. All the information at hptpoker.com.
One of the great cities in this country, New Orleans.
Yep. I had my first stop there this year.
I've never been there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The first live hand of poker I ever played in a casino was in New Orleans.
Flop is queen, 9-5, couple of spades. Michael gets the best of it here. Turn card, jack of hearts. Nick just with ace high, he's going to get out of the way. Michael dragging chips, dragging pots.
He looks pretty disappointed to have won that hand, doesn't
Yeah, getting tired. His arms are getting tired.
That's right.
Stacking all those chips. It's so funny in poker. We stack them, we put them out. Lose them, we get them back. We stack them, we put them out. You hope at the end of it you got all of them.
That's right. That's a nice parallel to golf, really, just chasing that ball around.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly.
Get to that ball, hit it, then have to go find it again.
We had a female dealer in day two, and she was just chucking the chips at you. Like you win the pot, she'd put her hand on it, she just shoved those things over. I said, I didn't know we needed a cup to play, to play at your table. She started laughing.
And Mike's going to take down the pot.
Mike's going to win that pot. Three-handed poker. Yeah, I've had a few people ask me about our New Orleans stop. It is the first time that we've been over to that property. So Boomtown, New Orleans, $1,100 main event, and that'll be next weekend. Nice little drive there from the French Quarter. So meeting some new friends down in that part of the country.
That sounds great. I'm being harassed a little bit by text and on Twitter. So if you'd like to harass me, at Chicago Jason is my Twitter handle. Right next to at Craig Casino 1. Make sure you get a dig in there for him.
That's a pretty good Twitter handle. That's something you could almost sell. At Chicago Jason. Is that what, that's a
Name
good
your price, James.
Right, exactly.
It's on the market.
Everything's for sale.
And you can also find me at chicagopoker.club, which is kind of a fun web address there.
So talk about how the laws work here in Illinois with the charity poker events, because I live in the Midwest. I live in the Hawkeye State, and we don't have things like that. So explain it.
Sure. It's changed a little bit in recent years, and I used to be a little bit more involved in the charity poker events in Chicago. But what I do know is that you have to be a nonprofit organization, a 501c3, and you have to be in business for a couple of years in order to get a charitable gaming license. Once you do that, you can run a certain number of events a year. I think it's 8 events, and the venue has to have their own license. And then there are some rules in terms of what you can take away. You can get back, of course, your buy-in, and then a nominal amount of money in cash. And then prizes are supposed to be what's rewarded.
Is that it? So it's all prize-based, and the charity keeps essentially all the 100% of the buy-ins and the rebuys?
Well, they can. There are 2 different types of events. There are some of the bigger charities have events where all the prizes are donated and they keep all of the money as a donation to the charity. And then there are others where the prize pool is paid out, but it's done so more creatively. So, for example, I could get an airline gift card, but I couldn't get cash for a certain amount of money, or I could get gold bars for first place, but I couldn't.
That's actually how I got my job on the HPT. Is we gave away a $10,000 seat to the World Series main event through a local Shrine Club. So the Shrine contacted me. I was working at a TV station, and I loved poker, and I said, yeah, let's do it. So we rolled out our production trailer. We gave away the seat. I hired a crew. We had our trailer and our truck there, and I did the commentary. And I took that video after it aired locally in Iowa, and I sent it to the Heartland Poker Tour. And about 2 weeks later, they called me back and said, hey, it wasn't the best thing we've ever seen, but you know what? You actually did something. Everybody just asked us for a job. Why don't you come to Minnesota? So they invited me up to Minnesota, and got to meet the guys and hit it off with everybody. And how the story ends was I got into a $150 bounty event up at Mille Lacs Lake in Minnesota. And all I cared about in that bounty, all I wanted was the fleece jackets that they were giving away. If you knocked out the bounty, the owners of the HPT, you got the jacket and a $100 bill. Well, I knocked out Todd Anderson, and I didn't care about anything else. I had the cool jacket, which now I have 15 of them in my. That's all I wanted was that jacket. I went on to win the tournament, $5,723. I got the job. The rest is history.
That's fantastic. That's the way to do it.
It was, yeah. It was like drop the microphone. That's it.
Then you had to pick the microphone right back.
I did, yeah. I had to pick the microphone up. Good one.
He detected it.
Yeah. All right, so king, queen going up against the tens here.
And Nick does not want to make a set.
No, he
No,
doesn't.
he sure does not. As that gutter ball there just for Michael. The bet is 500,000.
That's how I went out in Vicksburg. I hit the set.
Oh.
Yeah, I just called it. We were in the studio over the weekend.
Yep.
It was hard to watch that.
Yeah.
Hard to watch that.
It's harder to feel it when you're sitting at the table, especially when you know exactly where you are. But with the chips that were in the pot, the chips I had left after the hands that I'd already played that I got nailed on, it just put that all together. But there was one card to come, and I let the fact that there was one card left to come, and I had a set. The board could pair it. It had quads or the full house. That was the deciding factor that put me over the top to make the call.
And the villain had already made his straight, and
Yeah.
Craig said all, and
Yeah.
before he could get
Yeah.
to the end, the guy said, I call.
Oh, my gosh.
And he had the cards tabled. You weren't drawing dead, though. I mean, you
Yeah.
still had a chance to boat up, but I think it was that deuce of clubs on the river. All right, look at this.
Yep.
Pocket aces now. Is he going to get anybody to come along for the ride?
Probably not Nick.
So do you have to play these
Oh,
creatively?
he did. He made a
three-handed?
min-raise, yeah.
Going up against 9 Trey. Just not enough for his opponent to hang around too long in this. Going to check over to Daniel.
Let's do the turn.
He's going to check back, probably wise.
Jack of Hearts would have been a little more interesting.
Yeah, so now a queen for both players here, right? Yeah.
Daniel's going to take down the pot.
Daniel's going to take the nice. Pocket aces are good.
That was probably about the most he could expect to get
Oh,
out of
yeah.
that. He made a min-raise, got a call.
Yep.
Nick
Jack
had
of
9
Hearts.
high.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack of Hearts would have
Jack
been
of
really
Hearts would
interesting.
have been interesting. Yeah.
Craig would have gone all in.
No.
Well, guys, we're at 399 people here on the stream. That's great
Oh,
to
that's
see.
nice.
And it's nice that it's working. It's not stalling. And a lot of times, and you know this, Jay, we're fighting with internet issues, firewall issues, bandwidth issues. So it's nice to be in a property here. And we're constantly working on our live stream to make sure it's good for you guys, the television viewing audience. So thanks for joining us. 400 is a nice number for us here on the HPT.
It's lovely when the technology works for you. We're on about a 15-minute delay. I heard you say often we're on about an hour delay as we take the file and we upload it to YouTube
Right,
because
yeah.
the live stream wasn't working for us.
Sure.
And we don't know what Mike has here, but we know that Dan flopped 2 pair with his 4 in the paired board.
Third card is the 8 of spades.
Daniel checks. And Mike checks. Let's see the river.
Check, check. River card, 5 of diamonds.
Daniel's first act.
And now he's going to lead the river.
Yeah, story doesn't make sense.
That's an interesting line.
I think Michael might have something, and he's was trying to induce that. Doesn't look like he does, but he may have.
I think he's thinking about whether Jack High is any good. That's what I think.
The power of the chips.
He's going to raise. Power of the chips is right.
1,100,000. 1.1 is the total bet for the raise. Action back to Daniel. 1,100,000 is the current bet.
I like the HPT patches. This guy's branded well. I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it.
He's
He's a commercial.
got the guns covered.
He sure does.
Now this is really interesting because that's a great flop, obviously, for a hand like 9-4. Pair 10s with a 4. So he's made the pair. He's got 2 pair. And he checks the flop, which I understand. And then he checks the turn again. Keeps the pot small, but starts to get a little bit dangerous for him.
Yeah.
And now he's got a decision.
It's always a lot easier to make the hero calls when the board's paired. Just taking that one extra card away from the possibility that, your opponent's paired up. Of course, you could have a set, but I doubt that. 3 of a kind, I should say.
Daniel taking his time with this decision here.
Yeah, it's a mark of a good player, though. You know that a lot of guys just muck those fours, and he's trying to figure out how the hand was played.
He's going to fold.
And Khan just saw that four.
Yeah, he showed it to him. Again, Michael just really in the groove right now. He's in the pocket.
Oh, the big one?
Oh, he told him something. Or he asked him something.
I think he's having fun.
Yeah.
How much fun is it out there?
You get a pair?
Greg? It's got to be. When you're on a big stage.
It's just, I mean, you know.
And you're on a free roll now. You know, I mean, worst case, you go home with 77,000. I mean, some of us have never had. Most of us have never had that opportunity. Me included. You know,
I'm 55 years old and I'm sitting home watching poker on TV for 10 years, and I'm sitting there thinking, God, how cool would that be just one time to be at one of those TV tables? You know, and then you finally get there. It's so cool.
And then to play well, you know, that's the best part. You get there, you play well. And we got Mike Puccio coming in. How's your guy Vin? Is he okay? Is he all right after getting knocked out of the tournament? Yeah, isn't he one of your guys?
Danny.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Danny.
I thought you were talking to Vin too. I wasn't sure.
No, he was just information from us.
Oh, gotcha. That's what Yeah, he's talking to the enemy.
Everybody was bluffing.
Oh, so are you and Dan good friends then? You guys go way back?
Actually, we go back a ways back.
Talking to Mike Puccio right now, our champion from a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Didn't see the end. Mike was asking what happened on that board where the ace 10-6 is this flop, couple of diamonds.
And Mike limped in on the small blind. Flopped a pair. And that's good enough.
That's good enough. That's a fold. So, Mr. Puccio, who do you like besides your horse here? Do you think he can take this thing down?
I think Michael's a solid player.
He sure is.
He's got some play.
Yeah, he really does. That, and we were talking about this, Pooch, things just going his way right now. He's really in the groove.
Yeah, but I've noticed he'll call the pre-flop. He'll call pre-flops, but he'll play a post. You know, and I think he's really good at figuring out what the heck you have, and then he plays accordingly. Doesn't matter what two cards.
No, he's mixing it up. He's totally mixing it up, and you know, he's playing some good poker. Is what he's doing.
Yeah, it's hard to put him on something.
Yeah, that's what I said that earlier. It's really hard to put him on a hand.
He's not fun to play with.
No, there's times we're seeing his cards, and I don't believe those are the cards. he's got me tricked.
Well, Nick, happy to see Mike fold on the button as he's going to raise it up from the small blind. And Danny gets out of the way.
So it's always fun to have a friend that's in the game, especially if you have a piece of them. When I guess 10% of 77,000, it's pretty easy math. That's.
Yeah, I was coming no matter what. Now we have to figure out what we're going to do with the money.
Well, yeah, probably. We're leaving on a cruise. We got room on the cruise. You can come hang out with us this weekend.
Oh, I think we'll see you in Colorado.
Colorado, for sure.
We got a good Twitter handle for sale.
We do have a good Twitter handle for sale. 7,700 will take it right now.
Yeah, that's about right.
You know, we'll go as low as 7,000. Actually, you could have a new one.
Talk to my new negotiator.
Right. Sporting the Aria jacket, one of my favorite places to visit when I'm out west. Love stopping out at the Aria. Great poker room.
That's my home in Las Vegas as well.
It's, good stuff out there.
If they'd give me a room once in a while, I wouldn't complain, James.
Yeah.
In case anybody's listening.
Right, yeah, exactly. We'll wear hats and T-shirts and anything. We'll even have to change our Twitter handle if you want us to. That's not a problem. We'll take the F&B.
Now, a less experienced player in Michael's position, they might see how things have been going for him, be in a hurry to get the tournament over with, make mistakes. I don't see Mike Hahn doing that. I think he knows exactly where he is. He'll take his measured shots and take advantage of situations when he can, but I don't think you're going to see that.
7 deuce gets a walk there. That should pay something.
It's always nice.
Should be a round of shots or something from your opponents. If Pooch was in the game, he would just do it anyway. It doesn't take a 7 deuce walk.
That prop is off, Pooch. I don't care.
Always fun, the little props inside games you have in cash games.
I thought these guys would loosen up a little bit by now.
Well, you know, honestly, every player at this table has played good poker today, and nobody's really been in a hurry. Nobody's gotten crazy. Nobody's done anything really stupid, if you think about
He's
it.
playing very tight. Very
He sure
tight.
is, yeah.
That one hand.
They all
we
were
had,
playing tight.
The three guys all in. If he would have called that king queen, he could have knocked three guys out with that one hand.
We saw your guy Daniel fold to an all-in with ace king. Saw Daniel fold
Against ace king.
against ace king, yeah. And Craig and I were both talking. We're a couple of guys that really don't fall in love with that ace king. We just don't. Especially when I know, all right, it's this or nothing. I don't love the hand anyway. Probably gonna lose the two pair or something. Yeah, just get rid of it, you know.
Mike Hahn picked up another small pot. He's now got over 9 million in chips. And he's pretty close to having both of these guys covered.
Puccio, when you were three-handed, what was going through your mind? How did you switch gears when you got to three-handed like we're at right now?
Well, you start to get used to the people.
Yeah.
At that time. When you first get there, it's
Feeling everybody
kind of scary. But after you get to know everybody, you warmed up, and it's like, we've seen these guys for 3 days straight.
Right.
You know, it's you get to be relaxed and you're in the flow.
And your man is all in.
Your guy's all in. We're sweating it back here.
Well,
Your
we don't know what
buddy.
he has here yet.
And Nick's got a decision. He's on the button.
Yeah, that's.
I thought I saw pocket aces, but I'm not sure.
Probably close. I'd say kings maybe.
Oh, I don't think he's got a pair. I think he's got the same hand that he I think he's got the ace king. That's what he's got. It's suited in diamonds is going to be my guess. Got to make sure there wasn't a king of diamonds. Okay, we're getting a count. Do you see Nick making this call?
I think it's too much.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he's got ace king, ace queen, maybe.
Around 2
It
million.
certainly doesn't have to be that big.
Three-handed, he could have any.
Yeah, right.
He could have a little ace.
Yeah, good point. Doesn't have to be that good. Did you teach him everything he knows, Pooch? Are you kind of his coach, consigliere?
Him and I in the last 2 years have been talking a lot.
Have you?
We drive down here together. We've actually been playing.
1.895.
He's more of a slot machine player.
Wow.
It's the first of any.
I've never heard that from a Texas Hold'em player. I've heard of pit players,
Somebody's listening.
but I've never heard slot machine players.
Oh, video poker. He's into video poker.
He loves the Wheel of Fortune.
He and Alan Kessler. That's all. Kessler
Right?
does.
Yeah. Alan just hit a jackpot over the weekend, waiting to get into turbo.
That was a fold face we just saw.
Yeah.
Very
Come on,
good.
show it to us. Show it.
What you got, Danny?
Right about 1 minute left at this level.
1 minute left to go in the level. You heard Jeremy. We're not taking a break. I think we're going to keep
Oh, yeah,
going.
they're taking a 5-minute break.
Oh, they are?
This will likely be the last hand at 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 chip.
After
ante.
this, we're just going to go up to $500,000, $1 million. We decided to just
That's right.
give
Flip
this-
coins.
Exactly.
Do you remember my heads up?
I do, yeah.
It was like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I've been a part of a lot of those. Mike was just talking about his heads up action with about 2.5 hours. You know, it's funny. The crew guys are always, ready to get out whenever they see an all in. They're always like, they only cheer for the person that's the short stack in those situations. And they've got a lot of work to do and a lot of gear to pack up. But
Heads up, let's see the flops.
all right, we go to the flop.
This 5 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds.
9-5 tray, couple of diamonds.
Flops two pair.
Pretty good flop for Mike, huh?
Mike's gonna bet 100,000. Nick folds, and Mike's gonna take on the 5. That was the last hand.
Quick break.
That's the last hand at this level.
Quick break, 536.
And you're correct. The players are going to be on a 5-minute break.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take that break right now, but do me a favor, it's just 5 minutes, so make sure you make an appointment to come back here as we will continue the action right here on the HPT. Don't go too far.
15.
All right, folks, welcome back to the HPT live web stream here on Twitch.
What is it?
It's James Larson alongside Jason Finn. Is that what they call you, Finn? Craig, every time I put my coffee down, not every other, the first time I didn't say anything.
Hey, you got me on the corner here. It's easier
Got
for me
me
to
on
catch
the
my
corner.
pants on it.
So anyway, Jason Finn, if that's your real name, James Larson, Craig Casino, bringing you the live broadcast. Now, I'm not going to ask you guys who you think is going to win. Instead, I'm going to ask you guys, give me an over-under on how much time you think it's going to take to crown a winner of these three people. I guessed about 2 hours and 22 minutes.
Uh-oh, we have it all in.
Yeah, he might want to answer that after this.
Yeah, let's
I take
hold
the
on
under.
here.
Right.
That's fine.
You never know with those heads-up battles. Like
No,
Mike
it's-
Puccio was just saying, it took him 2.5 hours to get through his. So
That 7-6 can be a fun hand to play. He's going to fold.
Daniel's going to take down the 5.
Yeah, and Mike's been playing great selective poker. He's been the aggressor in almost every hand that he's played, or he's kept the pot small and made a great decision on the river. And it's really, as you said earlier, James, there's a $40,000 jump from third to second place, and then there's a $73,000 jump from second to first place. So nobody wants to make any mistakes here.
Nobody does.
And they've played for 3 days. So at this point, everybody's being really careful, certainly conscious of the time and the chips. But they're making good decisions.
Talked to some of the guys on break there, and everybody's in a pretty good mood. You know, not a lot of talk, not a lot of chatting, but they're all in a pretty good mood. But it's all business out there. It is all business out there. And I ran out to the table and I said, "Hey, I just want to wish you guys the best of luck." And they kind of said, "Thanks." That's all they said. Nobody's showing any emotion because they're in the zone, guys.
Yep.
They're into this, and it's cool to see. You have to take it seriously when you're playing for this kind of money.
A poker player's friends and family, when a poker player finishes in second place in the tournament, are ecstatic, right? Way to go. Oh, my
Right.
gosh, you won $117,000. Great job. And the poker player is miserable, right?
You know.
Yeah, 'cause-
You know, guys, the hardest part of my job was always doing the second place interviews, and I'd even say it. This is the hard, and these people would look like their dog had just gotten run over, and they were, oh, it's second place. I'm like, you're going over 6 figures.
Yeah.
What's wrong? All right, to the action we go, and some action could be happening here with the Queen Jack, pocket fours, and the Queen or Jack 7.
And Nick was first to act on the button with the Jack 7 suited, so he raised it up, and Daniel, getting a little bit of a discount in the small blind, made the call. And Mike's just going to call as well.
75,000 and a call.
I think this is this our first three-way flop?
Yeah, I think
once
so.
Once we lost our fourth player, I think so too.
believe so.
All right, to the flop we go. A couple of 8s and a deuce.
It's as good as you can hope for when you've got pocket fours, right?
Right.
Daniel checks. Over to Mike.
He knows the caller doesn't have a pair, but he's not sure about the opener.
400,000 is the current bet.
And you say that so casually, Craig, but I think that's really profound, probably, to a lot of people watching and listening.
Bet to Daniel, he folds as well.
He's going to fold. Michael takes down the pot.
Mike sees it the same way Craig did and takes advantage with the best hand.
With the best hand.
With the best hand, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said before, James Larson, my name, alongside Jason Finn from the Windy City Poker Tour. And Craig Casino, which when Craig's not playing poker, he's an arborist. You know what that is?
It has to do with trees.
It does have to do with trees. You are right about that. Maybe have you come over to my house and take
There
a
you
look
go.
at some of my little guys out
Little
there.
road trip to Iowa.
That would be all right. We'll tell the wife it's official business, and then we'll go find a 1-2 game down the street. I'll take you to that Big O game. We'll teach him how to play
That's
Big
right.
O. Just bring some money.
The O stands for oak, Craig.
You're right.
That's good.
So Michael opened from the small blind. And
Why wouldn't you with 8 deuce?
There you
It's
go.
a great blackjack hand.
And this is a great spot for Nick. He's going to 3-bet, and Mike got away from it really quickly, and that's what you were saying earlier about some players, when they get caught, they just dispose of it immediately.
Right.
But Mike's been opening a lot of hands and could have thought for a second about whether or not Nick was just playing back at him.
I heard something interesting out at the break. Hold on a minute. Joe Apaya, when he was playing, the other guys were saying that he was putting his chips on top of the mark, which is why his intentionally. They told him about it numerous times, and They're just figuring that, he didn't want players or other players knowing how he plays. So that's going to be a problem for the live stream. I mean, you'd think so going forward because you're going to see more and more players thinking about that and doing that.
Daniel with ace, jack of clubs, a great hand, three-handed. He's going to move all in. And Mike doesn't get a hand. I asked our producers in the back, and what's happening when you're not seeing those cards is the players just aren't showing them correctly on the RFID.
Yeah, early on I think we speculated that maybe one of the cards was flawed. And when that happens, when one card is flawed, we don't get to see either of them usually with this technology. But that obviously that wasn't the case.
No, and I think the dealers are going to have to be instructed. The table, I know we have a different felt on this time, but usually the felt has the square boxes. The dealers, if they don't see the cards in the box, they're going to have to insist that the player get it in there before they make their play. Because
such a touchy subject.
I know, but you get 3 or 4 players doing that. I mean, it's like it's kind of makes it tough for the live stream and the guys at home that want to watch it.
Absolutely. For years when I was out there telling the players how it all works and putting the microphones on, I mean, if a few players would be like, "Come on, really? We just want to play some cards here. Can you leave me alone a little bit?" And I get it, but. This is the Heartland Poker Tour, and we are a TV show, so I apologize, but it's what we do, and we have a lot of fun doing it, I'll tell you that much for sure.
And if you didn't do it and do what you do, they wouldn't be in the position to be complaining about it. So,
well, if you're just joining us with the final table here at the Heartland Poker Tour main event at the Ameristar Hotel and Casino in East Chicago. And we are three-handed. Our third place finisher is going to go home with $77,095. Second place, $117,631. And our champion today is going to take home $190,417 plus a $3,600 championship package. Pretty great results for all 3 of these guys.
So, Jason, what's the best part about living here in the Chicagoland area?
It's such a great city. For years I've tried to talk myself into moving somewhere with a better climate.
Yeah.
But it's really such a great city. The city moves at the speed that I want it to move, a little bit faster than other places that I've been or that I've lived. But the people are Midwesterners at heart.
Yeah.
And so it's really just a great mix of personality and ambiance and services, and it's just a great city.
2 of my big clients here, I work with the Big Ten Network. They're based in downtown Chicago, and I also work out of the NBC offices. NBC News has a bureau here, the Chicago bureau. A lot of great men and women work there, and I was hoping to get over there while I was here, but too much poker, so pretty much hunkered down here for the weekend.
That happens.
It does happen, especially here at the Ameristar.
Daniel's changing it up here a little bit. He had ace-10, 2 players. He just called Michael's raise, which I think is a good move.
It's his ace. Look, checking it again. Let Michael do the betting for him.
Since he checked, Michael won't think he has an ace, so he may represent that that's why he opened it.
Now do you just call this, Craig? Don't want to make it too obvious.
How much did he bet? Oh, 225? No, I'd raise now. He's calling. He's still playing slow.
River card, Queen of Hearts. Now he's got a bet, right? Now he's going to check. Check, check.
Michael had king-9. He hit the king on the flop.
He got beat on the turn.
That could have been a much bigger pot.
Yeah, how often, and I know I ask you these questions without any real context, Craig, but how often do you find yourself in position like that? You flop top pair with, let's say, a king, so the only card you really don't want to see is that ace on the turn, and you say, look, there's, I'm only afraid of a few of them. Yeah. I'm going to check through and see if I can get value on later streets.
Yeah, that's always, all of us go through that. When you're running well, the ace doesn't show up. When you're not running well, the ace shows up, so it's just how it goes. And it might not even be the ace you don't want to see. You might not want to see a 4 come up because guy's sitting there with pocket 4s. So
right, sure.
You kind of got to read the whole demeanor and situation at the table. Just even if it isn't an ace, that doesn't mean he doesn't have something else that will beat you.
Right. I'm always rooting for a blank on the turn, and I mean literally a blank card.
This looks like the Mike Puccio show. I mean, he's right there. He's just hanging out in the camera shot.
He's also demanded we put everybody else in blue.
Right. Yeah. He's the only one that looks normal.
Puccio's like the floating head there. You know, it's black sweater. All you see is the face and the hair.
Well, Dan found one that was easy to fold. Mike's going to bump it up.
Mike's going to win that pot.
Well, Daniel's creeping back up in the chip counts. Michael's heading down a little bit.
Once again, I want to talk about that New Orleans event that we have coming up. I want everybody to try to make it. Boomtown, New Orleans starts this Thursday, a $350 no-limit event with a $100,000 guarantee. And then the main event will start next weekend, $1,100. And Craig, I like that we're doing some of these events $1,100. I think that's a great price point. When I play these types of events, when I play other circuits and whatnot, I like the $1,100 amount. I really do. I feel comfortable with 2 bullets at $1,100. It's just, you know, for me, it's perfect.
It makes it more comfortable for the guys who are struggling to make the one buy-in.
Sure,
You know, it makes it more comfortable. And yeah, you're right. You could actually get 3 entries for the price of 2.
Yeah,
You know, in a normal event.
And our 1650s have their place at bigger events and things like that. But for the first time out, you know, why not do an $1,100 event there in New Orleans? So all the information is on the webpage at hptpoker.com. Our director today is Kevin Bove. Our line producer is Zach Howard. Our producer of the live web stream with Zach Howard is Kirk Fala, right?
Ah.
And we've got, who else do we got here? We got Doug Statham from the great state of Michigan. And we've got Chris Ragoose. We call him Goo Bear. He's running our cameras and all our engineering work here. And last but not least, Corey Stewart, the man, the myth, the legend. You do get a new title, Zach. Zach just came in and asked if he gets a new title.
Somebody let him out of his cage.
Right, yeah, exactly. It was funny when Kirk came back. Here you go. That explains a lot.
Nick better hope a king doesn't hit the board on the flop here.
1.25.
So you also, there seems to be a lot of great opportunities to get into the main events with satellites.
Absolutely. Glad you brought that up.
I talked to a lot of guys this past couple of weeks in my home game who were here, who were planning on being here, who were satelliting in, who successfully satellited in. None of them, unfortunately, made the final table. But they all had some success in those satellites, and that's really a great opportunity to play in a big event like this.
Absolutely.
Have an opportunity to be in a broadcast like this for not a ton of money.
So, Jason, we know your affiliation with Windy City, but what's your poker career resume look like?
Oh, it's pretty ugly. I have a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old daughter. So about 10 years ago, I played as much poker as I could get my hands on.
Yeah.
And then sleep deprivation and whatnot. I don't get to play that much tournament poker.
Yeah.
But I do try to stay active in the cash games, and I do enjoy watching tournament poker.
Absolutely.
And for a few years, I ran well above expectation in the smaller events. I was pretty lucky. So, but it's been a few years since I have anything worth sharing, let's say.
What do you guys think about adding the Joker in the deck in the 52 card deck?
Perfect.
Oh man.
I mean, that's could we get the Joker in there? I mean,
yeah, that'd be good.
We did a broadcast on the Windy City Poker Championship maybe 5 or 6 years back. It was a heads-up tournament, and our producer today, Kirk Fala, was at the table against Nicky Brancato, if you know Nick, and I was handed a microphone and thrust in front of the camera physically at the table, so I couldn't commentate on the hands, couldn't commentate on the play, and they didn't tell me that they added a Joker to the deck.
oh my gosh, that's funny.
It was well, I won't use the terminology I was going to use since there are people listening. It was a dumpster fire, let's say that. And Kirk decided to play it in its entirety on our friend the Comcast Sportsnet network.
Okay, so
Daniel flopped the world there.
Yeah. Nick got a little piece of it.
turn card now, Queen of Spades. Yeah, Nick with middle pair.
4 hearts would be an ugly card.
Mike's gonna get out of the way.
Daniel's slow playing a lot.
Yeah, he is. I've noticed that. I've noticed that. Good call.
Nick needs a 6 or a 4 that's not a heart. Doesn't get it.
So queens and sixes, queens and aces. See how the betting goes here on the end.
He's thinking, did I just call my way into 3 queens?
Daniel checks as well. See the winner next show.
Check. Check mark. Goes
Yeah.
to Daniel.
Daniel's ace of hearts, 3 of hearts, 2 pair, ace of the queen. And Daniel's gonna take
Is it
off.
hard for you being a player, Craig, sitting here watching all the action? Do you feel like you just want to take off your warm-up suit and go out there and put me in, Coach?
It's tough, but you realize that how hard it is to get to a final table, and I've had my fair share. So I just I just enjoy the game for what the game is too. Of course, I'd rather be there, but it doesn't bother me to sit and watch it and commentate on it. Is a pleasure.
Did you read a poker book when you got started? What was your favorite book?
My favorite one was Every Hand Revealed by Gus Hansen.
Sure.
I probably read it 15 times.
No kidding. Good book. Good book.
That's one I've
I've
never
read
read.
half of it. I've read half of it. I think it was yours. I think you borrowed it to me for a while.
Yeah, I did. I
Yeah.
did loan it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, Colts over to Daniel in the 12 line.
Well, Stan Jablonski, who got knocked out in 9th place on a bad river beat here, I was wondering what kind of mood he was in, and he just sends me an email and he says, "Just dawned on me that when I make the final table on the cruise, we'll be tied."
Oh.
So at least he's got his attitude that he's going to do it again.
You're going to have to get down to Boomtown, Craig.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I should text.
Yeah,
Not if I get to
exactly.
Boomtown
You
and-
get to Boomtown. Yeah, that's a
No,
that's a
I'm
great
not-
plan.
Can't make New Orleans, so my 4th daughter's having her first baby that weekend. So
Oh wow,
I'll
congratulations.
stick around for that. Thank you.
I got a chance to meet your whole family here.
Yep.
It was here when you final tabled. What'd you get, 4th or 5th place?
5th, yeah.
Fifth place, yeah.
Yeah, they loved meeting you, and
Yeah,
they
had
had
a
a lot
great
of fun
time.
with that. The interview was a blast.
It was fun, yeah.
Including them in on that, I appreciate
Absolutely.
you doing that too.
Absolutely. Done a lot of fun things over the years.
Yep.
Flop is ace 9-7 rainbow. Really nothing there for Daniel.
Daniel was the aggressor, raised from the button.
That helps. 5 of hearts, so the gutter ball.
Double gutter. Oh no, gutter. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
You're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
The legend can be wrong.
I'm drinking a little too much Diet Coke and coffee in here. Too much caffeine.
We went into the VIP area, and this guy walks up and said, "Hey, it's the legend." He looked at me and he says, "Sir, can I get can I get a hand towel?" I think he thought I was working in the VIP area.
Yeah, right.
That reminds me of my first year out at the World Series. I think in 2006, we were in one of the lounges, and Barry Greenstein was there, and Vic Ramden, if you remember Victor.
Yeah.
And we were in there, and a few buddies of mine who are not poker players, and they'd been watching poker on TV. And somebody says, maybe I said, "Hey Barry, would you mind if we got a picture?" And he goes, "Yeah, sure." And so Vic lines up, and we all line up, and Barry takes the phone from me and stands back to be the photographer. So I was hoping you'd be in it.
Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic.
That was a few years ago.
And Nick makes the call.
Makes the call.
Nice call,
Nick's
Nick.
going to win the hand.
Daniel shows 4 of clubs, 3 of clubs.
Well, if I have to think of, poker celebrity, the one that I probably had the most fun with over the years by far. This is a very easy question to answer.
Can I guess? Can I guess what you're
You
about
sure?
to say?
And yeah, he's not. Yeah, go ahead.
Gavin
Yeah,
Smith.
I was going to say he's Canadian, and boy, I tell you what, we had some fun. And they used to bring him out, and the property would give him a hotel room or whatever. Boy, he always had a good time.
He knows how to have a good time.
He does. He does. And great poker player, too. And boy, I miss Gavin. Hopefully he's doing all right. Living in Alaska now, running a game in Alaska. And he gets back down to Vegas for the World Series. But hopefully we can get Gav out to one of our games.
You and I were with Gavin in Colorado, and he said
yeah.
we had a break in between at the final table. We had a break, and he said, "James, come on, you got to go over this other casino with me." So we all walk over there. He goes, "This machine is just paying and paying and paying." So he tells James to put $200 in it and hit. It's a video poker machine. So James does it, and Gavin hits cash out. It was a quarter machine that still paid in live quarters.
Yeah.
So James had two. So
And
if
he
that
just
doesn't-
left. "Oh, I'm leaving."
Yeah,
He
I
walked
gotta
out
go
the
now.
door. Yeah,
so if
exactly.
that doesn't explain how much
Fantastic.
fun Gavin is, I don't know what will.
That's
Yeah, we
great.
had a lot of fun. A lot of fun with him.
He used to do a podcast back in those days with Joe Stapleton and Joe Seabach.
Seabach, yeah.
Those guys were hilarious.
Gavin was great for poker. And then, of course, we got to meet, we had Scotty Wynn at a few of our events. It was always fun to hang out with him. Talked about Darvin Moon. Darv was a big part of the HPT, kind of our ambassador for a while. In fact, I still have a bunch of patches at home that say HPT ambassador. And we got those for Darvin because he was our ambassador for a year. And a good one at that. And then a lot of other just friends from the road and professional poker players, and it's fun.
I ran into Darvin last year at the World Series of Poker. He came in to play a couple of events, so it was good to see him again.
His wife Wendy is a great person, fun to hang out with, and they spend a little time out east. And he still goes to work every day. You know, he's a hard worker. Been a long time since I've seen old Darvin.
So Daniel has managed to continue to chip up just a little bit. He's over 3 million. He's got 3.3 million in chips, and Mike has come down from his peak of, I think it was 9.1 million, just a little bit. And of course, the chips are going to move back and forth when the blinds are this high.
Absolutely.
And Nick gets a walk.
Just over 39 minutes.
39 minutes left in the level. Still haven't had a dinner break, so that'll probably be coming up. I don't know, Craig, you think that'll happen after this level, or maybe play a couple more probably?
Hey, I don't know. The way it's going, it looks like they're going to play a couple more. But
And that's what we try to do. We try to just kind of get through it. You know, we always take a break when we're heads up. That always happens, so we can reposition the chips in the table. 312 people watching the stream right now at Twitch.
And is this the total number for the?
I think that's the total for like the year. So
Okay.
I don't know what it is. But. All right, we go to the flop. A couple of deuces and a 5.
And now we see something's been going on with Mike's. I was going to say whole card camera, but his RFID spot for a little while.
Turn card, the Queen of Hearts. Juice Newton.
125,225.
And a fold.
And Mike's going to take down the 5.
Craig, what do you think about the 9-handed final table versus the 6-handed final table? Obviously, the best part, 50% more people get to play on TV. But what do you think of it?
as far as the live stream, or as far as a live TV show?
I guess
Yeah, Ace King that one in
well,
too.
you know, if it's a live TV show, obviously it would encourage maybe a little bit more play because more people have an opportunity to do something they may only get to do once in their life. On the live stream, you know, I think there's nothing wrong with a 9-handed table. Whether it's 9 or 6, to me, it doesn't make too much difference. Just, you know, I was here when it was 6, and we moved it up to 9. I didn't mind that. So
we're thinking about going to 2, so that's.
Oh yeah, just final 2. That'd be good.
So it would just be Craig and somebody else.
Right. Yeah, and I could just show. I could just drink coffee all day. It'd be no different than what it is today, I guess. Okay, we got some action here. King Jack versus King Jack. Diamonds and spades. And then there's
of course.
2 hearts.
Yeah.
We might
2
get some
other
action,
suits.
though. We will get some action, but. Yeah, nothing can change here. Well, I mean, somebody can bet and fold. I mean,
Yeah,
but
he's debating shoving maybe. Nope.
And Daniel's going to make the call, 400,000.
You had talked about the value of seeing all the hands earlier with the live stream, and
Our card is the Queen of Diamonds.
the queen on the turn doesn't change a whole lot.
Daniel checks to neck.
And I think that having a 9-handed final table gives, you know, adds that dimension of being able to see what a full table,
Sure.
what full table play looks like.
Yep.
So that's really nice. Both players with queens and jacks with a king kicker.
And Nick
And we're
checks.
just going to have a showdown.
Shows King Jack, 2 pair, queens and jacks. Same hand. King of spades, jack of spades.
That's a mistake I used to make all the time. Like if I had a flush draw or an open and straight draw, somebody bet, I'm always putting in a raise on them. Always trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah.
Hand's not made yet. After a few years of doing that, I mean, sometimes it works out really great, but a lot of times it ends up crippling you. So you're better off just making the call at times, seeing the next card.
And then we got our cocktail server dropping off some drinks for the players. You've never been one to really hit the alcohol while you play, right, Craig?
No,
you pretty
not
much.
at all. You know what I do? The last level of
You have a
of the
beer?
day, I'll have 1 Coors Light.
Oh, very
It's,
cool.
it's just because it's been a lucky thing for me. So
Yeah,
sometimes I'll have
yeah.
a hot last level.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like doing that. That's about it.
Do you remember, Craig, the last time I saw you, it was a tournament out in the, I think, the southwest suburbs here in Chicago, and you guys were all around. I think you were in the room at the time. We had 2 different featured tables, and Richard Roper, the movie critic, was there at the table with us, and he had gotten his 1 beer, set it on this very precarious table, and I came walking through, and I swear there was 6 or 8 inches of air gap between me and the table disintegrated as I walked by. It was everywhere.
Yeah, I was there. And he was picking that beer up so carefully and putting it down, and you come in and just kick the table over on him. Real nice of you.
I had to be 10, 12 yards away.
So, living in Chicago, of course, our show airs on Comcast Sportsnet. Have either of you guys ever met this Bob Rohrman? He's in all our commercial breaks. I got to meet this guy sometime.
You mean Bob Rohrman?
Bob Rohrman.
I have never met him.
Bob, if you're listening, we need to get you on the show, man. Contact me at HPTJAYMZ. We'd love to talk to you.
I will take a piece of your action, Bob.
Get him in the booth. He'd be pretty good in the commentary booth.
It's funny because dealership guys, they always put themselves in their own ads,
Oh,
right?
yeah. They're just like us TV guys.
That's right. But they don't always do a great job, but I love that guy. I think he's fantastic.
He is great. All right, so look at this. We got ace-king, 10-7, and ace-9.
Let's see if an ace shows up here, then this game might go along a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Well, next, put a little bit of pressure back on Mike. Mike open from the button. And it's tricky. I talked specifically about the ace-9 3-handed.
Wow, Michael's playing great.
Yeah.
He's
Unbelievable.
making all the right decisions. He's got ace-9 there, and he laid it down 3-handed to.
He just showed
That's
the ace,
incredible,
so
really.
It really
so
is
Michael
incredible.
knows that he had better than ace-9.
And Michael's not cocky, and he's not. He has the chips, and he's not throwing them away. Right there, a great decision.
No, he's playing like if he's going to put chips out there, it's going to be because he's the one putting the pressure on them, not responding to their pressure, unless he's got the hand to do it.
As an opponent, it's terrifying, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No question.
The other guy's making all the right decisions and has all the chips. The over's looking better than the under now, James.
I know. So who do you guys like in the football game? New England taking on Atlanta. Where's that game at? I believe it's in Tampa this year, right?
I'm not sure.
I think that's right.
Someplace warm, I know that.
It'll be fun, that's for sure.
It will be. It always is. We'll be just getting back from the cruise that Saturday and go home and have a fun little Super Bowl get-together. The Super Bowl's, I always like the championship games better than the Super Bowl. That's the big that we had over the weekend. Fun to watch those games. Congratulations to the Green Bay Packers. They had a nice little run this year to finish the year. I have a lot of friends that are Packer fans, and me being a Viking fan, we grew up hating the Packers, but I also am a Bears fan too. A lot of my friends are Chicago Bears fans, so the Bears.
We need
have
all the
I
fans
know.
we can
I wouldn't
get.
call myself a fan.
We're losing them by the day.
I know. All right, flop is ace, queen, jack. Really a whole lot of nothing there for 9-4 and pocket trays.
To the aggressor goes the hand.
You're right about that, sir. Turn card, deuce. Still a whole lot of nothing.
Nick happy to see an undercard. Might not matter.
Man, that's going to do it.
I like the disdain that Mike has with those chips. Once they go in his hand, he can't wait to get them out of there.
Right.
Yeah, New England looks like world beaters right now.
They just it's going to be tough. But Atlanta, this is a good football team.
Yep.
It's a very good football team. I remember the last team that went, the Dirty Birds. Remember the Dirty Birds? That was the Falcons moniker.
That was the only time, the only other time they played the Super Bowl.
Only other time, yeah. Like I said, I just wrote a story about that yesterday, and I did some research, and I was surprised to see that.
And Mike's on the button, and he's going to raise it up without cards.
Everybody's expecting a shootout in that game in the Super Bowl, but I tell you, a few years ago, New York Giants were playing New England. Everybody's thinking it's going to be a huge over, and I'm telling all my friends, I don't bet football, but anymore, I should say. I told them all under,
Yeah.
and they go, no, I actually flew to Vegas for one day to make a big bet on the under and came
No
back.
kidding.
It was 7-3 at the half.
Yeah.
I said both teams have such big offenses.
Yeah.
Their coordinators are going to want to slow their
The game
offense
ended
down.
17-14.
Yeah, yeah.
The Giants
and
won.
The over-under was like 52.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's the last bet I made on football.
yeah. Well,
Quite a winner.
you made a bet on basketball one night.
Oh yeah, with you. Yeah, that was something.
All right, action continues. James Larson, my name, from the Heartland Poker Tour. To my left, we've got Jason Finn from the Windy City Poker Tour. And then the arborist rounding out the group here is Craig, the Legend Casino. And Craig, my girlfriend came home the other day, and she noticed the city had trimmed her big tree out front. Is that a common occurrence? The city comes out and trims the trees?
Well, it's either the utility company because
Okay.
there's power lines,
Okay.
or if the city owns like 10 or 15 feet in off the street. So if they deem that it's their tree, yeah, they're responsible.
Well, maybe they
for
can
it.
mow the grass,
Yeah,
too, while they're
yeah.
there, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
come on, clean the garage
Come on,
out.
come over and cut
She
that
says-
10-foot strip.
Yeah, she's like, what's going on here?
And this is why there should always be an arborist in the booth.
Yes, he answered that. No problem. I've never met an arborist before you. I didn't even think they existed. How would I know?
Pull it around, and Daniel's going to take it on the spot.
Daniel's going to win that one.
Always likes to do that over-under bet on the hands. Or was that you?
Um,
When you're in there, do that. But
yeah, we both used to do that. It was always fun. Once again, you can hit us up on Twitter at @HPTJames. Love to answer your questions.
3 players left here at the final table at the Heartland Poker Tour at the Ameristar East Chicago Hotel and Casino. First place finisher is going to take home a prize of $190,417 plus a $3,600 championship package.
hey, James, when we did make that losing basketball bet that one time at that Heartland
Yeah.
event, whose idea was that your pick or was that Barry's pick that loved that?
Welcome back to the HPT. It's James Larson alongside Craig Casino and Jason. Yeah, that was mine. That's why I don't bet sports anymore.
That's funny. They got me out of retirement for one game.
I know.
And as soon as it was over, I go, now I remember exactly why I
Yeah.
don't do this anymore.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Barry Brown, always fun hanging out with Barry, and Barry hasn't retired. He's still attempting to pick winners each and every week. I bet you he's on the Patriots. That poor guy, he couldn't get the bet in on the Atlanta game, Green Bay, so he bets halftime, and he takes Atlanta plus 200, he told me, in the halftime bet. Well, he would have pushed the bet, but Atlanta's field goal kicker missed a PAT. So that's how he lost that bet. That's how Barry runs.
Pull around, and Mike's going to get a walk.
Oh, really? That's awesome. All right, action continues. Glad you joined us tonight here on the live stream. .621 out here Central Time. Been playing poker for about 5.5 hours, I suppose, with the breaks in there. It's about right. It's about the normal pace that we do.
Feels like it.
Yeah, you know, usually about an 8-hour final table, 7-hour final table. They can go longer, they can go shorter.
Over Mike in the small blind.
The blind's 60 and 120. And the big stack right there, Michael Hahn with 8.6 million in chips. In 3 flavors.
Folds over the neck of the big blind. And
Gonna
he folds as well.
fold.
Daniel's gonna take on the
Daniel
bottom.
wins the hand. This dealer's been dealing a long time. She's been in the box
Yeah.
for a couple of levels. Thanks, Goose. Want to thank our lead engineer, Chris Goose, all the way from Fargo, North Dakota. A lot of people ask me this, Jason, but the HPT was actually started in the great city of Fargo. That's where the founders came from, and the studios were built in Fargo. You know, that's where Poker Night in America is based too. So when you know, you've got Los Angeles, you've got New York City, and then you've got Fargo, North Dakota.
The hotbed of Poker TV.
That's what we always joke about that. And I'll tell you this: from traveling to Fargo, I have a lot of friends there. The hotels are great. In and out the airport, you just get dropped off at the gate. That's the nice thing. Just go to the gate. We'll pick you up at the gate.
That's great.
The only issue flying in there, though, is usually a lot of snow and rain and sleet. And if you don't watch yourself, you could end up in a wood chipper. That's the other thing. You don't want to end up in the wood chipper.
That's a great TV series.
Yeah.
I have a
Great
question
movie.
since you live up there. In the movie Fargo, at the end, they show those guys putting that satchel of money along a fence line.
Yeah.
And then those people died.
Yeah.
No one ever said, did that actually happen? Because it was partially a true story, right?
Well, you know.
And they never said what happened to the money in the end.
Good question. I don't. Maybe we should go drive to where it was.
Check the fence line.
Check the fence line. Yeah.
I heard that that Goose rides his bicycle to every HPT city. Is
Well,
that true?
he tries to. The shorter ones, yeah, he does. The ones that have a shorter distance, absolutely. No, but good gang up there, and you know, Heartland Poker Tour. No surprise that it's based in Fargo, North Dakota.
Makes sense. That makes sense. Our producer Kirk Fowler must be out of the booth. I'm not seeing many graphics. Up
No,
there.
no, I think he's on break. What do you got for us, Kirk? You got anything?
So as you can see from watching at home, every time Mike raises, Nick re-raises, he's at ace-king. The last 4 times it's happened. I think Mike's kind of getting antsy. It's going to re-pop the next time he has ace-king.
Okay.
He actually, Nick showed this time because of the fact that every other time he didn't show. So who knows? But Mike's looking like he's getting a little anxious.
You'd be a good golf commentator.
Yeah,
he'd be
he whispers
good.
real good
yeah.
by the lake.
All
when
right,
it's when the monster comes out.
on the tee now.
Well, glad he's paying attention to that.
What's really funny is that Kirk always used to harass me for the golf.
Oh,
voice
really? Yeah.
Because I always felt like they could hear me in the next room.
Oh, yeah, I worry about that too.
Yeah.
I still think they do.
Yeah.
Turn card, King of Hearts, and Kirk was in this room harassing us, so we don't know what anybody has.
Well, we were busy talking about bags of money along fence lines.
Yeah,
in
we
Dakota,
were
so maybe
really in
should
the
be paying a
weeds.
little more attention.
We were really in the weeds there. I host a radio show, and my producer, we get done with the segment. He goes, "All right, you got to get out of the weeds there, Jimmy. We got to get back on track here. All right, people are turning off the dial and flipping to AM 600.
Sometimes the weeds are calling.
Sometimes it's hard to get out of the weeds.
Look at this. Kirk leaves the room to come in here and talk to us, and we lose the graphic on both
On the
ends
biggest
this time.
hand.
See that?
Special thanks to all our dealers this week. They all did a great job. And you know, a lot of dealers are getting ready to go on this HPT cruise for us, and that's a fun thing for them to do. They're getting paid. They're dealing poker on a ship. You know, it's pretty fun. So, and what we do, by the way, guys, with all that footage is we put together a little best of show, and we interview all the players, and we do some of the knockout hands. And what we're going to really try to use is the Twitch and the Facebook Live. We're really going to try to utilize Facebook Live, which is great. It's making everybody a broadcaster now, and I think it's phenomenal. You know, it's great. So
It'll be fun to watch.
yeah, check that out next week, and we'll have all kinds of live reports. We'll have an interview with Oral Hershiser, who's going to be on the boat.
Cool.
We'll talk to Steve Fox. We'll talk to Barry Brown. It'll be great.
That's excellent. Technology is really changing
It really
the way
have,
we
yeah.
bring this sort of thing to everybody.
So true. So true. Everybody's a broadcaster now, and I love it. It's a great world to live in, you know, if it's done right. These people that drive down the road with the live video, though, it scares me a little bit, but
I've always got that on 15-minute delay.
is it illegal to text and drive in
It
Illinois?
is, yeah.
There's Michael's got my flopped straight flush hand
Ooh,
from the
right
other day.
there, right there.
Exactly. Flop came 5 of hearts, 7 of hearts, 9 of hearts. It was so pretty.
It's fun when it happens.
Yep.
I'll check.
All right, we've got Nick and Daniel to the flop. I'm sorry, we've got
Nick checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn.
Nick
Third
and
card
Mike
now,
to the flop.
5 of spades.
Mike checks. And Nick checks. Let's see the river.
Mike's got a pair and a draw.
And that's an 8. 8 of diamonds.
So he's got 2 pair.
Yeah.
Golf voice.
Mike's to bet 250,000. Nick folds, and Mike's going to take on the pot.
Mike's going to win that pot. So, Jason, break down here chip counts. Do your best guesstimation. Put you on the spot a little bit here.
Well, I think after that hand, our friend Mike here has gotten back up over 9 million in chips, and if I'm not mistaken, there's somewhere around 18 million in chips in play. So he's got about half the chips left at the table, and just from the overhead view here, it looks like
That
Nick.
guy.
Nick. Now we're all reoriented here. Hey, is that your hand again?
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Looks like Nick's
Well,
got
that
right
or
on
Kirk
4.
just left the graphic
Yeah,
up
yeah, I
from
think
last
that
hand.
that might be more likely.
Fold around, and Daniel's going to take on the pot.
We'll never know.
Never know.
Nick's got about 6.5 million in chips. How was that? How was that, James?
Pretty good, man.
Is that the last time you put me on the spot?
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. Good luck
Alrighty.
with Windy City, and God bless. We'll talk to you real soon.
I take a nap every day around 6:25.
I think Puccio's sleeping now.
Yeah,
got tired
well,
of
it
standing
was
up.
all that standing up. Yeah,
it's killing him.
Pooch is no spring chicken either. This guy, I'll tell you this: when he won that thing, it was a wild night in here. It was wild and crazy. His friends were leading him the whole way. Pooch was just sponsoring everything.
Yeah.
Well, Mike's aggression on the button wins him another pot.
I'm
Picks up
stood by the
210,000
rail
in
back
chips in the
here.
form of 3 antes and a small and big blind.
They were rooting for you at the beginning.
I know.
If you're interested
I thought
in
it was
playing an
you. I thought that's why
HPT
you were
event,
over
why
there.
not give it a shot? Head on over to our webpage at hptpoker.com. We crisscross this great country all year long. Our next event happening in New Orleans at Boomtown. Like I said, all the information online at hptpoker.com.
So you're headed to New Orleans. You're headed to Pittsburgh. You've got to stop in Daytona,
Colorado.
What else is coming up? That's
Well, let me call up the old website here. That's what I'm going to do. The site that I tell everybody to go to. Yeah, Belterra. And, that's on the weekend of March 19th. Pennsylvania, the Meadows is March 26th. Ameristar, St. Charles, kind of my home away from home. That's where we do all of our studio productions. That's on April the 10th. And then in May, we have a stop at Ameristar East Chicago. We're back here in May. And then, of course, we take some time off because you know what's happening in the summertime. You got baseball, apple pie, and the
beach?
World Series.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully this is the year that one of you guys wins a bracelet.
Would be nice.
My money's on Craig.
Yeah.
If it's between the two of us.
Only because I played the HPT,
Oh, yes.
so I've got a chance. If you don't play, you don't have a chance. So get your butt out there.
I was out at the World Series. The last 9 or 10 years or so. But I don't play very many events.
Yeah.
Maybe one.
I wish I had more time at that time of year to be out there. I usually play 2 or 3 events, and that's it.
So you indicated that Belterra is one of your favorite events. What's great about the Belterra event?
I just like that it's it's right on the Mississippi. Of course, most of them are on water, but that one's just nice. It sits out there by itself. It's a class facility, and you could drive a few miles in different directions and be in the little old towns out there and during the day when you got nothing to do. So it's
cozy.
It's nice.
It's cozy out there. They got a nice golf course, a nice hotel. It's a banquet room similar to this one here. You're not actually on the boat. And the food's good. We just kind of sat in that little pub there and had nachos and wings and stuff. It's just it's a great place to check out. So that's an $1,100 event as well. And the staff there, one of those properties that really wants you to come back. They're like, just whatever we can do to make your stay better, and big supporters of the HPT. So I've been going to Belterra for several years. I end up flying to Louisville is how you get there by airplane. You can fly to Cincinnati too, and it's about an hour and 5 minutes from Louisville, about the same from Cincinnati. Maybe
It's a pretty ride too.
It
from
is a pretty
Louisville,
ride.
So
it's a pretty ride.
It's only an hour away.
I did run into a dry county. We were out looking for a present for one of the dealers, and they found a couple of dry counties. True story.
Really?
True story.
We have a family home in the Smoky Mountains. I might have mentioned that earlier. And sometimes we drive down there, and we'll drive through either Cincinnati or Louisville, both great cities. And usually spend the night in one or the other, so I can take a few hands of poker before we get back on the road. And in Tennessee, there are a few dry counties, including, if I'm not mistaken, the county where Jack Daniels is distilled.
Yeah. I think I heard that too. All right, here we go to the flop. It's 8-4 deuce, couple of clubs, so a little bit of something for everybody there. Looks like top pair and bottom pair, if my eyes were right on the flash that I saw. Now another club, the tray of clubs.
Did Mike have trade deuce? Did I say that
Yeah,
properly?
they showed it trade deuce, and now they're not. So I mean,
Kirk's just trying to mess with us at this point.
Dan might have just checked his way into a problem there. He showed.
All you
I
can
guess
eat.
we'll find out in a minute.
He says, "I call, ladies and
He's
gentlemen."
worried
What's he
about.
got?
He's worried about the flush. He's probably got the 2-3 that we saw for a minute.
8 of spades.
What's he got?
4 pair of 8s.
Yeah, man.
And Mike shows 6 of clubs, 5 of hearts.
Oh.
For a 6 high straights.
Oh, he's got the straight,
Totally
ladies and
misled.
gentlemen.
Wow.
No.
It's over, right?
And a club. Yeah,
It's over. We're to heads up poker.
Yep.
Just like that. Unbelievable.
6 of diamonds. Let's get
6 of
Daniel
diamonds, and we are at heads up, gentlemen.
For Daniel.
Daniel going out in third place, 77,000 and change. When I say change, it's just $77,095.
It's going to take me about.
Nice little run. But it's funny, I was saying to Puccio, what's 10% of 77,000? Well, he's going to find out real quick.
And Daniel played a great game of poker today, and all
Just
3 days,
5
I'm
or-
guessing. I didn't get to watch him all 3 days, but waited for his
I didn't know
spots,
how
played
long it's gonna take.
Takes
patiently,
me 5 minutes to square it up.
made some
Alright.
great
And
decisions.
What we're going to do is
That's the risk you run.
take a
though.
5
You
minute
check
break.
that 8.
Well, the plan was
Yeah.
Gut shot. It's not even an open end.
Gut shot. Just like
Slams
that.
you.
Just
Any
like
bet
that.
at all, and he's folding. Mike's folding.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, James Larson alongside Jason Finn and our good friend Craig website, Poker Mania?
No.
You know about it?
No.
Okay. I know a lot of Chicago
Second.
guys do.
Just over 117,000. First place today, just over 190,000. The
Yeah.
$3,600 championship package and the
A lot of
HPT
guys are on it.
main event bracelet. We have just over 15 minutes left at this level. We're going to be at a 15,000 and a 60,000.
I don't sleep and I don't get to play anymore.
Yeah.
I play one night a week.
Right.
It sucks.
Hey, hey,
used
hey.
Used to be when I wasn't sleeping. I was playing.
Right.
Oh, there we go.
All right. Welcome back to the HPT. It's the time you've all been waiting for. It's time for Heads Up Poker. It's James and Jason back here calling you the action. We let Craig Casino head home. He's got some work to do on some trees. He's the arborist of the group. So
Late night pruning.
yeah, so 93 big blinds for Michael, 50 for Nick. So, you know, it's one of these deals where it can go back and forth. It could be over in a couple of hands. We could be here for the next 2.5 hours. You never know with Heads Up Poker. Nick's 33 years old, a project engineer. His plans for the cash, pay bills.
And Mike wants to win it and put it in the bank, right?
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that.
And they'll be splitting up just over $300,000 between them.
All right, so the flop 10-8 deuce. Michael gets the best of it, but I like it. Just a call. Middle pair. Turn card now is the 9 of hearts.
Michael is now open-ended as well as having the best hand.
Now Nick checks, as does Mike. It doesn't help either player. It's the deuce of spades, so 2 pair for Michael gives him the check mark. And he's just going to check first hand. They're going to flip over the cards. Ace high is not good. So Michael's going to win the first hand. Michael trying to take down this HPT event. Be his first HPT title.
And he's now got not quite 2.5 times, but certainly more than twice as many chips as Nick. Nicola.
Nick had his stocking cap off, and I walked up and I said, "Who are you, sir?"
Yeah.
He's kind of half joking, but I didn't recognize him. Hey, I caught somebody in the elevator coming down. I went up to my room during the break, and it was a player. It was first time ever playing an HPT, and he said, just walked in the elevator. He said, "Hey, thanks for a great event." He goes, "I got to play for 4.5 hours with Greg Raymer. I took down a couple of pots from him. I bluffed him. I did this. I did that." He says, "Well, in the end, though, Greg got the best of me, but I just want to say thank you." So, and that's cool. And now he's rearranged his schedule to come play our event in Blackhawk. And he said, "I'm just up here watching the final table in case I ever make it. I want to see what it takes to take this thing down." So, love hearing stories like that.
That's so cool.
Love hearing stories like that.
And that's what the HPT has allowed people to do for years now, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
give people, the tournament comes to them for all intents and purposes, and certainly then they can follow along on the tour as well.
Absolutely. One big lottery ticket for everybody here. And, like we talked about before, a great way to meet new friends, too.
Well, blinds 60,000, 120,000, and of course in heads-up action, the button is also the small blind and first act before the flop.
So we kind of made our predictions earlier, but it's just a matter of where the cards fall now, and obviously strategy. And you have a heads-up strategy?
Don't lose.
Don't lose, right? Yeah. Have the better hand. Don't fold winners and fold losers.
Well, of course, I always try to play in position or on the button when I'm heads up, so I'm a little bit more aggressive with that button in front of me. And the poker game going on in Pittsburgh, the computer against the poker pros has adjusted its strategy, I understand, in the last few days to always either fold or raise exactly 2.5 times the big blind.
On the button?
On the button.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool to see that playing out.
Flop is 8-7 tray.
Nick catches a piece.
Michael's so close to capturing his first HPT title. But this is where you gotta finish. You gotta finish strong. Deuce of diamonds, so 2 pair now. No, 1 pair. Sorry.
They've each got a pair.
Each got a pair. So that's 2 pair. Where
That's
I
right.
come
Yeah,
from.
sure. Nick also picks up a flush draw.
And now the ace of spades.
A little bit of a blocking bet, perhaps.
Yeah. Bet 400,000. Just the ducks for Michael. And it looks like he's gonna fold, and he is gonna do just that.
He might have been thinking on the turn, I can only beat like ace high.
Right.
And on the river, the ace comes.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, $117,631 for second. And up top, your champion tonight, $190,417.
And what do they do with this $3,600 championship package right here?
Well, there's all kinds of goodies in there, and we'll talk more about that here as we when we interview our champion, and we'll let them know exactly what's all in that.
Excellent.
All right, so we'll start with Nick. Got a pretty good hand if you're playing blackjack.
I thought he was putting in a raise. He was just putting in his blind before folding.
9-2 up against Jack Deuce.
The 9-2, a better starting hand in blackjack.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I see that nice championship bracelet there sitting on top of that stack of cash.
Absolutely. You know, we tried different things over the years. When we were in Los Angeles, we even did a championship belt, like the WWE we had for a while. So I like the idea of a bracelet. It's something they can take home with them, something they can wear, something you can put on the mantle. I think that's important, you know. The cash comes and goes.
Sure.
Sometimes quicker. You know, we were talking about this in the commercial break. The life of a pro grinder. It's not an easy one, is it?
No, it's not at all. We've seen players who have a great deal of success all at once, and then there's that sort of chasing the satisfaction of winning a lot of money. And it's expensive to be a poker pro and travel on the tour, to go from place to place, hotels and flights and tournament entries, and you've got to hit once in a while.
Wow, big hand of brewing here. Nick with pocket jacks. Let the meta games begin. It's just such a chess match, you know. And a pretty good hand heads up for Michael.
Sure.
Suited up Queen 9.
Definitely a hand he enjoys playing. I'm sure he'd prefer the button be in front of him for that hand, but
To go to the flop, you know. King 7 tray. What I was going to say is, you know, one hand and this whole thing can be over. It can happen real fast.
and Mike's going to peel one.
For runner hearts, or try to pair up his queen or his 9, and it's the 6 of spades. Or Nick's going to check back. Now the king of diamonds.
Nick likes seeing that card since it pairs the board.
Absolutely. Means it's less likely his opponent has a king, but the problem is his opponent has pocket jacks.
Yep. 675,675 over to 2 Nick.
We're probably going to see a call here.
I call.
Calls
Nick's
made.
gonna make the call. See the winner.
2 pairs going to be good.
Queen 9 and
Kings and jacks.
Pocket jacks, 2 pair, jacks or kings and jacks.
You know, there's the expression, it's hard to make a pair in this game. And certainly when you're heads up and your opponent doesn't show a lot of aggression, you know you've got to put the foot on the gas every once in a while and hope that your opponent doesn't have anything. Didn't make that pair. Just a bad spot for Mike, but probably a good line.
Thanks for joining us here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago. It's 7:40. We've been playing poker for about 6.5 hours. We started at noon with a couple breaks in there. So we started with 590 a few days ago, and now we are down to our final 2 players trying to crown a champion right here tonight on the HPT. Stick around after the broadcast. We'll have some interviews with each player, first and second. Talk about that prize package. I think it comes with ice cream. I'm told it comes with some Baskin-Robbins ice cream.
If I had only known. It's too late now?
It is too late now, yeah. So King 9 and 9-8, flop, Queen, Jack 7. That was the flop we needed on the last hand to get some fireworks
There we
going.
go. Both players with a gut shot draw. Same gut shot draw, actually, so it'd be bad news for Nick if he made it straight.
Nick's going to make the call. 325 and the call.
325,000 and the call. 5 of hearts is the turn card.
Actually gives Nick a double gutter.
Nick's going to check. Over to Mike. Mike's
Mike's
going to take a free card.
See the river card.
See if that 10 shows up.
River card is the 10 of
Look at
clubs.
that. The 10 of clubs. It could be over.
Seven.
700,000.
700,000. Waiting for him to say 2 words. How does Nick snap call this, you think?
I think there's a chance Mike could just put in a raise here. I think there's just enough room that he could try to squeeze in one intermediate raise here. There we go.
Total bet up.
Tournament could end on this hand. I'm in my golf voice now.
Wow, yeah, me too.
Yep.
2.120 is the raise by Mike. 2 million.
Does Nick thinks his hand's good here?
2.120.
I think he thinks it's good. He's trying to decide whether or not there's any value, whether Mike has a hand that could be, that he can beat, that he can call if he shoves all in.
Right.
That's the only question.
Great point.
He calls.
He calls.
Next does call.
So,
Mike
yeah.
shows king 9.
Minimized his risk there, I guess, by just making the call.
Wow. Wow. What a huge hand heads up.
Huge hand.
Credit to Nick for not going broke in that spot.
8-9.
And Mike played it nicely. He's actually thinking, I wonder if I could have gotten a little bit more money out of him.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
And Nick actually feeling relieved, I think. That was such a cooler.
Yeah, Mike's going to take on the pot.
Me too.
Absolutely. Wow, a big hand here. So where does that leave for chip counts here?
So Mike is up to 13 million in chips, about 3 times the size of Nick's stack.
So Nick's got some work to do, that's for sure, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching exclusive final table coverage here from the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago.
Now the fun thing about the math, the fun thing about the chip stacks when it gets to this point and their heads up is, of course, if Nick has one double up, then they're even in chips. And if he has a second double up, then he wins the tournament.
Wow, look
Oh my
at this. Well, this could be the double up. We're going to get them all in here, aren't we?
There's certainly a chance. Good chance.
Look at Michael's thinking.
360,000.
But you know, it is just pocket fives. You know, he may not get crazy. He's definitely going to see a flop. We know that.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike's going to make the call.
Just makes the call.
360.
All right, well, this is fun. I'm going to tell you that right now. Two big hands.
3 little cards could
Here
be
we
fireworks.
go. Show me the flop. Ace, deuce, 5. My gosh, Michael flops this. I had a feeling it was going to happen. I had a feeling.
And Nick's going to bet.
Now, the ace could scare Nick a little bit, but it is heads up.
Yep, absolutely.
God, he flopped a set. Unbelievable. This guy could be 2 cards away from his first HPT title. Do you raise here?
Yeah, I think so. I think you.
There's no perfect play, is
Yeah,
there?
no, I think you put in a raise and you hope that Nick's got an ace, a big ace.
Yeah, good point.
Mike's going to raise to a total bet of.
Boy, if that flops 9-5-2, this thing's over. But the ace comes out, so.
You keep setting me up, Jamie, to make a mistake, and I keep getting really lucky here.
155,000. 1.555.
1.555, he said.
Does he believe him?
It's really tough against Mike. We've been talking about how you just don't know where you stand against him. He could have a two-way draw. He could have, you know, he could have a deuce,
Yeah, with the
tray of
coordination
hearts.
out there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he doesn't have him on a set of 5s.
But he could also have an ace, and that's enough to slow
That's
Nick
enough,
way
yeah.
down. Every decision you make here is so critical. This is
Yeah,
for
look at his stack, yeah.
855,000. It's a quarter
Wow,
of his
he's gonna
remaining
lay this
stack,
down.
and he folds.
Unbelievable,
Wow.
man. That's
Yeah, Mike's going to take down the pot.
yeah. You're seeing great poker. I mean,
it's
that's
amazing.
It really is amazing. You and I would have been jamming.
You and I would have been home hours ago.
Yeah, right. Exactly. We'd be sleeping by now. What are you talking about?
But you know, you also get in this situation where it's heads up. You've got a guy who's been playing great poker the whole day. They've both been playing great poker, but Mike has been holding over a few guys, and Nick is thinking, am I getting outplayed here? I've got big hands, and he got to see the last one, so he knows
Yeah.
that he wasn't outplayed there. But he starts to wonder at this point, how often am I going to get pocket queens? How
Yeah,
many
right,
opportunities am I going to
right,
have
yeah,
like
exactly.
this? It gets really, really difficult to make the right decision.
And just unfortunate there for Mike, the ace coming out. Like I said, if that flops 9-5 deuce, the tournament's probably over and we're drawing to the last 2 cards.
275. 275. 275.
200.
Mike keeps his foot on the gas pedal.
And a quick fold.
Nick relieved not to have a decision this hand.
Right, yeah, exactly. He's just hoping to win a pot here, turn things around. You know, you start with one hand, you go from there. It's an uphill battle for him, though.
For sure. And Mike now up to 14 million in chips. Nick just over 3 million left in his stack.
Now, I've been a part of this show where I see it go back and forth, though. I've seen it. We talked about this event that we had in New Mexico. Same type of a deal. So anything's possible.
Oh, yeah. 220.
And sometimes it's up to the cards. It's how the cards want to react.
For sure.
60,000 small blessing actions on Nick.
You can get your money in at 91% favored, and you still lose 9% of the time.
Absolutely. Come on, we saw a guy flop quads the other day, last week, and he lost to a runner straight
That's
flush.
right. See, you shouldn't be slow playing quads.
Right, exactly. You know, I told the guy that. It's like, come on.
Get your money
know?
in good,
yeah,
man.
It's such an amateur move, you know. Actually, funny story. They actually got it all in pre-flop.
Oh, is that right?
Pocket fours
Wow.
against ace tray pre-flop.
Wow.
So,
Amazing.
it's a jackpot hand is what that is.
And I feel like Mike's had more than his fair share of buttons since we've been four-handed. Don't you feel like he's
Yeah.
always on the button and
Yeah.
another hand?
Wow, look at this.
And that's the great thing about always keeping the pressure on from the button is that your opponent never knows if
Never
you've got a real
knows.
hand.
Absolutely.
And he's going to get the call out of a hand like 8-5.
So
Maybe
now-
Nick's a Bears fan, the 8-5 Bears.
Right, yeah, 85 Bears.
All right, let's see the flop. Nick made the flop.
Boy, Michael hoping that Nick just gets a piece of this.
Flop is 7 of spades.
Flop is
diamonds,
king,
deuce of
7,
diamonds.
deuce, couple of diamonds.
His first diamond. Nick checks over to
Nick
Mike.
checks over to Mike. See if he decides.
Mike
No,
checks
he
through.
doesn't.
See the turn.
Queen of diamonds, so the third diamond comes out. As you can see, the check mark is to Mike.
Still, neither of them love that turn card.
Mike checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see
And
the
if we
river.
see another diamond out here, it'll probably get checked again. Well, ace of clubs, same as.
Yep.
Expect this to go check, check, and Michael's going to win this hand.
Nick checks over to Mike. And Mike checks.
And
Let's
check,
see the
check.
winner.
Nines are going to be good. Seeing nines a
So it's
lot
8-5.
today at this final
Mike
table.
shows Pocket nines. Pocket nines are going to be good to win the pot. All right,
He's had nines. He's had fives. I mean, he's
had
running
tens
pretty well.
3 times.
Yeah.
160.
Yep.
80,000.
And it's interesting to watch when, certainly when, then this is not a criticism of Mike in any way, when he's aggressive throughout the hand, he's quick to turn over his hand and say, I've got a winner, and show his cards. It's interesting when they go check, check, 2 out of 3 streets or all 3 streets, that he wants to make sure he gets that extra information from his opponent, and he's turning his hand over at the same time, trying to see what kind of information. He's always information gathering, just playing really strategic poker.
Next going to be first on the button. 160. 160,000 is our big blind.
All right, we'll get those updated.
Next going to raise to 300 or 400,000. 400,000.
Right to 400 even.
Mike folds in. Next going
And
to
a
take
quick
on the
fold.
pot.
So blinds 80 and 160. He made it 400 to go.
It's Heads Up Poker here on the Heartland Poker Tour. Don't forget, our next event is at Bowtown in New Orleans. That event will be happening this coming weekend, or next weekend, I'm sorry. And then, well, half the crew's going there. The other half of us are heading on our Caribbean adventure. So we're taking that HPT cruise, flying out Saturday morning. You know, I'm flying on the same day the boat leaves, which is against the rules, just in case there's weather. I hope I get there.
That's right. It's a little tricky.
If you don't get on the ship, you don't get on the ship. That's the problem.
I assume the HPT just airlifts you and drops
Yeah,
you
we've
right
got
on.
a helicopter. We've got the logos on the side of it.
Mike's going to make the call option to making the big blind.
And Mike just calls on the button. And Nick with a pretty big hand, heads up,
And
decides to just check as well. I think most of the time, both of these players are raising pre-flop with an ace, so this disguises the strength of his hand a little bit.
Flop is ace, jack, 10.
Next is first. Nick's going to bet 400,000. Over to
Nick's
Mike.
going to bet out.
Mike with a gut shot, but there's 3 overcards on the board.
Mike's gonna fold
Gut
in.
shot and
Take on the
a
button.
candy bar there. Yeah, we just gave these guys a 45-minute break. What'd they do on their lunch break? Take a nap?
It wasn't enough. It's never enough for these guys. Just like my kids.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Well, Nick picks up a couple of small ones. He's just got over 3 million in chips. Mike's still sitting on 14 million.
Mike trying to wrap this thing up.
20,081.60 on the block.
Had some players asked, did the players negotiate a chop? Was there a deal? Well, we don't allow that here on the HPT. Just a rule we've always had. We got to play it out. Big hand here, ace king for Nick. You know, obviously, if these guys go into close quarters, Jason, there's not much we can do. But we've got a TV show to produce here, and we just ask that they respect our rules. Slowly chewing that candy bar.
That's brain juice right there.
Absolutely.
And he makes a good fold. Don't need to go to battle with 6 high when you're out of position and you've got most of the chips.
All right. Well, we're glad you're with us here on the Twitch feed. I'm James Larson alongside Jason from the Windy City Poker Tour. And anything coming new with the Windy City that we can promote?
Well, thanks for asking. We've got an event coming up on March 5th. We've got a $3,000 buy-in featured event that'll be a televised event, and there'll be a few names certainly that you know, and a few of our local Chicago pros will be on there. There'll also be some lower priced events so that anybody can come out.
Now, how do you pay those cash events?
So what happens is, as we discussed a little bit earlier, in the state of Illinois, you can pay out the amount of the buy-in plus a nominal amount. I think it's $500. Beyond that, then it has to be in some sort of a prize package.
Right.
So generally, on the Windy City Poker Championship, players can select their prize package. So if you want a new car and you've won enough money for a new car, the show will buy you a car. If you're going on a trip and the show can pay for your airfare and your hotel stay, and that's generally how that works.
What about, say, a gift card? Do you guys buy like Visa gift cards?
I think there are some restrictions. I think if it's basically cash, it can't be done, but if it's for a specific brand, it can be done.
Okay, we got a 3-bet now here, 750,000.
Now, just to be clear, I'm not an authority on these things, and I don't make the decisions.
Right, yeah.
So don't quote me on it.
Jack 10, good hand, heads up.
And you can see from the percentages that if we were to run out all 5 cards, they're very close in hand strength. But of course, that's not how the hand is often played.
And that's a fold.
Nick's going to take down the pot.
And so Nick has scraped a little bit more in the way of chips off Mike's stack. Mike just over 13 million in chips, and Nick just under 4 million.
So when is that event, the Windy City?
It is March 5th or 6th.
I'll try to make that one.
That would be great.
March Madness. And where's the venue at?
It's going to be, boy, I don't have all the
We'll
answers.
check out the website.
Yeah,
Sorry.
absolutely. and that information will be coming on WindyCityPokerChampionship.com or ChicagoPoker.club, as well as the Windy City Poker Championship Facebook page.
Sounds good.
Go ahead. You want to put out your small blind first, or because you have the small blind on the button? Yeah, I call. Just call. Okay. Nick's going to call on the button.
So Nick has called the big blind, put out his small blind and the call at the same time. And our tournament director Jeremy Smith, one of the best, by the way, just clarifying.
Well, I got a feeling we're going to get it all in here. Queen, 8, deuce.
And it's not going to matter much unless
It's not
we're
gonna
running
matter.
spades.
So check, now 300,000. And you know what Michael's thinking right now.
I've got him.
I've got him. I'm going to finish chewing this candy bar. I'm going to reluctantly make this call. Or raise.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. I'm sorry.
This actually would work good for Mike if he did have the best hand. Looks like he's maybe a little confused.
He's just going to make the call.
Just going to make the call. Sheepishly makes the call here with his huge hand. Put up an 8 just for TV's sake.
That would
5
be
of
great.
diamonds now.
Well, now it will be a chop if both players see the river, or both players see showdown. And I can't imagine why they wouldn't.
575,000. Back to Mike.
Now Mike looking for a bet size that he thinks Nick can call.
And Mike's going to make the call.
I'm sorry, just makes the call.
Makes the call.
Looks like so many chips.
Now we go to the river card.
All right, let's do the river
It really
card.
doesn't matter, but like you said,
River card is
9 of
the
diamonds now,
diamond.
so
Mike's
third
playing,
diamond
checks
comes
over
out
the
there.
It's interesting.
Are you surprised these guys are playing this hand so slow?
Yeah, I am a little bit. And Mike checked so fast. But I don't think that he's folding to even an all-in bet from Nick.
I
in
don't
this
think
spot.
so.
Checks too. Let's see
They
what
check,
Both
check.
check.
They're going to chop
So
it.
Queen 8.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, they both have Queen 8. Queen of diamonds, 8 of hearts, Mike.
Well, these guys want to play some more poker,
I
it
guess so.
appears.
I guess so.
They're
They're
not
not in
ready.
any hurry.
The others have 2 pair.
Wow, unbelievable. I figured somebody would have been a little more prouder about that hand,
Right, absolutely.
especially before the diamonds got there.
And I wonder if that's going to change their mindset. I wonder if either one of them is going to feel more aggressive by virtue of seeing their opponent playing that so slow.
That's a good point. All right, once again, thanks so much for joining us here. Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. It's James and Jason hanging out. It's 7:58 here, almost the top of the hour. And it's heads-up poker, so we will crown our champion tonight up top. Just over $190,000. We started with 590 entries, and now we are down to our final 2. It's been an awesome week here. I want to thank the entire staff at this awesome property, the Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago. You can check out our webpage at hptpoker.com for all the information on our upcoming events. We got New Orleans right around the corner, of course, the cruise ship. And we've got Black Hawk, Colorado. I've talked to a lot of our players that are planning on making out to that event because it's always such a huge event, always a 6-figure payday, and we've hit $1 million out there, you know, a majority of the events that we've had out there. So, again, all the information, hptpoker.com.
Blackhawk, a great spot. Our erstwhile booth-mate Craig Casino, the all-time money winner on the Heartland Poker Tour, certainly got his boost, his start there.
Yeah, he won his first event there and just parlayed that to all kinds of great success. So, like I said before, $190,000 and change for first, but second place, $117,631. 8160 with a 20K ante.
And Mike's going to be first act on the button.
First act here is Mike with a huge hand. Ace, Queen of Hearts going up against 7 Trey.
350,000. Nick folds in. Mike.
And a quick fold by Nick.
So 8160 gives Nick, I think, about 25 big blinds. I should probably know better than to do math in my head at this point in the day, but I think that's about right.
You know, it's funny, just not funny, but interesting to see all the different styles of heads up. You got the super aggressive players, and then you got guys like this that are just kind of feeling out their opponents. And these guys have been patient all day long. I mean, give credit where credit is due as far as that. These guys haven't gotten themselves into a whole lot of trouble, and that's why they're the last 2 players standing here.
Sure, yeah.
One of the reasons, you know, they're playing good poker, catching cards.
And it was not illustrated any couldn't have been illustrated any better than that Queen 8 hand we just saw where they both flipped top 2 pair.
Absolutely, yeah. Just, you know, staying out of harm's way, minimizing their risk and capitalizing on the pots that they think they can take down and win. Not a whole lot of back and forth from these guys, not a whole lot of talking.
It's a lot of money up top.
It sure is, sure is. Just got off our dinner break, so the guys are well rested, went up to their rooms, and now they're down here as they battle for that top prize.
Mike's going to be first act on the button. Call. And Mike's going to make the call. Option.
Mike
Nick
makes the
big blind.
call.
Nick checks his option.
Option here with the 8-7.
Let's see the
So
flop.
Michael with the best of it. We go to the flop. And the flop is 9-8 deuce, so
Nick's first.
a little bit of something for everybody. Bottom pair for Mike, top pair, middle pair rather for
Mike folds.
Nick,
Nick's
and
gonna
that's a
down the
fold.
button.
Nick's going to win the hand.
It's interesting, but Mike caught a piece there and decided to fold as quickly as he did. He was in position. He could have taken off another card, and he had just limped in, so it wasn't a really big pot. Decided it wasn't worth it.
So Nick is 33 years old, a project engineer. Total career winnings, we asked on his sheet, and he says not enough. Well, tell you what, Jason, this is going to help a whole lot. And he got into this event on a satellite. We're not sure exactly how much he has invested, but he got in via our satellite. And for all the information on the satellites, you can check out hptpoker.com. And I always recommend to players get here early, get to the events early, play a side event, play a satellite. That's what I always did when I was out playing these events. Is love playing the single table satellites to try to qualify your way in. There's also the bigger qualifiers that we do, but you know, why not save yourself a few dollars and get in that way? I've seen guys that just come out here and just do the qualifiers, and you know, make some good money doing that too.
Sure, absolutely, and plus, if you're going to play in the main event, not only might you get in a little bit cheaper, but it helps to warm yourself up a little bit.
Absolutely.
Just coming in cold sometimes is not a good thing.
No, you're exactly right. See some hands, some decisions, and you know, a lot of times when you haven't played poker for a while, you get really antsy and you want to dive in there and you want to play a lot of hands. Well, if you give yourself that time in a qualifier or even a cash game, just come on out and you know, get your feet wet again. You know, it's just it's you know, just advice that I've always given to my friends, and it seems like it's been beneficial to do that. So.
And there are some players that travel from, obviously, they travel around the country and follow the circuit around. But a lot of the players are local players to the city or to the region in that part of the country. And each room plays differently, and each region plays differently. So sometimes it's just really helpful to understand how the local players are playing.
Yeah, and we really see that as far as the locals in our further destinations like Florida, California, on the opposite ends of the coast, you know. But you know, here in Chicago, you got people from Iowa, Minnesota, obviously the entire Chicagoland area, Indiana. You know, this is one of probably our perfect spot as far as, you know, most people can drive here, you know, from the Heartland, if you will.
Right.
And you know, it works out pretty well, and that's how we get the numbers that we get. You know, 590 entries for this thing. It's fantastic. And the side events, we had a huge side event a week ago, just off the charts, just people lining up for the thing. So once again, thanks to the entire staff here for everything that they do to make the HPT a success.
Going to make the call on the button now.
I think Michael's going to set a record for the most pocket pairs here in this final table.
And this one he just limps.
He's going to limps.
I can't afford to limp pocket pairs. I don't get him as often as he does.
King 10 deuce. Michael still with the best of it. Nick's going to check.
Surprised Mike doesn't put in a little bet there.
Turn card now, the deuce of spades.
Nick checks over to Mike.
Board's not going to get any better for him.
No.
Unless a 4 comes.
Reaching for those chips. And I think Nick will fold this very quickly. Wait to see a better hand, better opportunity.
And Mike really has slowed down. The last couple of buttons he's had, he's just limped in, including this time with the pocket pair. And then allowing a couple of cards to, you know, allowing the flop and then the turn to come off for free. Nick hadn't put any chips at all in that pot voluntarily. So he's really just giving himself a chance to get caught. It's a little bit of a surprise that he's slowed down as much as he has. I think nobody would have blamed him for putting a bet in on the flop with a pocket pair.
So we've seen our rail, few less players or individuals watching as we had earlier. People, it's been a long day. We've had a lot of people here cheering on their favorite players. Had a lot of fun with seeing everybody here. It's kind of old home week when we're in the Chicagoland area, and we'll be back here again in May. We talked about that earlier, so we'll be back in May, getting ready for that event too.
We were talking about regional play. I was down in Florida a few years ago. Actually got an opportunity to work on an event for our dearly departed friend Chad Brown, and he always put on a great tournament, hosted a great event, and I loved playing. And that was in Jacksonville. I loved playing in Florida. The game was totally different and seemed like a softer game to me from where I came from, and they still destroyed me. They always made 2-pair on the river.
Got a chance to hang out with Chad one event. We were in Reno, and I got a chance to sit down and interview him. Only time I ever met him, but what a class act. Just a great individual, and sad Sad. You know, cancer is, boy, I just lost a good friend of mine at the radio station I work at, and it's just sad. You know, we gotta find a cure.
For sure. Nick took the lead on the turn and bet the turn, and he'll take it down. And he's holding his own. He's got 3.5 million chips.
Yeah.
He's just ebbing and flowing one blind at a time, basically.
Waiting for that big hand to try to double up, get back in this thing. He's not out of it, you know.
One of these two guys is going to win $190,000 plus, and that's out of a prize pool of almost $850,000 from the 590 players to enter this event.
And that thing right there.
Wow.
The bracelet. And a little bit of that cash. And you get the bragging rights. You get to tell everybody you're the HPT champ, the last man standing.
Absolutely. If I won that bracelet, I'd wear it to parent-teacher conferences.
You know, we say last man standing, but last woman standing, Mary Jo Zogman from the Chicagoland area. I don't know if you know her, but she's an HPT champion.
I do know her, yeah.
Played with her a lot, you know, in our early days of the HPT. Flop is Jack, Trey Deuce. Haven't seen much of Mary Jo and Dan lately, but I know they're busy traveling and cheering on the Chicago Blackhawks. Nick's going to win that hand.
And not much movement, despite having a couple of what could have been potentially really big hands.
Right.
They're going to make the blinds do all the work for us, I think.
Exactly. I love watching heads-up poker. I could sit and watch heads-up poker. You know, this is how I get better, is watching it, you know, because I don't get a chance to play heads up a lot. So I try to see what these guys do in position on the button with some of these hands. Now, don't always have to agree with everything they do, but you just try to take a little bit away from the broadcast. You know, what's working? You know, when who wins this thing? What was the reason that they took it down? Were they patient? Did they bet here? Did they slow play this? There's not an exact science to this heads up, but
some engineers in Pittsburgh are trying to prove you wrong. But they
I
haven't
know.
gotten there yet.
I know. Flop is king, queen, 6.
Well, Mike had raised it to 350 pre-flop and started with the best hand and improved a little bit.
Both players check. And it's the 10 of clubs, so Michael's still in the lead. Huh? No.
Checks over to Mike. Mike checks 12.
Okay, goes check, check.
And only a 7 would help Nick on the river. Doesn't get it. It's a third club and does make a straight possible. It was an 8 of clubs if I saw that correctly.
Nick reaching for chips.
Nick's going to bet 575,000.
575,000. Yeah, quick fold.
And he got him to lay it down. We haven't seen Nick do that too many times. He hasn't really led out on the end with a lesser hand and gotten Mike to fold.
Got a feeling we might be here for a while here playing heads up. Unless the deck can get a little hotter here to get spark some action. I got a feeling this could probably be one of those hour and a half, hour 45 minute, maybe 2 hours heads up matches.
I have a meeting at 7 o'clock tomorrow, so I may just go out there and give him a little nudge.
13 million to 4.5 is what we're at.
That's that one. So I mentioned earlier I saw that video of you jumping off the stratosphere. Apparently you're not afraid of heights.
I am afraid of heights.
Are you?
Definitely afraid of heights, and that was a promotion that our marketing person did because we were out at the stratosphere, and they've got the sky jump out there, and you literally go to the top of the stratosphere, the tallest building basically on that side of in Nevada, and they hooked me up, and I jumped off the thing. It was terrifying. Once I jumped, it was fine.
You seemed pretty chilled out on the way down.
Once I jumped, I did. I looked very chill.
Yeah.
But I tell you, the anxiety I had just going up that elevator. You've been to the stratosphere before. Just eating dinner up there, it makes me nervous. And it was a lot of fun. It was definitely one of the highlights of once I landed, and I was going to the bar after that. I said, the guy I was with, my producer, I said, let's have a drink.
Or two.
Then I felt pretty good.
Yeah.
I felt great. It was like such a rush to do that.
I'll bet.
But yeah, a little nerve-wracking because I figured my luck, I'd be the guy that the strap breaks.
Right.
You read about it on the news. But a lot of fun out there in Las Vegas. We had a couple of properties, actually 3 properties. We've been out to the Hooters. We did an event at Hooters, did an event at the Golden Nugget, and the Stratosphere, and then also Red Rock. So four events we've done out there. So hoping to get back to the Las Vegas area and do another event. So our team's constantly working on selling those events and hoping to get back out here. Got a little hand brewing here. We lost our video feed there for a second. Yeah, King, Queen.
There we go.
All in.
All in.
We've got it all
Gonna
in.
move all in. Action's back to Nick.
And of course, that's Mike putting the pressure on Nick.
Mike's gonna take down
It was
the puck.
Mike that was all in. And of course, he's got Nick well covered.
Well, for all of you at home cheering for Mike, you should be happy. He did at least go all in there to try to end this thing. I know he's got a lot of friends and family watching this on the Twitch feed. So we're up to 350 people again. So. And there's the gentleman I talked to in the elevator, standing up there holding the
that's
drink in
great.
his hand. Yeah, just a great story. And he said he's going to rearrange his vacation to make sure that they're out in Colorado. They're going to go skiing and check out the HPT. So join us for that trip. I'm booking my trip tomorrow. I'll be coming in on Sunday, stay until Tuesday. And it's a lot of fun out there. I love how all the casinos are attached, very close. Everything's within walking distance. And if you want to look for a great place, head over to the Ameristar. Beautiful property.
Excellent. Michael with another pocket pair, and Nick with a suited ace. So we've got a raise and a call.
All right, we go to the flop, and it's King, 10, 9, couple of clubs. Mike with the best of it here. He's going to check.
Mike's gonna check. Let's see the turn.
Nick trying to improve. That's the deuce of hearts.
We've seen Mike do this a few times where he raises pre-flop with a small or medium pair and then checks through on the flop. Kind of a scary proposition when most of the turn cards could make your hand worse.
The river card is the 4 of spades.
One pair.
Mike's still best, content to check behind and show it down.
Mike's gonna take down the pot.
Mike's going to win that pot. Just chipping away, trying to wrap this thing up. Like I said, when we're done with tonight's broadcast or done with the final table, make sure to check out our post-game show where we'll have interviews with both players, catch up to them, and we'll really find out what was going through their head, throughout this entire day and how they feel about their awesome payday that they're about to get right here on the HPT. Hopefully we see these guys again at more events. It's always great when we see repeat offenders. After you do well in an event, a lot of guys get excited. It's like, hey, I'm going to come see you here. I'm going to come see you here. Love to see that kind of action here on the HPT. All right, well, Nick's got a deuce.
Mike with another pocket pair.
Nick's not going to like that.
And that's a pro right there. Just calmly slides away his big pocket pair.
Didn't show anybody. Didn't, just another hand.
I wouldn't be surprised to see either of these guys back at another final table. They're both playing great. I think that this is the biggest cash for each of them, regardless of what order they go out.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you'll see these guys as repeat offenders, as you refer to them, back on the circuit, and hopefully back at the final table for their sake. And they're playing great.
And there's something about riding that heater, playing that heater. You just get off a final table. Why not jump right back into it? And folks, you can join us in New Orleans as we've got our next event.
Mike's gonna move all in on the
Mike with
button.
another pocket pair. He's all in.
And a call. Look
wow.
at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike's gonna move all in on the button.
Sixes jammed into the queens. Just a cooler here. we're going to be even up, or the tournament's going to be over if Michael can improve his hand. But right now, he's an 80-20 dog. Wow, that's the hand you're waiting for. Both players waiting for something.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that that Mike pushed all in, or effectively made a bet of 3.1, which is Nick's stack with the pocket sixes. I wonder if it's one of those things where he doesn't want to get played back at. Ace, Jack, 9, 2 hearts.
Okay, so the
Doesn't
hearts
change
don't
anything.
help Michael.
With his pocket queen,
He's got the queen.
let's do the turn card.
Down to an 8% now. He's looking for a 6. That's a 9.
Nick is still in the lead.
Yeah, it's kind of close, even though it's not close at all. Okay, one card to go. If Michael hits a 6, this thing's over. If not, we're even in chips.
Let's do the river card.
It's a 7 of hearts.
Gonna double up. Let's get a count.
All right.
Looks like Nick had about 3.1 prior to the flop, so he should be up to about 6.2, and Mike just below 11 million in chips. So Mike's still with an edge, but a much, much closer game.
Absolutely. Right back in this thing. Like I said, he was never out. Not a misstep there by Michael. I mean, he had a pocket pair of 6s. Just got him at the wrong time, I guess, with the queens of his opponent, and it's going to sting a little bit, but you just got to get right back up and dust yourself off and continue to play.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's still got the chip lead. Sometimes it's tough to refocus your effort and your energy after you've just lost a big pot like that, feeling like, man, I've got my opponent dominated. But the reality is that he's still in the lead, he's still in the driver's seat, they still have plenty of blinds left in front of them, and so he's got to continue to play his patient game with some aggression.
And a lot of times you'll see a big hand followed by another big hand. We'll see if that happens here as they shuffle up the cards right now as we're broadcasting from the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago, one of our favorite stops here right on the HPT. A nice prize pool in first place tonight, $190,000 and a little bit of change. So glad everybody joined us, and thanks for all the nice comments on our feed here at the twitch.tv/HPT Poker. So you're living in Chicago. Are you a Cubs fan, White Sox fan?
I am a Cubs fan. I'm not a great baseball fan, but I definitely root for the Cubs. I can walk to Wrigley Field from my home.
Very nice.
And it was certainly great to see them. Just as a sports fan, it was great to see them win this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Friends, colleagues, all ecstatic.
Nice hand. He deserves
Yeah,
that
great
one.
year for baseball, and now we wrap it up here with football, the Super Bowl. Hard to believe that this is already upon us. Next week, New England Patriots taking on the Atlanta Falcons. So I expect it to be a pretty good football game, but it's really hard to bet against Tom Brady and the New England Patriots.
And then we can focus all of our attention on basketball and hockey, right?
I guess. Yeah, I'm going to take a little break, actually.
350,000.
All right, a raise to 350,000.
Keeps the pressure on.
Yeah, Mike's gonna take another pot. All right, new blind level here, 30,000, Annie. Yeah, let's pause this and switch the dealer.
Going to get a new dealer?
Get that dealer out of here.
Yes. All right, gonna pause the clock while we switch dealers. That was Dustin for us. Let's give Dustin a round of applause. Nice job, Dustin.
All the dealers here at the Ameristar East Chicago Hotel and Casino doing a great job here on our TV table. It's it can be a little stressful to sit down and deal with a TV camera in your face.
Agreed. You know, that's when I was out there doing Jeremy's job there as just a sideline reporter. You see a few dealers that would be nervous, and I said, nothing to be nervous about. I said, for one, we're going to be here for a long time, so if you're nervous now, it's going to be a miserable day. And I told him, hey, I used to be nervous out here too, and I was, you know, when I first started doing that underneath the lights and talking to the crowd and all that. It was a little nerve-wracking, but the more you do it, you know, the easier it gets. And just like these players, you know, the more experience you have in these, you know, high stress level situations. But like Craig said, you just got to have fun. You got to relax, and you got to play cards. You know, I mean, you got to kind of tune all that stuff out, and don't worry. You know, don't worry what you look like. Don't worry. Here's a flop: Queen, 8, 7. They're all clubs, so both players pairing their 8.
200,000 is the bet over to Nick.
Wow.
He's gonna fold. Yeah, Mike's gonna take on the
He's
pot.
just really stayed out of trouble.
We might be here until 2 o'clock in the morning. When's that meeting of yours? 7?
It's not until 7. So
Okay,
no
well,
problem.
You're fine. Yeah, you're good. You're good. So, have you played the HPT yet?
I have. It's been a few years. Like I said, it's been tough with the kids, and my life such that it is. I run 2 small businesses as well, but I have had an opportunity in past years to play in the HPT. Never had any success on the tour, but always had a good time. Enjoyed myself. And I've known Jeremy for a long time, Jeremy Smith, your tournament director, since before he was in that role. And we were talking about being nervous in front of the camera. That's a guy I don't think I've ever seen
No, you
feel nervous.
Calm, cool, and collective. That is for sure. We go to the flop now. It's ace, king, 6, rainbow.
Card 6 of clubs, king of diamonds. Nick checks over to Mike.
Nick playing my hand. Serves him right.
Yeah, he's got the 9-7, no luck.
205, 200, 5,000. Is the best. Nick's going to fold and Mike's going to take down the pot.
Mike's going to win that. Mike just trying to grind this thing out, wait for another big hand. If you're just joining us, big hand where he jammed his 6s into the queens of his opponent. Queens held up.
Cold?
You see a lot of players these days who will play back at an aggressive player like Mike. And when I say aggressive, I mean their heads up, and he's been the more aggressive of the two anyway. That a player in Nick's position might feel like they're getting bullied, they're folding too much, they're not defending enough. But really, Nick has been right almost 100% of the time and has just stayed out of harm's way and been patient and looked for those few opportunities to double up or win a big pot.
Let him smoke.
Just really played
Nobody
an excellent
cares.
game for somebody who's had fewer opportunities and fewer chips for most of the final table.
600,000 is the raise. By Nick. Over to Mike. And he makes the call.
Raise to 600,000. Mike makes the call. Both players suited.
All right, let's see the flop. Flop is 5 of clubs.
And the
6
flop
spades,
is king,
spades.
6,
Mike is
5.
checks over to Nick.
Michael gets the best of that. 1 club comes on the flop for Nick.
And Nick's going to bet.
I'm really interested to see what Mike does with second pair in this spot.
Back to Mike.
It's a bet of 750,000. He's going to make the call is what he's going to do.
That's a nice call.
750,000 and a call.
And regardless of the turn card, I'm going to expect Mike to check again. It'll be interesting if Nick doesn't improve. He just can't fire again. Yep.
Oh, look at that. The Jack of Hearts.
Guess we won't get to find out in my hypothetical version of the world.
So now Nick goes in the lead. And he's going to check. Go to that river card. It's the 4 of clubs.
Now this is going to be a tough spot for Mike. He felt like he was good on the flop. He was correct. Nick checked behind on the turn.
Mike checks and Nick checks. Let's see the winner.
Now they're both going to check. So Nick's going to win the hand. Goes ahead on the turn and wins the pot.
And Nick is going to take down the pot.
2.8 million. So now these stacks getting closer.
Absolutely.
Closer in size here.
It's one of those hands you win. You just want to put your head down and stack up the chips. You don't want to have a smile on your face.
Exactly.
You don't want to take any credit for that one.
No.
Just
no.
get the chips. So our audience size out there grew again a little bit. A couple of people from the Blue Man Group, perhaps, out there in the.
Right.
450. 450.
So raise now to 450,000.
450,000 is the raise.
Nick quickly makes the call with his 5-4.
And Nick's going to make the call. 450,000 and a call. Let's see the flop.
It's almost a million chips in the pot for the flop.
Ace, queen, 8, couple of spades.
Mike checks as well. Let's see the turn
Mike
card.
hits his 8. Let's go to the turn card now.
Deuce of hearts.
The deuce of hearts. So now a 3 makes a straight for Nick. Both players check. Nick getting the 3 card. 2 pair is going to be the winning hand here for Michael, or the high hand, 8s and deuces.
And Michael feeling pretty confident that he's got the best hand here. I think he wants Nick to put it a bet that he can call.
Nick's going to bet.
How much?
600,000 is the bet by Nick.
Maybe he's not so excited about it.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to look him up. He's going to make the
Yeah,
call.
sure.
He's going to win the hand.
Yeah, Mike's going to make the call.
That's going to be a pot of 2.2 million. So good news there for Michael, as he gets some chips back.
He's going to take down the pot.
It's kind of like a boxing match here, you know. We're in like round number 5. This thing's probably going to go 12. Neither player getting fatigued. They've been conditioning for this moment.
They're bobbing and they're weaving.
They're bobbing and they're weaving. It's been really a pretty even match heads up, you know. Not a whole lot of back and forth. That big hand, of course, with the 6s and the queens.
Who's that guy?
Yeah, who is that guy? That's a guy I walked up to. I said, "Can I help you, sir?" you're sitting down in somebody's
So
chair
funny.
here.
When he uncovers the head and covers the beard, he's a whole different guy.
He is a whole different guy.
Nick's going to make a call, and Mike checks his option. Let's see if
Mike's going to check his option, so flop 10-7 deuce.
Both players catch a piece. And even in the limp pots, we've got about a $500,000 chips in the pot, pre-flop.
300,000 over to Mike.
And Mike's definitely going to peel one here, having caught second pair.
300,000 and a call. Oh, look at that, another 10.
That's a bad card for Mike. Now he feels like
Real
a
bad.
7's probably good.
Absolutely. Boy, he could lose some chips here.
What we've seen about Nick, what we've seen from Nick is he doesn't get too far out in front of his hand. So he's considering the possibility that his opponent has a 10. Not assigning a high probability to it. I love it. Puts in a raise. Makes it 1.2 million.
1,200,000 is the raise. By Nick, action's back to Mike.
A lot of the players we saw at the final table today probably would have just called behind there.
Yeah.
Oh,
and a fold.
Wow, that's a great fold.
Wow, great fold.
I think that Mike would consider that he's just playing back at him a little bit longer than that, but makes the perfect fold. Both of these players have just made such great decisions.
It's heads up poker at its best right here on the Heartland Poker Tour, the HPT. James Larson alongside Jason. From the Windy City Poker Tour. We're not too far away from the Windy City here. Chicagoland area, East Chicago, Indiana.
450.
You can see the light pollution from here.
You sure can. Had pretty decent weather around the city. It's been
great.
It's been a fantastic winter. I'm sure we're going to make up for that in February, though. 2 queens and a deuce is the flop.
Both players check, as has become their... Nope, I'm mistaken.
Mike's going to bet.
I thought I saw a check.
320,000, 320. Nick folds, and Mike's going to take down the pot.
Mike's going to win that pot.
Changes it up a little bit. He's checked a lot of flops behind on the button.
Just back and forth here, slow and steady. We'll see who does win the race.
So blinds 80 and 160, 20,000 chip ante. Mike with 11 million in chips. He was up to as many as 14 million at one point. And Nick with the recent double up to 6.3 million in chips.
100,000, 200,000 on the blinds.
You know, it doesn't take much to get $1 million in the pot real quick, you know.
Absolutely. And we got last hand's graphics in front of us. There we go.
450 and a call. All right, we could see some fireworks here. Ace Jack, Queen tray. Flop is 9-6 tray, so Mike gets the best of it. He's going to go ahead and bet it.
Fires right out.
400,000 is bet by Mike.
400.
400,000 over to Nick, and Nick's going to make the call. 400,000 and a call.
Nick's going to make the call. 2 big overcards. That doesn't help. The deuce of hearts. Check. Mike's still with the best of it, and he can't be too afraid of that board up there. 6, a deuce, a 9. Both players check. Let's go to that river card now.
He's feeling a lot better now. Mike has made 2 pair on the river. Queen's up. Nick with only a hand that can beat a bluff.
1.1. 1.1.
1.1.
Makes a bet of 1.1 million chips, and Nick with the quick fold.
Nick folds, and Mike's going to take on the pot.
Well, I think you're right. The over is definitely the line to take on that.
I think it sure is. It sure is. Once again, check out our schedule at hptpoker.com. Love to see you on the road. Maybe you'll be playing for the life-changing cash.
All right, Mike back up to 12 million in chips. He's on the button. He's got suited connectors. And he's going to put in a raise.
And look at this, Nick with pocket nines now. Raised to 400,000.
So the blind's now at 100, 200 with a 30,000 chip.
1.1 million.
If my math is anywhere near correct.
1.1 is the re-raise amount by Nick.
And Nick's going to make it 1.1 to go.
100,000 is now the total bet.
That's a pretty large percentage of his stack. Mike's got a great speculative hand. He's got
really
position.
does.
It's a drawing hand. But I think he's going to find that Nick's stack is just not big enough to try to outflop it. But we'll see what he does. No, he does make.
He does make the call.
1,100,000 and a call. Let's see the flop.
All right, we go to the flop.
This king of clubs,
King
clubs,
8
of clubs.
tray. So
First stack.
this could be trouble for Mike.
Nick's going to bet 1 million.
3 clubs.
Right. One overcard to Nick's pair. He bets an even 1 million. Slightly smaller bet than his re-raise pre-flop. That's the look Mike has made when he's folded in the past, but this is not an incidental fold, not an easy fold.
Neither player with a club in their hand.
Yeah, I think he's going to fold. Wow.
Yeah, well, he's going to do the opposite.
Yep.
He's
That's
gonna
what I meant to say.
You're right. Hey, we've been here for 8 hours, 8.5 hours now.
My first mistake.
All right, it's the tray of diamonds. So now 2 pair for both players here. What do you bet here if you're Nick?
This is just a terrifying spot to be in after 3 days of poker.
It really is. He's going to check.
Yeah.
Well, this may make Michael think he's got the best.
Yeah.
Mike checks as well.
Don't
Let's see
expect
the
to see
card.
fire behind.
Card is the ace of spades.
Ace of
And first
spades.
bet.
That's going to go check, check.
It probably will, yeah. And Nick's going to win this hand.
Nick checks over Mike.
Yeah, I think Mike's pretty happy to take
And
a
Mike
check
checks.
here.
Let's see a winner.
2
That
nines.
face.
9s and 3s, 2 pairs.
Dinner.
Mike's a bull, and Nick's going to take down the pot.
That's a hand Mike definitely doesn't want to show either.
No.
Nick's going to assume he had pocket 7s, pocket 6s, somewhere in that range. And Nick takes
now-
down a huge pot.
Yeah, look at those stacks now. 9.6, 7.6.
It's anybody's game.
Yeah, we've said that a few times
Yeah.
here on the HPT. It's Nick and Mike, and it's James and Jason broadcasting for you today. Your late local news will follow this broadcast right here on Twitch.
I
So
sure
we'll
hope so.
have all the scores from the weekend.
And the loser in this heads-up match is going to go home with $117,631.
Tough to be second.
That's the kind of loser I'd like to be. First place finisher, $190,417 plus a $3,600 championship package, and I'm dying to know what's in it, and I don't get to find out until they do.
Until they do. We do that at the end. You know, it's funny. Everybody always feels sorry for that second place finisher. Nobody feels sorry for the first person that was eliminated. We don't even remember who that person was a few days ago. Oh, the hat's coming back on. I think he plays better with the hat on.
I think that there's 2 of them. I think he's got a
He's
twin
tagging
brother.
out. Yeah, exactly. It's tag team. We had a tag team event.
That's
by
what
the
I
way.
understand. That looked
And,
pretty fun.
Yeah, a lot of people love that, and I love special events like that.
It's going to be first stack on the button.
I had the opportunity to play in a tag team event at the World Series of Poker a few years ago, and it was a lot of fun.
So much fun.
My buddy Will.
As long as you have a good partner.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you should say that because we're in line and we're coming up to the front, and the way it works. Wow, look at this.
Wow.
This is a big one.
2 kings and a 9. Huge flop there for Nick. He goes check, check, no surprise. There's the jack of hearts.
And my story can wait.
It sure can. When a player flops 3 of a kind here, heads up.
A bet and a call. It's going to be another small pot for a huge flop.
And now the 6. Okay, well, doesn't help Michael.
Got 2 pair either way. Kings and 9s.
400 over to Mike.
Winning hand, there's 3 of a kind. You see the check mark.
Pretty small bet there. A quarter of the pot.
So kings and 9s for Mike. I could see him calling this in this call.
He's wondering why his opponent made such a small bet, but he's going to call anyway, maybe just for the information. His opponent has most of the time got a hand that beats him pretty good. Queen 10 beats him, of course, any king, any jack.
All right, take a look at those stack sizes now, my friend.
Wow, look at that.
8.7 to 8.5.
It is basically a dead heat here. So we were in line. We had just bought in for this tag team event a few years back, and the way their structure worked is that each player bought their own ticket. They're both $1,000 entry. We're in line. A guy 5 or 6 players in front of us gets to the front of the line, and they say, "Where's your partner?" He says, "Oh, I don't have one." And they say, "Does anybody else have a ticket and no partner?" 3 guys behind him. The guy goes, "Yeah, I got a ticket and no partner." I mean, that's the kind of gamble I wish I had, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like, I'll play half my hands and let a stranger play the other.
Wow, wow. Now, did this person go on to win the event this part?
No, I don't know what happened from there. I didn't last long enough to find out.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Those are fun.
It was a great time. My partner in that event claims that every time he came back from break when it was time to swap, that all the chips were in the middle and then I was all in for my tournament life. And I get to say that he was the one who busted us out.
I was just going to ask that. Yeah. Which one of you busted out first?
He says, "Well, yeah, but that's because you lost all our chips first."
Well, he might be true. Yeah. It might be accurate.
Well, I won every one of those all-ins, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Good call.
Shows 9-6. Mike shows 8 deuce, pair of 8s.
Wow. Mike wins that.
And Mike is going to take down the pot.
Nick bat with nothing, and Mike made a nice call with the flop second pair.
Nothing.
So Mike back with a slightly larger edge. Has maintained the chip lead throughout the heads-up play, but it got pretty close there. Just a hand to go. In fact, they were separated by only 1 big blind in stack size.
Mike's first on the button. He's going to fold.
Yep, he's going to fold.
He gets the fold.
And Nick says, "Bummer, I had an ace."
I had an ace. I don't see these guys going out for a beer after the game. I just don't see that.
You just never know.
Yeah, maybe they'll hug each other and they'll say, "Hey, let's go grab a pizza, go downstairs, celebrate this victory."
I was talking to the staff, the dealers, a little bit on our last break there, and they were both commenting and complimenting that both of these guys were gentlemen, really nice guys, serious poker players. They want to beat the heck out of one another right now.
Okay, now look at this hand.
450.
King 8. And Nick's betting.
450,000 is the raise by Nick. 450.
Michael's got a real hand.
Re-raise to 12 or 1.2.
Mike's going to re-raise to
1.2 million.
1.2.
If history tells us anything, Nick will fold here.
Yeah, that looks like a fold face.
Yeah, that's a fold
Mike's
face.
going to fold it, and Mike's going to take down the pot.
Do you think Mike's maybe needs to slow down a little bit with hands like that and try to maybe trap a little bit to extract more chips?
You know, it's tough. I mean, Nick is playing so well. He's making a lot of tough decisions. He's making the right decisions most of the time. I think, you know, Mike is hoping that that Nick thinks that he's going to play back at him every once in a while. He's been a little bit aggressive, so he doesn't necessarily have to have a big hand there. Also, maybe Nick's got a hand like pocket 6s, 7s, and 8s and can make the call. But yeah, I mean, certainly a good percentage of the time I would want to just call that raise there and see a flop and hope your opponent makes a mistake.
Absolutely. All right, well, I promise you, if you keep it here, we will see a champion be crowned, whether it is one of these, whether it's Nick or Mike, it will happen. The bracelet will go home, and all that cash right there will be distributed accordingly.
If they can't decide, James, can we just take the cash with us?
Well, I mean, you know, it's an option, I guess. I don't think it. And I think security would probably escort us out the hard way.
I don't need to be that fast, right? I just need to be faster than you. And
right,
maybe
yeah,
one security guy.
exactly. I remember we were in Michigan at an event, and Eric Stotz had just won, and we had the prize money out there, and the bricks. And he took one of the bricks and he chucked them into the crowd. And a fan caught the brick. And this money wasn't his yet. He won, but it was show money that we got from the vault.
Right.
And, boy, security hopped in there awfully quick. Awfully quick. I mean, the guy wasn't going to run off with it, but
I think I remember seeing that.
Yeah, it was good stuff. So, yeah, getting to know Eric over the years. He was one of our early winners. Won one of our early Michigan events. Haven't talked to Mr. Stokes in a while, but I'll see his good buddy Barry this weekend at the HPT Cruise.
All right, Nick on the button and first to act. This hand blinds 100, 200 with a 30,000 chip ante. Players fairly even in chips.
A couple of raggy hands here. Not if you ask Doyle Brunson with the old 10 Dewey there. And the flop, 10-5 tray. So interesting flop there. Gutter ball for Nick, a 10 for Mike.
Flop even a Doyle could love.
Right. Okay, now there's the deuce. So 2 pair now for Mike.
And it gives Nick an open ender.
Bet. 450,000.
That is 450,000, and you know Nick really has to make this call, doesn't he?
He's getting 3 to 1 on his call.
Got to peel a card.
Yeah.
It's a deuce, so full house for Mike.
The 6, he would have gotten a bet out of Michael, but if the ace comes, then he could have gotten a big score because Michael might have just put him on making the overpair. Of course, they both limped in, so maybe not. Deuce is full.
That's why Doyle liked the hand.
That's right. Nick's got nothing. He looks at his hand again.
Yeah,
and say, why don't I ever hit?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Ever make my hand?
I don't know who's going to win this, to be honest with you.
No.
I really don't. Now you can see, look at the stacks now, 11 to 6. Just so back and forth.
Yep. Mike's pulling away again, but of course a double up puts Nick in the lead.
But these pots just get so big with the blinds and the antes. Doesn't take much, like we said, to get a pot going. A couple million.
This is great heads-up action, James. I appreciate you anticipating that and inviting me to be here
Absolutely,
with you to see it.
yeah. Well, I wanted someone to, you know, hang with me for the full 8 hours. Everybody else got tired and went home, so.
I don't get tired. I don't sleep.
Well, you got the 7-year-old and the 3-year-old.
That's exactly
so
right.
You can't.
A shout out to my son Liam, who's going to be 7 on Thursday this week.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I can't believe it. 7 very quick and very long years.
Yeah, right. I bet. Speaking of no sleep.
But Liam would like to be on television when he grows up.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Well, he's living in a good city to do that.
That's
the
right.
Second or third biggest TV market in the country.
And if not on TV, a chef, but ideally a chef on TV.
Oh, there you go. Well, a gentleman that I shared the stage with here on this show, David Williams, was part of the Celebrity Chef, the Fox show.
There you go. I know we have one listener today because he was commenting on one of my posts, who is a producer for Rick Bayless on his show. They're in Mexico this season. So he's living his dream and does a great job with those guys.
You know, working with David Williams was it was fun. Had a lot of fun with him, and he was just easy to work with. And you know, when we were kind of auditioning commentators, there was a lot of great folks that came through. Dutch Boyd, Robert Williamson, now Kenneth James. Just lucky to work with these guys. These are guys I always looked up to. You know, I still look up to. You know, all great poker players. It's great to hang out with them. King 8-5, they're all diamonds.
And Mike's got best hand again. We can't be excited about the color of the flop necessarily.
No, all diamonds.
He's got a bet now while he's pretty sure he's ahead, and Nick's got nothing to play with. He's going to take that one down as well.
11-6 now, essentially 11-6. And then another one of our commentators, Maria Ho, spent a lot of time working on episodes with her, and boy, she really taught me a lot about the game. Just such a great player, you know, and really a great representative for poker. Just done a lot of great things, and kind of miss working with her too, but been really lucky to work with some really great co-hosts over the years.
For sure. The poker players, and especially the ones that are really great, and of course, because of the way this game works, we've gotten to meet a lot of really great poker players, and there's probably a lot of great poker players out there that we've never heard of or never seen because of the some luck factor, or because of they play in a small town and they don't travel, but their brains work differently, I think, than everybody else, and it's such a treat to be exposed to the game theory way of thinking, and the competitive spirit, and playing a game at the highest levels. That looks like $1,900,000.
900,000 is the bet.
It's not a 4K TV. You'll have to forgive me. It's 3.5K. And we don't know what Nick has. We know Mike's got second pair here. That's a pretty darn good kicker for a heads-up play. Wow. Wow.
Nick's going to fold, and Nick's going to take down the pot.
Nick showed some aggression both on the flop and on the turn, and Mike gave him the respect. Folds second pair with a jack kicker. And Nick is going to chip away at that lead a little bit more.
If you're just joining us, we've already had our dinner break, so we will continue to play poker until we crown our HPT champion, coming up on 8:50 here. I'm going to set this over under around 10 p.m. we wrap this thing up. So that's going to just be my guess.
I'll take it.
Set. You take the over or the under?
Yeah, yep. It's a good question. 10-10, I'm going to take the under. I'm definitely taking the under.
Okay, I hope you're right. The flop is 8-5 true. I'd love to pay the bet right now. I would love to pay the bet.
Both players catch a piece.
Mike checks. Let's see a turn card.
Both players check. Turn card now. King of diamonds. So Nick goes way ahead with his 2 pair.
And Mike checks. Let's see a river card.
Mike drawing just one of the 2 5s. Looked like it for a second, but is not it.
Nick's going to bet 500,000. And Mike's going to make a call. Let's see a winner.
2 pair.
Nick shows
King 3.
King 3, 2 pair. Kings and threes. And Mike's going to fold. And Nick's going to take down the pot. We've got just over a minute left at this.
Having some great conversation with the folks here, Snake Eyes and Please Fold, kind of going back and forth with him. He's giving us a hard time.
Some good fans out there.
Yeah. And we got EP Poker here, 31. It's fun to keep it interactive, you know. Also, you can hit us up on Twitter at HPTJAYMZ is how you find me. And you've got the best Twitter handle in all of Chicago.
It's for sale at Chicago Jason.
He's going to make a call. Option 2, Mike.
So Motown going up against 9-7. Go to the flop, and it's Jack 5-9.
Wow.
Mike checks over to Nick. Nick's going to bet 400,000.
Michael will probably make that call as he does. Now it's the Queen of Diamonds.
Mike checks.
And we've seen whenever Nick bets on the flop and the turn, and Mike doesn't have a huge piece, he discards his hand, and there he goes. He's going to respect Nick's betting. And that's a tough spot. If you're Nick, I think you've got to fire again. The board's getting way too connected to just check and see what happens on the river. So I don't mind that bet there. And it looks like we're going to be on a quick break.
Looks like we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah,
so run to the fridge, grab yourself something cold to drink, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes with more HPT action.
And ace was on the board, and he bet back.
40.
All right, welcome back to the live stream, and we've got a new member in the broadcast booth. We're bringing out one of the best in the business.
They're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
We got Steve Fox, a veteran of the HPT.
I'm no Craig Casino.
Yeah, he promises he won't talk about his cats. He promises that. I can't handle any more hate mail, okay, Fox? So
No pussy jokes, please.
Yeah, we can't talk about that.
Only hats.
And no litter box talk either. So there you see the tail of the tape, 31 to 27. BBs 9.5 to 8.2.
Something's got to happen now, doesn't it?
Something's got to give.
Blinds are 150 and 300 with a 40,000 chip ante.
Now, Fox, you've been watching these guys in the crowd. It's really gone back and forth.
Yeah, I was watching from my room for a while. Yeah.
Is the raise my next
Raised to 600,000. Did you play with either of these guys this week, Fox?
Nicola, I played with him in a satellite. Great player.
Great player.
Both these guys are nothing to sneeze at.
No, they played good, obviously, to get where they're at. And now Mike's going to lay down the 5 tray.
And Mike is the champion of eating right after break.
Right, yeah, exactly. He's always got his meal. We take a 45-minute break. He says, well, I should be able to, do everything I need to do in 45. Then he comes back and he's eating a breakfast bar at the table. It's like, come on, guys.
You got to have your priorities.
Yeah, you sure do. So, Steve, you're excited. You're going on the big cruise this weekend.
Absolutely, with you too.
Yeah, it's always a good time. And how about Linda Johnson and Jan Fisher? Couple of class acts, Stevie.
Two of the classiest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Hall of Fame members, and it's going to be a lot of fun. What's the best part for you going on the cruise, the adventure?
The camaraderie of the people you go with. There's a little bit of a there's people you see redundantly on these cruises, and you develop a camaraderie, and that's what I really enjoy about the cruising. Of course, you'll be along.
Yeah.
And the HPT game, I really enjoy that part of cruising a lot. And of course, the poker.
Yeah, a lot of. They spread all the games. They play the 7 stud and the PLO. No Raz though. No Raz.
Oh, come on, James! You promised I could play a little Raz.
I don't want to play a Raz. All right.
Have you guys ever been to Haiti before?
I have.
Yes.
I sure
yes.
have.
It's technically it's an island off of Haiti. It's a private island owned by Royal Caribbean.
Owned by Royal Caribbean.
So it's not Haiti proper.
It's been many, many years since I was on a Royal Caribbean cruise, and we were supposed to go to Haiti, and at the time, we couldn't because of political relations. So I never made it there.
Honestly, it's probably the weakest of all 3 spots
right?
anyway. It's just a big beach. I mean, it's great. Hey, anything on a cruise is fun. Sitting around at the pool is all right, Foxy. Doing whatever.
I was informed, though, today that I will be going to the island. My wife informed me we will be renting a cabana there. So I am going to Haiti on this trip.
All right, sounds good.
Happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. So a lot of other HPT events coming up around the corner too. The New Orleans event, that's our next one here stateside. So check out the website for that, hptpoker.com.
And we have a new chip leader for the first
We
time
sure
since
do.
we started Heads Up Play.
And suddenly a poker game broke out.
Yeah. Mike's tired of sitting.
Yeah.
Even the guy on his pants is jumping.
Right. All right, we go to the flop. 6-5 going up against King 8. Flops Queen 4 deuce. Couple of clubs. 907 here in the Chicagoland area. Turn card Jack of clubs. It's the 3rd club out there. Nick, the only one with clubs.
Also with a gut shot straight draw, a tray would help him.
With Michael in the lead.
Or any pair would help him.
Any pair would help him.
365.
Just like to say, these two have been playing some really smart heads up.
Boy, unbelievable, Steve.
I've not seen the entire thing, but I haven't seen a misstep by any one of these two guys.
Yeah, even when Michael had his 6s, I mean, he jammed them into the queens. It was just bad luck.
Yeah,
that of sorts.
Yeah, even that really wasn't a misstep. I mean,
not at all. Still surprised he played it that aggressively since what we've seen tonight. With just the timid.
750.
750.
750 raise total. Kind of a fun little hand to play. The 5-4 of spades.
Raise.
I feel like he's got an invisible massage therapist standing behind him.
750.
Michael doesn't want to see spades here. I'll tell you that right now. Not to state the obvious, but
And he won't have to worry about that.
flop is king, 10-8, couple of hearts.
Nick is open-ended.
Yeah, Nick's got everything there. Michael just is 5-4. Wow, making a big bet.
Just as I must have cursed him.
I know, we got
no
bet.
misstep until.
You can't really blame him. He was the pre-flop aggressor, and he's got to see. He's got to see if he still has the best hand in the perceived best hand. Unfortunately for him, Nick has a draw. And if Mike's pattern holds up, if Nick makes the call here, I wouldn't expect to see Mike lead out or Mike to bet again on the turn. We shall see.
All right, we go to that turn card now, and it's the 10 of diamonds. So we'll see if you're right about Mike checking again.
I like to put myself out there.
Yeah, you sure do. Come on, make a bet. Make
Just
a
to prove
bet,
me wrong.
just to prove this guy wrong. And it's a check. He's right. You watched this before, right? I don't think the 5's really going to change much as far as what Mike's thinking, but I could be wrong.
I think he's going to be happy to
I
see
think
a
he'd be
showdown.
happy to see a check, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's going to win the hand.
Wow.
Nick says, I missed. Mike says, I just got there.
Right. I think Mike's like, are you sure?
Look at Nick's face.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, a big pot, 1.4 million. Now it's back to 10 to 8.
At this blind level, big pot doesn't take much.
No, true story. So have you taught the cats to play cards yet, Stevie?
No, but that's a good idea. I hadn't thought about that.
You should do a picture with all the cats, like the dogs playing the cards with the little ace underneath the cat's hand.
I sometimes say that with the cards that people get, my cat could play.
Now I see you told him he couldn't talk about the cats, but then you keyed it up for him.
He likes to egg me on.
I do like to egg him on, and I shouldn't make fun because I have a new cat that I picked up from the shelter at home. So,
to be fair, we lost our video for a minute. We had to talk about
we had
something.
to talk about cats. Yeah. I promised all the haters out there there'll be no more cat talk. The flop is 8-4 deuce, couple of clubs.
Go get them, Twitchers.
Yeah, go get them, Twitchers.
You have my permission.
Wow, look at that. Nick had Mike dominated. Mike out-flopped him, but Nick will take it down with a bet.
All right, Steve, so you played the event. You amassed a pretty big stack of chips. Tell everybody what happened.
I sucked out big time to get a big stack. I then I lost a little bit of a few chips, not many, and then I picked up a hand where I had a straight, the dummy end of the straight, plus then I had a big, I had a nut flush draw. The guy's on the turn, and the guy shoves into me on the turn. I figure he probably has the other end of the straight. I think of it for about 1 second, and I call, much to my.
I'm glad you gave it some proper time.
Yeah.
I thought about it for 1 second.
I was pretty sure he had the better straight, so I called.
Yeah.
So I decided to make the call.
The first time all weekend where I don't even think about it for about a minute.
We've been there. Well, look at this. We've got a
we've got a hand.
Big hand.
Quick break for station identification.
Right. Yeah. You're watching the HPT. Don't adjust your set. What do you raise here with aces heads up with what you've seen so far, Jason?
Well, my philosophy is you should be consistent with your raise size regardless of what you have. And unfortunately for him, Michael just doesn't have anything to call with.
Nothing, yeah.
Yep. But looked like it might have been about 2.5 times the size of the big blind.
Yeah.
I figure, with all the outs I had on the flush draw, why not call?
What notables did you play with at your table? Did you play with the Fossil Man? Did you play with the Legend, Jablonski?
No notables really.
Wow.
Other than the usual suspects around Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many great players from the Chicago area. So many great players.
It is true.
700,000 is the raise.
Really, so aggressive too. So many aggressive players.
Speaking of Chicagoland players, Aaron Massey's at a final table right now in Florida. So Seminole Rock event, I
Oh
believe.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
First
Boy,
place
there's a
in
great
Hollywood.
venue for you.
Yeah. A nice
I've only played
prize.
cash there, but I mean that's a great poker venue.
Yeah. So we are joined here with Jason from the Windy City Poker Tour and Steve Fox, a friend of the HPT, a guy who played this tournament this weekend and heading to the cruise as well. Now, are you going to try to make it to our Colorado event, Steve?
Actually, no. Because
Yeah, you don't usually make it to the Colorado events, do you?
I've been there one time. This time I was going to try to, but then my wife had other ideas about taking another week on the cruise ship. So there you have it. I don't know when the next time I'll be at an HPT event, quite frankly, because I've got.
Well, if you win the cruise, you got to promise us. If you win the cruise, you got to come to one within 6 weeks. Okay?
I gotta. I'm thinking of maybe trying to make the Pennsylvania deal. I don't think my schedule will allow for Belterra. I love that Belterra.
Yeah, really have a good time. We've always enjoyed
out there.
it.
If you're listening to this, that Belterra event, that property is that great property.
It sure is. They just do it right over there, and it's accessible and it's easy. And I never leave when I'm there because everything's on site. You're kind of in the middle of nowhere. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
And I like that. You know, you're just kind of there. It's Queen, 10, 7, couple of diamonds. This is kind of an interesting hand.
Yep, Nick has made a pair of 10s, and Mike has a 4 flush.
As you can see, the stacks 9.4 to 6.9.
425.
400. 25,000,
Let's see some action here.
Yeah, I think Nick's gonna make this call. I think he has to.
25,000 and a call.
How about the 10 of diamonds for some action? How about the tray of clubs though instead?
Not every turn is made for TV.
Right, yeah, I'm trying to produce this thing. It doesn't. Ooh, and look at that. It's the 9 of diamonds. So the flush is made by Mike.
And it's an undercard to Nick's pair.
Now, if Mike raises here, Nick won't call because that's how good Nick is, okay? We've seen it for the last 2 hours.
I feel like you're right. He's got to make it like 1.7, 1.8.
All right, here we go.
Mike's gonna raise.
And it's a big race, too. So like I said, Nick will lay this down and we'll move on to the next hand. That's how it works. This guy's good, Foxy. They're both good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, let's get those in the box. Don't have to count. See you later. Let's move on.
Yeah.
1.580 is the raise.
1.580, so 1.6 basically.
Yeah.
All right, so now we go to 12 million to 6. So back to the 1 now. Doesn't take much to go up and down there. So Steve, any other fun things you did here while you were in East Chicago?
Not really much than poker. I played in a few satellites, or a couple satellites in that was it a $150 event on Thursday, or a $100 event, whatever it was.
Yeah. I know you have a podcast. Tell everybody about your new podcast.
Oh yeah, the realgrinders.com. There's Ray Davis's website. He asked me to do a podcast for him, and I agreed to do that. Every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern time, I'm on there live, and it's posted afterwards. So if you go to realgrinders.com /poker, you can listen to it live every Monday, and then it's posted later on. So.
And what do you guys talk about on the podcast?
It's mostly poker / sports betting stuff. I managed to sneak a little of that in there too sometimes, depending on who my guest is. This week I had Dan Heimiller on.
Oh, very cool.
And one of our new bloggers as well. Her name is, I've forgotten who it is. Oh, Jackie Jean. She's an old-time stud player back in the day, so that's who I had on this week.
Love reading your blogs. Always a good time. And we got a big hand here. Queen 10, Jack 9.
625.
625.
Heads up. This could get interesting.
625,000 is the raise by Mike.
Raises 625,000.
Thanks for the kind words, the bad joker, too.
Appreciate it.
All right, we go to the flop. It's king, 9, tray, couple of spades.
Nick catches a piece. They both have 1 spade in their hand. Mike's got a gut shot draw.
Turn card, 6 of hearts. Yeah, the bad joker. Is he on your payroll?
He must be, yeah.
He must be. He's got to be on your payroll.
Just let us know where to send the check.
Well, these guys certainly aren't on mine. No, we're happy to have all the comments on the site. Good, bad, or indifferent. That's what it's all about. We don't delete comments. We don't do any of that stuff. Just have fun out there. We just try to keep it somewhat simple.
The First Amendment exists on this.
It sure does. I'm all for it too. I'm not out for stifling the conversation. This is the worldwide mega web, the wild, wild west.
You're talking about freedom of religion, I assume, that these players can pray for the river card that they need.
Making poker great again. We're not talking politics. I told the management, no politics, no cats. Okay? We're not going to talk cats or politics.
And we've only broken 1 rule so far.
Especially liberal cats. Okay? I'm sorry, but we're not going to talk about liberal cats. All right, so nobody left really in the audience, just those 2 guys. Cartwright there in the back. Cartwright, table of 2. These are.
I hope that's his pocket his hand is in. Just saying. Okay.
Hey, there's a Bears jersey. I didn't think anybody wore those anymore. Bears sweatshirt.
It's an actual bear. That's what they're up to now.
This is Dub says, okay, no jokes, guys. Hey, we're trying to keep you guys entertained out there too. I'll apologize in advance.
I appreciate if you call those jokes.
Right? Yeah.
We use the word joke loosely around here.
All right, the flop is A6 Dewey. Couple of hearts.
Nick catches a piece, checks.
I got a feeling we're going to be here until 1 in the morning.
I got a feeling you're
I'll take the over on that.
I'm going to need a cat nap. I'm going to need a cat nap, Fox.
Wow. It doesn't have to be a quick one. Make it a liberal cat nap.
Where'd you get this guy, Larson?
He's from the Windy City. That's all I can tell you.
Jokes, all jokes around here.
I hear Second City is having open auditions. You might want to try out.
I actually spent a little time at the Second City, and I spent a little time at what was then the Improv Olympic, is now IO, and that's actually how I met Kirk in a roundabout sort of way. Yeah.
Friend of mine, Gary Kroger, lives in Iowa. He went from Second City. Lauren Michaels plucked him out of there back in the late 70s and did 1 season on Saturday Night Live.
Nice.
And one of the gals that he was partnered up with at Second City is a name you guys might be familiar with, Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
I think I've heard of her.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'll have to research that. I'll have to Google that one.
You know, funny thing about Julia, she didn't really need her money. Her father's like a billionaire to begin with.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, yeah, Gary went on to Saturday Night Live, did a couple of years there, and now he lives in Waterloo, Iowa. So.
And Julia Louis-Dreyfus has just had a great career, of course, on Saturday Night Live for a short time. On that show that got a few viewers called, I think it was Seinfeld, maybe?
Yeah, just a few.
But in her own right.
I'll Google that one as well while I'm Googling her.
But Veep, what a great show that is. She does a nice job.
She was also in, of course, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. She was the neighbor.
I'll Google that one as well.
Yeah, you might have to. You have to minimize the cat photos and start Googling.
Google's going to be so confused.
I know.
What are you?
Your
What are you
history's
searching for?
all over the place.
We don't know what to sell you now.
Why aren't you Googling porn like you usually are?
All right, well, Nick's got the gloves off and the hat. He's holding his heart.
Facing a really big bet here with second pair.
Wow.
And Mike's going to take down the pot.
Lay it down.
Wow.
Putting chips out, bringing them back in, putting them out, stacking them up.
Don't look now, but Mike's stack is back up to 13 million.
Yeah.
He's
without facing a big
13
showdown.
to 4. Slowly, I mean, he's just in grind mode here.
I was just going to say, he's just grinding and grinding and grinding.
You know, if he can take, you know, a couple more million here in the next couple of hands. What's Jeremy doing out in the studio audience? That
He's
guy
issuing
can't
a
hide.
penalty to the guy in the Bears shirt. Take a 1-round penalty for wearing that shirt.
There's Jeremy sporting the new beard.
Looks pretty good.
No, he does. He's really styling it up. Got some looking classy out there.
I haven't seen him in a few months. Is it my imagination, or has he gotten taller?
He's gotten a little taller.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice lifts in the shoes.
Yeah. King 7 Trey. That's why he was so effective in the WNBA. It was his size. Turn card is the 9 of spades.
I always told him he was the best tournament director I ever had occasion to know, but he definitely had an unfair advantage.
Yeah.
Because he could see the whole room.
Right.
Oh, there you go.
I always told him he had a face for radio. All right, so the bet here, 500,000 in the call.
A face for radio, but unfortunately a voice for magazine. Jack clubs on the end.
Boy, the Twitch folks aren't going to like
No,
this at all.
no.
Maybe we should go back to cats.
Don't worry, folks. I won't be here next time.
Right, yeah, none of us will be.
Not here by popular demand. This lineup.
Boy, we did so well today. We kicked things off with Dave Goodfriend, and we had Craig Casino on here. You know, it's a lot like a telethon when you're doing this. We get here 10:30 in the morning. We're on the air at noon. Now it's 9:30. By midnight, we'll be doing the post game.
This does have a telethon-esque feel to it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it does right now, exactly. Be like Jerry Lewis in hour 18.
Where's the bow tie?
Yeah, I know. It's
When you
already
get the
thrown
bow tie
out.
on your neck untied.
All right, we're just waiting for that one big hand.
For me, the delirium set in around 2:30
Yeah, right, yeah.
this afternoon.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
Quick fold. Excuse me.
Yeah, probably not.
That's probably going to be a quick raise.
750,000.
6 trade.
Blinds of 150 and 300, so 2.5 times the big blind. Nick's got suited 2 gappers, but 6
here
high.
comes the hook.
Killing it. Well, no, I said
No,
we're not
no
talking
cats,
about
no
cats. I
cats.
said no cats.
No cats.
Management just showed up to say, are you guys talking about cats? I said, nope, we're not doing cats today. We're not talking cats, and we're not talking politics. That's the
right.
one rule here on the HPT.
I may have said something about pussy, but no cats.
Don't say that, Fox. Yeah, don't say that. So anyway, folks, all the information for all of our events is on the webpage at hptpoker.com. We got the cruise coming up, New Orleans, and that New Orleans event, really excited for that one. It's a brand new market, and I want to let everybody know that that event will start with a $350 event. It's a $100K guarantee.
That's at the Boomtown, right?
The Boomtown, yep. I was just down there shooting a story.
Somebody's on. Nick's on.
We were just working at one of the properties, the Pinnacle properties down there this summer, so I got the chance to spend some time in Baton Rouge, and then we went over to New Orleans and hung out for the night. Went to Pat O'Brien's and some other really neat bars, and got some great food, took some fun pictures. It was a blast.
That's great.
Graphic right there.
Yeah.
Nick just shy of 13 big blinds, 3.8 million in chips, 46 for Mike. I was at Pat O'Brien's one time, I've been told. It's a fun place, and Mike's going to put the pressure on again. Raises enough to put Nick all in, and
Yeah, he's got to make this call. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. Queen Jack for Mike going up against the Ace 9.
This could be it.
Oh, Bernard Lee checking in. Thanks for the kind
Hey,
words
all
earlier,
right.
Jay-Z, Finn, and Ray Casino.
All right, Mike is currently in the lead here.
You
I'm
bet,
sorry.
Bernard
Mike
Lee.
has Queen
Meant
of
every
Hearts,
word.
Jack of
All right, back to
Nick
the
has
poker
Ace
here.
of Diamonds, that
Queen
of
Jack,
clubs.
Ace 9.
Nick
Let's
is
go to the
currently in the
flop.
lead with ace high, but his tournament life is at risk. Let's see the flop. Flop is 3
Flop
clubs,
is 6
6 of
straight
diamonds,
deuce,
2
so
of
the Ace
spades.
9 still in the lead. Michael trying to improve with a
Still in
queen
the
or a
lead
jack.
with his ace high.
Nick needs to
Let's see the
dodge
turn
6
card.
outs for his
Turn
tournament
card is
life.
Okay, that's
four
one of the running
spades.
cards for a chop. A
Nick is-
5 here and they chop.
Nick is still in the lead with his ace high. He needs to fade a queen or a jack, or the 5 would also chop.
Or a 5. Jeremy
Let's
just
see
said
the
a
river
queen,
card.
jack, or 5. What is the river?
River card
It's
is
a
10 of hearts,
10.
and Nick is going to double up.
So close.
I'm taking the over.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. I was just saying.
It's the second time now that Mike has put the pressure on.
Unbelievable.
That Nick has had a calling hand,
Who
and
was
Nick's
it?
hand is held up. And Mike can't believe it. He says, "Why can't I catch up from behind just once?"
3.715 is what Nick
These are
was
two
saying.
great players.
Stack sizes now.
This is a really good heads-up.
It really is. This is great TV.
And now we're back where we were not too long ago. Mike's going to have 10 million in chips. Nick's going to be back up to 7.5 million chips. But of course, now the blinds are higher. The room to breathe, the room for air is slimmer.
That's 3,
I
right?
think I'm mixing metaphors, but you get the general idea.
After 9.5
Say it
hours,
again,
it's
3.7.
gonna happen. Greg Casino hit us up on Twitter. Said you're supposed to speak up. Can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I
I
get
told him.
closer.
I just said perfect when he said, "Tell Foxy to speak up. We can't hear him."
Good. Good.
Did you see Stan Jablonski headed right to the airport, but sent us a picture
I
of
saw
him
that,
watching
yeah.
on his tablet in the back of his Uber.
Yeah, I did see that. Yep. Great to see him and Connie, as always, at the event. I'm sure they're still watching as they're heading over to Bullhead City. We'll see them this weekend on the HPT cruise. Looking forward to that.
If I'm not mistaken, Stan was at the table during that hand that Craig was talking about, the aces versus kings versus queens versus
Yes.
ace king on our show, as was Aaron Massey, who we mentioned earlier. It was a loaded table and a loaded hand.
All right, so stack size a little more even here. 7.3, 9.9. But just when Michael was making a big rally there, can't blame him for the hand he went in with.
Oh, no.
He's going to raise.
750.
Do 750,000.
He was just putting the pressure on, and as we saw, Nick only had 12 big blinds. Best to call the action.
Mike's going to make the
Cause the action and not call the action.
750,000 in a call. Let's see the flop.
All right, King, Jack, 10-9. We go to the flop. 2 sixes and an ace, couple of clubs.
Over to Nick. Nick's going to bet.
Nick's going to make a wager. Should be enough for Michael to get out of the way.
Look at Mike's body language. It has changed substantially.
Yeah, but he's a fighter.
Yeah.
Guys, he's
Yeah,
a fighter.
I
He's
think
not,
that'll be temporary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has Nick ever been in the lead heads up?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Very slowly
Yeah.
for a minute or two.
So nice that Bernard Lee got to reach out to us. We were talking about him earlier, and boy, Bernie, you got to get out to an event, buddy. It's been. I remember actually on Black Friday. We all remember where we were that day. I was in a vehicle driving to right here, Gary, Indiana, and I remember Bernie was at the event, and we hung out and shot something for his show on ESPN because there was obviously a lot of breaking news going on that day. And I remember Greg Lang called me and said, "Go to Poker Stars," and I went, and the FBI warning came up. Enough
Yeah,
about
that's
that.
right.
We got a hand here.
Oh.
Ace 6, the raise to 700,000. Now Nick with 9s.
This could be interesting.
Raise to 2.1. Nick's going to re-raise to 2.1. Mike folds, and Nick's going to take down the pot.
And Mike's going to fold
That was well played by Michael, I think.
This is what we've been seeing, man. It's a clinic.
I mean,
It's been a clinic. Record this, DVR this, save this, and watch this back. Nobody wants to go home. Nobody wants to go home to feed the cat. All right, anyway, we move on. James Larson alongside Jason from Windy City and our friend from the tour, Stephen A. Fox from Fox and the Hound. Nick with 5 trade.
And Mike with pocket 10s for the 8th time at
Eighth
this
time
final table.
for the 10th. 8th time.
wow.
Makes the call, and Mike checks his option. Let's see the flop.
All right, we go to the flop now. Flop is 8,
Oh.
Trey, Deuce. All clubs, ladies and gentlemen.
This could be fireworks.
Mike's got an overpair Nick, a pair, and a 4 flush. Of course, a draw to a 5 high flush.
Man, look at that.
And
3 of a
trips.
kind
Oh,
now.
425,000. This is
Boy.
bet by Mike. Over to Nick.
Lots to think about for Nick here.
Club would be interesting.
It was 425.
950,000 is the
A
raise.
really small raise.
950,000 is the total.
950, so 525 to call.
gonna be the last hand at this level.
And Mike with a quick call.
950,000 and a call.
Hoping for a club.
Will we see a club?
See the river
Club,
card.
a 10, a tray,
River card is the queen of spades.
queen of spades.
Mike checks.
Nick with the check mark.
1.2. 1,200,000.
Once again, we see, Mike started this hand with an overpair.
Mike.
Nick makes trips, and it's a relatively small pot as compared to the size of.
Yeah, you're right.
That's his fold face.
The FF, we call it in business. Taking a little longer to fold this one, though.
Yeah, I still think he might call, even though I said that.
Well, you said it's fold face.
No, I'm hedging.
You're never wrong, bro. You can't hedge. There's no hedging in baseball or poker. Come on.
I think he's going to call.
I think he's going to fold.
See, what's he? Is he reconstructing the hand, you think, here? Or?
Well, he's not thinking about what he's going to order for lunch tomorrow, Fox. I know that much for sure. Maybe he is going to make the call. He hasn't blinked in a minute. I'm getting nervous.
He still doesn't know. He hasn't winged that one chip in there.
Is he thinking about raising? No.
No.
No, he wouldn't be thinking about raising.
Not thinking about raising.
What's messing him up is the flop went check, check. Wow, he does make the
Fold,
fold.
and Nick's gonna take down
I
the
told
pot.
you.
The last hand at that level, new blind level 50,000, Annie.
Makes the right decision again.
All right.
I've said it before. This is just a heads up play.
Yeah, blinds and antes going up now.
Incredible.
Nice hand.
Hope you guys don't have anywhere to be in the morning.
I've got a few hours until I need to be there.
Sleep's very overrated. All right, look at that now. 25 to 18 on the BBs. Just flip-flopped, last hour. And by the way, this is hour number 2 of Heads Up Poker. 9 trade, junkie.
Blinds up to
950.
200,000, 400,000 with a 50K ante.
The price of poker's going up.
We have a new leader, too.
Mike raising the button. Nick with a pair again.
Sixes.
There's not much room for a 3-bet here. Mike's got 6 behind. If Nick were just to put in a raise, he's committed himself. Just makes the call.
All right, call is made. 9 trade going up against pocket sixes. And the flop is king 7 tray. A little help there for Mike. Bottom pair. It was off. I just turned it off for a second, Zach. Zach Howard, our assistant audio engineer out here. Thanks for your help, my brother. 3 titles, yeah, you get paid extra for that.
And one of them sounded like a family invite.
Wow.
Nick's gonna fold, and Mike's gonna take down the pot.
Mike's going to win that pot.
We've seen his aggression continue to be the small difference, the small factor in keeping a chip lead most of the way through Heads Up. He's lost it for a moment.
Oh.
He's lost it for a moment once or twice previously.
Ryan Gregor here saying these guys are super disciplined. Yeah, you think so? They're very disciplined. And I think it's awesome. I love watching Heads Up Poker. I mean, I could watch this all night long. When we almost had it.
We will be.
Yeah, right.
James said it was cool.
Called, right?
So 200, 400 with a 50,000 chip ante. Those are getting to be pretty big blinds. And you can see the fatigue starting to wear on their faces.
Yeah, 9-8 deuce. You talking about us or them? 9-8 deuce.
Me, it's just old age.
7 of spades on the turn.
Mike is now open-ended, but he's already got the best hand.
Whole lot of nothing there.
But he did pick up a 4 flush.
Yeah.
He's going to peel and hope to see a spade.
Yeah, 1 spade for Michael, so.
A Trey would also do it, but he can't know that.
No spade, jack of clubs.
That's
Michael with the
straight.
check mark. Nick won't be able to make that call.
920.
Whatever happens, Nick is going to go home and say, I couldn't make a hand. I couldn't make a straight. I couldn't make a flush.
So Michael now, Steve, takes the lead. 9.3 to 8.4.
Yeah, it's
23 to 21.
We
Unbelievable.
look at this graphic here, you know, blinds. I mean, they're not very deep stacked right now. They've got to worry about the escalating blinds and antes right now.
Yeah, you're right about that. Something's got to give.
Yeah.
And I got a feeling it's going to happen here in the next 20 minutes because we got to get to our late local news here on Twitch. we've got breaking news to cover. We're going to talk about the inaugurate. No, we're not.
Yeah.
Seven, 6, Queen 5.
850.
I think we're about 7 hands away from the end of this.
I'm going to go with 9. Here comes the flop. 9, Trey, deuce, 1 spade.
And that's a tough spot. Nick wanted to defend, pre-flop wanted to defend his suited queen. Figures he can't fold that every time. Even on a flop like this, it's really, really tough.
Yeah, yeah. I think as long as the card distribution stays even, nobody picks up a big hand. I think we're going to be like this for at least this level. But once somebody gets a lot of chips here, I think that'll tell the tale right there.
Yeah, Nick is just dipped under 20 big blinds. He's got 19 big blinds now.
It's still okay at that right about there.
Yep.
But he gets too much shorter, and it's going to be desperation time. But it depends on how disciplined. He's pretty disciplined, but it just if he hits the panic button, which I don't see him doing, he might be able to hold out.
I was just barred for using excessive symbols here by Moonbot, so I'm on an orbit penalty here from the stream. All right, flop is Queen 10 trade, couple of clubs.
Wow, huge flop for Nick.
Huge flop for Nick. Turn card, Jack of Hearts. So now,
oh yeah,
Mike is open-ended now. Nick's still a 4-1 favorite. I don't even know what an excessive use of symbols means.
I did a lot of explanation points, and apparently they don't like that. Twitch and their rules. That's Zach Howard. I think that's our sound engineer back there. He's the Moonbot.
Fantastic. Got a text message from a non-poker fan. Wow.
Nick's going to take that one down at 1.5 million. All right, so once again, just to set the table here, it's James Larson alongside Jason and Steve as we're broadcasting here from the Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago, having a great time, calling the action. Steve, stand up straight when you're on television. That's rule number 1. I want to thank everybody for joining us this week. What an awesome week of poker it has been. And again, for all the information on all the events, check out hptpoker.com.
Oh, sorry.
Gotta get you a little TV time there, Steve.
Thank you.
Say hi to your wife.
You're always looking out for me.
Always, always.
That's my pal, James Larson.
Had a great meal downstairs last night, didn't we?
And we got to see the HPT broadcast.
Yep, on a good
and
partner
the
of
HPT
ours.
broadcast.
Yep.
And the HPT
Yeah, we had the back room roped off. They let us go watch the show, and there's 7 TVs, and they had it cranked up. We could hardly hear each other talk. And it was funny. The waitress comes in and says, "Can you turn it down?" I go, "That announcer just talks to me." She goes, "I know. I was trying to make a joke." She goes, "I know. You guy's an idiot or something." I'm like, all right, get out of here.
Yeah.
I was at a nearby casino in this part of the state a couple of years ago, and I was sitting at a table. There's a pair of queens for Mike, and not much for Nick, and now something for Nick. And there was a broadcast of Windy City Poker Championship on above me. My face was on the screen, and my head was right under it. And a friend of mine, who's a local sportscaster and a known guy here, was sitting right next to me. And it looks like Mike's still going to be good. And a guy across the table is looking at me, and he looks up at the TV for a second, and then he kind of leans forward to ask me something. And I'm thinking, you know, finally, 8 years doing this TV show, one person's going to recognize me, right? And he goes, "Aren't you?" to my friend, and asks, and sure enough, you know, he goes, "Yeah, I am. It's nice to meet you."
Oh, that's funny. Well, I do a radio show back home, and I had somebody walk up to me the other day and say, James, just wanted to say great job on the radio. I love listening to you." And then I says, "Well, thanks so much." He goes, "Yeah, you really do a great job over there on Rock 108. Well, that's James Patrick, okay? I'm James Larson. So I shook his hand. I said, "Thanks so much." And I kept walking. Ratings come out this Wednesday. It made me a little nervous, actually.
Fantastic.
Who's the sportscaster? Anybody we know?
He is Dave Kaplan of the Chicago Cubs at ESPN Radio. Cap and Haw on Comcast Sportsnet.
Yep, I'm familiar with a good friend of mine. Is on the Big Ten Network, Rick Pizzo, who loves playing poker. And actually got him in a qualifier years ago, and I asked, there's always an open invitation for Rick. I texted him on my way over here yesterday. I said, "I got a seat open for you, brother. Come on out, and I'd love to do 2 hours with you," but he's busy doing basketball tonight in the studio downtown Chicago.
That's what happens.
I'm just a rock star in a small town in Nebraska, so that's my claim to fame.
Small town Big Rock.
And I write a column for a small town newspaper, so whenever I show up there, they go, "Oh, you're the guy that has that column in the newspaper."
So when he shows up at the coffee fellowships at the Knights of Columbus, they say, "Hey, you're Steve Fox, man.
Yeah.
That was a pretty controversial article about the fire department."
That's me. Yeah.
And why were there so many cats in that column?
Right.
In a town of 1,800, I'm a big deal.
All right, the action continues. There's that cash. There's the bracelet. I want to shuffle those up a couple extra times. Let's get a good worst.
So there was another. We're heads up here for the title for all the marbles. The main event of the Heartland Poker Tour at Ameristar East Chicago. I'm Jason Finn, invited here by my gracious host, James Larson, and Steve Fox. In the booth, first place finisher will get $190,417 plus the $3,600 championship package, which is really the only reason I'm still here, trying to figure out what's in that championship package. And the runner-up, the loser, will go home a very, well, disappointed, but in the long term, hopefully happy loser, the $117,631. Not a bad consolation prize.
117,000 reasons to not be upset.
That's right.
That's a lot of cat litter.
Oh, we had to get one more in there. One more in there. There's that 7-6, the year I was born, 1976. It's a great year.
Nick's gonna make the buy. 800,000 in a call. Let's see a bluff.
Gonna make the call with the king high. And flop is ace jack for 2 diamonds.
Back over to Mike. Mike's gonna bet.
Mike's gonna bet out.
How much?
715. Yeah.
715,000 and Nick fold.
And a fold. All right, guys. You're the experts. What's it going to take to wrap this thing up? It's not going to be a mistake because these players aren't. It's not possible for these guys to make a mistake.
I disagree. I think somebody's going to make a misstep. or there's going to be a cooler, something like that.
Yeah,
It's going to be a cooler.
That's, I mean, of course they can make mistakes.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
You know, these guys are just playing too well. I think the blinds and antes are going to catch up to them. Somebody's going to get anxious, and that's what's going to happen.
I don't think anybody's going to get anxious. They would have gotten anxious by now. It's an interesting hand.
Nick just limps in.
You know what it's going to take? It's going to take a flop
Something
like a jack
maybe
six
something like
tray.
this,
You know,
His 8 of spades, the queen of diamonds, 5 of
Queen
spades.
8-5.
Mike checks over to Nick. Nick's gonna bet 500,000. Mike folds.
It's just going to be bad luck, I think, is what's going to take. It's not a misstep, maybe even just bad luck. Like aces versus kings.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
No.
Or like we saw earlier, queens versus sixes. You know, just a pocket pair for both players. And you know, I really actually thought that Mike, just the way he was running, I thought he might catch a 6. We were talking with the live updates guy. It just kind of felt like it was, you know, maybe the tournament would end right there, but it didn't. It wasn't meant to be. And now we're still here.
Could be ace king versus queens or something. Somebody can like that.
That would certainly do it in the blinds hovering under, or hovering right around 20 big blinds.
And I don't think it'll be in this level. It might be the next level.
Jack 6 tray, 2 diamonds. So an open ender for Mike. Nick with the ace high.
400,000.
Probably going to see another card. Or not.
Yeah, Nick's gonna fold, and Mike's gonna take down the pot.
So now 11 million to 7 million.
And now it's getting to the point. Mike is really good at making those bets, those semi-bluff bets, and applying just a little bit of aggression. And Nick has done such a great job of getting out of the way, getting out of harm's way. And now it's going to start to get to the point where he's paying the price.
Exactly. That's what I was meant by somebody gets more chips than the other. You don't have enough room to maneuver now with the blinds at this level. The stacks this short compared to the blinds and A's.
Nick's going to be first stacked on the button.
He's just going to limp in. Mike's got a king.
Could be a hand like this, you know, king against queen, you know. 2 sevens and a queen.
Mike checks over to Nick, and Nick's going to bet 400,000.
Nick with the best of it.
Mike folds, and Nick's going to take down the pot.
They're quick about it.
Yep.
You know.
Absolutely.
I'd like to know how many
And
hands we're at
and
right
I think that people who play quicker, it favors them. I mean, this tanking that's going on in tournament poker now is really bad for the game, I think, that you see on TV now. These people who take, you know, like a minute or two to make a decision, that's really unnecessary.
It's frustrating, and it's a topic of conversation in poker right now.
And they're talking about putting a shot clock in poker. I think that doing that would be really bad for the game.
Well, what do you think, Jason?
I think it's gotten to the point in some circumstances where it's gotten excessive, where folks are taking a long time to make every decision, and sometimes in cases where they know immediately what that decision is going to be. And I do think for some of them it's a strategic play that they're trying to frustrate the other players, and I don't think it benefits the overall game at all.
But let me be clear, when you're facing a big bet or an all-in or something like that, I can see taking your time.
Sure.
And that's where I think a clock in the game would be detrimental. You know, where you need extra time and you can't take that extra time because you're facing the clock.
Right.
That's where I think it would be detrimental to the game. And it's just bad.
The idea of a time bank has been introduced before as well, where you can have that extra time in the occasions you need it, but you wouldn't be able to take it every time that it came to you. And I think that certainly addresses that problem a little bit. But when you start adding these extra elements, when you have to have a timekeeper, when it's just too many things to keep track of.
There's you know, equipment factors. I'm actually, Foxy, I'm for it. I kind of go back and forth on it, but I'm definitely not against the idea, you know, especially in certain types of, you know, situations. Not worth debating right now because we got heads-up poker to talk about. To my way of moving on.
Yeah. Good point. Well taken.
6 tray, 8-4. We go to the flop. And the flop is queen 8-7. All diamonds. Neither player with a diamond.
Nick with second pair. Mike with 2 unders.
Ace of diamonds. That
Fourth
should
diamond. Yeah, it's going
probably
to shut this
slow
down.
folks down here real quick.
Mike's gonna bet 450,000. was a Nick Fold then. Mike's going to take it on the button.
And that's a play that's a club that Mike's got in his bag that I wouldn't expect to see Nick do now.
Yeah.
I don't mean to sell him short. I'm sure he's capable of it. We haven't seen him do it, and we've seen Mike do that a couple of times.
I don't see a whole lot of fatigue. I think these guys are.
At this level.
I think they could go all night. I'm worried about us.
But when that invisible masseuse is done out there, I'd like her to come in here.
Well, I'd fall asleep if she, you know, it'd be too relaxing. 10-9, 8 tray. Just looking for one of those premier hands, you know, a couple of pocket pairs, battle it out. Quick fold. These guys are taking time when they need to, you know. Big decisions. We've seen Mike take a little bit longer. Not critiquing it by any means, but we've seen him take a little longer than Nick in certain instances, certain hands.
I think these players, and we've complimented their play. I think they've just done a great job at this final table, and heads up being respectful of the game, respectful of one another.
And we're seeing the whole cards. There's really no Hollywood going on.
Right.
It's tough decisions. It's club draws and middle pair, you know, bottom pair. You know, heads up, those can sometimes be the nuts.
Yep. And Mike just made the call on the button. Nick raised, and Mike pitched his cards away quickly. We didn't get to see the cards. The graphics are lagging just a little bit there. But Nick will take that one down.
I'm waiting for Mike to just start playing standing up.
Call for 1.2.
You know, he's just going to get rid of the chair.
Yeah.
Boy, imagine if we made all 9 players at a table stand up while they play the game.
In a swimming pool.
In a swimming pool with sharks surrounding them.
I feel like there was an underwater game.
They've
8 or
done
10
them
years
all.
ago,
They've
yeah.
done them all.
Yeah.
I know I'm dating myself every time I harken back to 8, 9, 10 years ago when they thought they were out of ideas.
You know, working with all these big names in poker, they've told us a lot of a lot of stories about going over to England and filming these weird shows in other countries, and there was just all kind. It was just a hotbed back then. There was a ton of money with all the online sponsors. It was fantastic.
Well, Mike makes a huge hand. Unfortunately for him, Nick had nothing. He went check, 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 check all the way to the river when Mike finally bet his trip kings, and there was no value to be had from Nick.
No value.
Actually, I had a tournament in the London Eye one time in England.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I was actually working over in the UK when they were building that. Went back when it was called the Millennium Wheel.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Forgotten
Back
that.
in my day,
Back.
we didn't have an eye.
My friend Marshall Wagner played in that tournament. That's how I knew about it.
Marsha. Jack 6 against ace, 3-2-7 to the deuces to flop.
I'm getting some great cats comments here. I don't even know who they're from. Watching you cats on Twitch.
Now look what you've done.
I know. Hey, but to your defense, you didn't talk about your cats. It was all me. I brought it up. Hopefully the cats are watching.
That was a fun 400.
That reminds me of a old Steve Martin bit that unfortunately is inappropriate for our audience.
All right. Blinds are 1 million, 2 million. They're really not.
No, not yet.
We'll get there.
But wait.
Give us some time, folks.
But
Give us some
wait.
time.
Coming soon.
If I'm not mistaken, they're still 2 and 400 with a 50,000 chip ante.
Starting to get a crowd out there again. This must be the morning shift.
Yeah, they just changed shifts in the casino.
A big bus just pulled up out front.
All right, here we got a hand. Queen 5.
They heard James Larson was calling it on Twitch.
He's
All in.
1 million total bet.
He's going to go all in.
Nick can't call that. It's not Queen 5. It's got to be a little better for him to call that.
Not much equity right there to call with.
And Mike's starting to creep back up to that lead we saw him have before.
Almost 2-1 now. Like we said before, it doesn't take much. Playing big stakes here.
And sometimes picking up all those little pots just allows you to lose a flip that would have otherwise eliminated you from the tournament. Instead, you lose half your stack. You get a chance to keep battling back. It's more at bats.
He's looking really relaxed and confident right now.
See some baby cards here, no?
Yeah, no baby cards. Jack 10 7 this land. With a lot of checking.
Turn card is the king of hearts. Nick checks, Mike checks.
Only a 4 would help Mike.
Turn card is the 5 of diamonds. Nick checks.
Trey would have been a chop.
Caught a 5.
Lots of
Mike
checks.
2, Nick shows 5-3 for pair of 5s. And is going to win the pot. Right about it. Just over 4 minutes left at this level.
All right, well, Heads Up Poker continues here at the Ameristar Casino in
East Chicago.
East Chicago, Indiana. Glad you're with us. Over 345 people on the stream.
And the winner of this final table will take home almost $200,000 in cash and prizes.
We got a hand here. Will Nick make this call with an ace? What do you think, Jay?
I missed how big his opening bet was. But I don't... If it wasn't horribly big, I think he'll fold. With ace-deuce, you're either dominated by a bigger ace or you've got 28% equity against a pocket pair. Got to be getting better than 3-1 to make the call, and he doesn't have it. He's going to make the fold.
So we're 3 minutes left at this level. We're still at 50,000 Annie.
3 minutes left in this level.
400,000 on the blinds.
No, I missed something. There was Mike. I guess Mike was not first to act. But it looks like that's interesting. It looks like Nick limped in with the ace from the button, and then Mike just shoved with jacks.
Nick's gonna fold in. Nick's gonna get a walk.
And that money slides back over to Nick. And we're right back where we started 2 hands ago.
Right back where we started 2 hands ago.
And folks, I'm Jason Finn, sitting here with the weary James Larson and the giddy Steve Fox. And there are no cats in the booth, despite the reports on the interwebs.
All right, so a hand here that Michael will like, suited ace, pocket.
All in by
All
Nick.
in from
Actually
Nick.
going
No count.
And Mike's going to ask for a count. He's got a suited ace.
Yellow and blue.
Is he supposed to call this?
Well, certainly, if he could see that
I
he's
don't
got
need
2
those
overcards,
cards.
he should.
What else is it?
Let's see what the count is. It's probably a close decision.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5.
I think Michael's more apt to call this
5.5 plus gray.
than Nick would have been.
This would be 2.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think you're right.
That was like 1 short.
And I think it's a close decision. I think if he's got ace 8 or ace 9, he calls pretty quickly.
Suited ace 6.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Potentially, you could end it right here.
Okay.
He's behind, though. You see the percentages. 2 overs. They're suited. One of them's an ace. I like his chances.
Call.
It says call.
He
Wow,
says
he does
call.
call.
I like
Wow.
it. I like the call. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. I like it.
And he's
I don't
thrilled
like
to
the
see that
call.
he's
You don't
got
like
2
the call? I like
overcards.
it. He's got to be thrilled.
6 of diamonds.
Well, yeah, but
Results.
Nick shows pocket
He's open for
5.
diamonds, a 6 or an ace. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen.
Nick is currently in the lead, but his tournament life
Let's see that
is
flop.
at risk.
Let's see if Nick leaves the room again like he's
Let's
done
see
in the
the flop.
past.
He might be in the hallway. Here we go. King
Oh,
9-4.
this
What
is
a
big.
flop.
2
Michael.
diamonds.
2
Nick is
diamonds.
in the lead with his pocket 5s.
He needs an
Mike
ace,
is left on
a
flush draw.
6, a diamond.
Let's see the
Diamond
turn card.
here would end it.
Turn
It's
card is
not.
the 9 of hearts.
So 2 pair for Nick right now.
Too many
That
outs.
actually
Nines,
helps Mike.
5.
If the board pairs
yeah.
Nick's
kings,
going to need to pay
that'll also
an
give him a
ace.
win.
Kings and 9s with the ace.
King,
Let's go to
6,
that
and
river
ace,
card.
diamond.
Will we have a new champion after this hand?
Or a king. Let's see the river card.
To the river we go.
River card
And
is
it's the deuce of diamonds.
And Will
The
is
deuce
gone.
of diamonds. We have a new champion, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that, it's over. I told you I liked the call, and we've got a new champion.
With a hard-fought battle, Michael Hahn.
Very hard fought battle.
Wow, what a great heads-up match.
Two great heads-up players right there.
Unbelievable,
Two
ladies
great
and
heads-up
gentlemen.
players.
That was fun to watch. That was a lot of fun to watch.
And Nikola Budrakowski will finish in second place, take home $117,631. And you, sir, are about to crown a new champion and award $190,417 plus a $3,600 championship prize package, which I am finally going to have the opportunity to learn the details of.
Nick does leave us in second place, worth of just over $117,000. Mike's leaving us with just over $190,000, the $3,600 championship package, and the HPT main event wrestler. Let's give them both a round of applause again. One more time. Nice job, guys.
Both players played great. Let's get a couple of interviews, and let's go ahead and start with Nick here first. Which camera you want me to go to, Stu? Let's move over here. You guys want to do this on the jib?
Oh, the HPT.
All right. So, boy, let's talk about the heads-up match. Back and forth, couple hours long, almost 3 hours. What'd you think of the heads-up play?
Was it that long? 3 hours?
I think so.
What'd you think?
He's a very good player. Deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, deuce of diamonds there. You were looking good going into the river. Now, let's talk about the money. A nice payday for you, 6 figures. I know you wanted to be our new HPT champion, but it's a great payday for you.
Yes, definitely.
You got any plans for the cash?
Pay a lot of bills.
Pay a lot of bills. And how do you celebrate this? You know, we're not the champion, but you got to go out and have some fun. What's the first thing you're going to do with a big score like this?
Definitely go out, have some drinks with friends and stuff, but I'm tired.
Yeah, we're all very tired.
Playing a satellite on Friday, qualifying, and playing 3 days is just exhausting.
Anything you want to say about your opponent here, Mike?
Played great.
He did. A lot of great sportsmanship. Give him a big round of applause. Our second place finisher, Nick. We'll send it back to you guys, and we'll be coming up with your championship interview next. All right, come on over, my friend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing with our new HPT champion. Put your hands together for Mike, everybody. He's going home with the cash, the title, and the bracelet. We're all very tired. It's been 10 hours. It's been a marathon. What's going through your mind?
Just happy to have won. I ran real well. It doesn't get any better than this.
You know, we're watching in the back there. You're ace-6. He shoves with the 5s. You asked for a count. Were you always calling there? What was going through your mind as you were contemplating making that call? Did you want to end it? Obviously, you wanted to end it a couple of hours ago, but what made you finally decide to make the call?
I was just trying to figure out if he had red 5s or black 5s. And so I just went from there. Yeah.
And you had to be very happy to look that you had 2 overs.
Yeah, very.
All right, so all that money is yours and the bracelet. How do you celebrate a victory like this?
Drive home.
That's it?
That's it.
He's going to drive home, ladies and gentlemen. I've never heard that one before. And anything you want to say about the second place finisher, Nick, and how he played?
He played great. He was a great sport. It was great.
All right. Did you have any fun tonight?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
All right. Give him a big round of applause. Mike's our new HPT champion, going home with over $190,000, the cash and the title and the bragging rights. And it's time to wrap up our show here from East Chicago. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank our entire crew. It's been a lot of fun. So I'm James Larson. We're going to send it back over to Jason and the cat lover, Steve Fox.
Great job.
Well, you caught us off guard there, James.
Let's set this up for a picture, Mike.
I'm in and out here.
Yes, well,
we're back here in the booth, Steve. I'm not sure if my mic is working, actually.
yeah, well, mine is. I can hear myself.
Oh, good.
Thanks, James Larson. Well, what did you think of that last call?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit while they were out there celebrating. Am I cutting in and out for you?
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, we got a little some technical issues here. But I thought it was a really tough call. I said in the heat of the moment that I think if he had ace-8 or ace-9 suited as he had, that it would be a straightforward call. Ace-6 sort of right on the border, and he joked there in his interview, at his winner's interview at the end, that he was trying to determine whether he had red 5s or black 5s, of course joking. They had exactly the right 2 over cards for that spot. It's easy to look at the results and say it was a good call, but I think it was a really tough one in the heat of the moment, and it worked out for him.
Yeah. Personally, if I were in that position with that much money, you have to think about the money and all of that when you're there in the heat of the moment. He could have easily had, big pocket pair, aces or kings there, or jacks, and only the ace could have been good right there. Sure, he was suited, but you really can't think about it being suited there. So you really only have to look at it like ace-6. I would have liked it better if he would have had like ace-5, so he could have had the straight possibility there.
Sure.
Like you said, it was a close call.
Yeah.
And it worked out for him, as it turned out.
Absolutely.
So, it's easy to have 20/20 hindsight, and it worked out for him. But yeah, congratulations to the winner there.
Absolutely, a hard-fought battle, and James, it was a great final table.
It was. There's really not much else to say. We've been talking for 10 straight hours. It was a lot of fun. We saw some great poker, and wow, congratulations to all of our final table players, the final 9. And how about Mike going home with 190,417? And I asked him, what's your plans, how are you going to celebrate? And he simply told me he's going to drive home.
Well, yeah. I think that might be what we're all going to do at this point. Some of us fly, some of us
fly,
walk upstairs.
And the other thing Mike said that was funny, we just heard the interview. I says, what were you thinking when you were contemplating that call? And he says, I was wondering if you had 2 black 5s or 2 red 5s. So a little bit of comedy relief as we wrap up the show. So thanks to everybody for tuning in. We had a great time. Make sure to follow us on the cruise coming up this weekend, and we'll have a lot of fun stuff on our Facebook channel as well as Twitter and Twitch. And then don't forget that New Orleans event is right around the corner, Super Bowl weekend, and we're kicking off with a $350 $100,000 guarantee coming up this week. So before we sign off, why don't you give a quick shout out to everybody that wants to possibly play the Windy City Poker Tour.
Thanks so much. We've got an event coming up on March 6th, if I'm not mistaken. We've got a bunch of economically priced buy-ins, and we have a $3,000 televised event. You can learn more at chicagopoker.club or windycitypokerchampionship.com, and follow me on Twitter at ChicagoJason. It's for sale.
It is for sale, as everything is. And Steve, I'll see you in sunny Florida this weekend. So I'm flying in on Saturday. Looking forward to hopefully you'll make another HPT final table as you did that on the cruise 5 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And go check out realgrinders.com if you'd like, and maybe sign up for that. And check out our group on Facebook. It's Real Grinders as well. So there you go.
Sounds good. Thanks for joining me, guys. We're going to sign off. It's been a great time for our director, Kevin Bove, and our producer, Kirk Falla, as well as Zach Howard, and the rest of our HPT crew. Have a great night. So long from East Chicago, Indiana.